My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello listeners, my name is Akarandu Nicodemus Orok, Kwa United striker. I want you to always listen to Today's Sport Live on 95.1 FM. Keep listening.
This is the champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction where you can drink to the next one. I make my entrance, dribbling, bending, fast like an engine. Can't you see me trending? So anytime that you see me on the film, I'm defending my title, I'm rightfully legend. This ain't nothing abnormal. Should've known that I was a top scorer. UEFA Champions League baller. Win, 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 I be your guy.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the marathon edition of Today Sports Live. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt, and the show is reaching you from the studios of Today 95.1 FM. My name is Victor Oreahi. I'm your favorite melanin sports presenter, and you know how we do it on Sundays. We talk about all sports, not just football. Well, we're going to be talking about basketball on the show today, especially the D Tigers. They won their game yesterday against Mali, just 2 points separating the two teams. 72-70 it did end, and it's a question of how convincing are they. Would they be able to get it done against Uganda later today? I mean, if they do not win that one, we might not be a part of the World Cup. So it's a really tricky one for the D Tigers. A must-win for Julius Nwosu, who is standing in as the coach of the side with Mike Brown, of course, with his NBA side, Golden State Warriors. We're also going to be talking Formula One on the show today. The race is on. Who wins the Formula One Grand Prix? We've got two races left. There'll be no race this weekend, but next week and the upper one, we've got the Saudi Arabian and the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, and these two races might just be, the winner has got to emerge. Would it be Max Verstappen, who is currently on top, 8 points separating him and he's currently the champion, Lewis Hamilton, defending champion Lewis Hamilton. So we're going to be looking at some of the most exciting races that we've had, some of the tight contests, the tightest of contests that we've had when it comes to Formula One later on. And then when it's time to talk about football on the show, the Ballon d'Or tomorrow. Yes, that prestigious award. We would know if it will be Lewandowski, seventh heaven for Lionel Messi, maybe the sixth time for Cristiano Ronaldo, or the Chelsea boys of Jorginho and N'Golo Kante. Perhaps they could just be winning. We're going to be talking about that as we want to hear from you as regards who might be winning the Ballon d'Or. I've got Priye Izogu in the studio with me. Good afternoon to you, Priye, and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to the Melanin Sports presenter. Good afternoon to the beautiful city of Port Harcourt. I will say this: I've seen two Victor lookalikes, and it's quite strange, if I will use that word strange. Better say, but he has some people that looks like him across the world.
Yeah.
I know of one like Victor.
Yeah. When I saw that one, I almost asked my parents if they were not sure I had a twin brother somewhere. But he is Ghanaian.
He is Ghanaian.
And Priye just showed me someone again. Who was even wearing the coat I'm wearing?
Yes.
You can imagine. So I beg, if you look like me, I bet no they involved in criminal activities. When they no call arrest me, they think say me I be you. I think God beg you.
Definitely that can happen. Well, it's always great to talk sports and basketball, Formula One, and of course the beautiful round letter game, football.
Yeah, always great. Well, the show is always designed to be interactive. We don't do the talking alone. At some point, we would be hearing from you. First of all, you could do that. You could send in your thoughts to us via text or WhatsApp. The number is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. That is the number to send in your text or your WhatsApp messages to. We would open the phone lines later on, so we could get to hear from you directly as we even give you update from the different games in Europe. I mean, in France, for the first time ever, Lionel Messi and Sergio Ramos are teammates. Sergio Ramos, of course, a part of the starting 11 as a centre tier, and currently battling it against the Paris Saint-Germain team. We've got Mbappe, we've got Messi, we've got Neymar, Di Maria, Idris Ganagai, Pereira, Hakimi, Ramos, Marquinhos, Bernard, and Donnarumma, all in the same team. All starting
that's a pure all-star. Come on.
That's an all-star team.
That's an all-star team.
We'll talk about PSG later and Mauricio Pochettino, because somehow people feel like with the quality that you have, let's say when you use like 40k buy ingredients to cook soup, the soup no comes sweet. So with the quality that you have, yes, there are plenty of obstacles in this soup, but it's still not sweet. That's just how it feels with PSG, as people believe that they are not playing entertaining football and not getting the results that they perhaps need. We would also get to hear your thoughts as regards that, if Mauricio Pochettino is doing a good job with his PSG team. But that game is currently goalless, 11 minutes into the match, and no goal recorded yet. Let's get the show started from basketball.
My name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
This is the champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction where you can drink to the next one. I make my entrance, dribbling, bending, fast like an engine. Can't you see me trending? So anytime that you see me on the field, I'm defending my title, I'm rightfully legend. This ain't nothing abnormal. Should've known that I was a top scorer. You were for Champions League baller. Win, I be your guy.
Rotate, vuelta. Cigarette, suelta. Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Cigarette, suelta. Rotate, vuelta. De lejos se te ve que tú quieres más, No vamos a parar, dale ya, pegado la pared, dale, bring it back,
Well, the D-Tigers standing coach Julius Nwosu was thrilled yesterday to record his first win as coach of the team.
La pared, dale, bring it back, No vamos a parar.
Nwosu led the former African champions to a 72-70 win over Mali at the ongoing 2023 FIBA World Cup qualifiers window 1 yesterday in Angola, after they lost to Cape Verde 79-71 on Friday. He said that his team never panicked, as he knew they had Nigerian basketball's prestige to protect. Who also said after the game, and I quote, "Our team's plan is to stay focused and prepared for the remainder of the African qualifiers." It's a great feeling to have this first win as head coach of Nigeria. Well, the D-Tigers led 16-15 at the end of the first quarter, but lost the second quarter to the Malian, who won 24-14, heading into the halftime break with a 9-point lead. In the third quarter, the Tigers led 23-16 before wrapping the fourth quarter 19-15. Captain Ike Diogu posted a man of the match display for the Tigers, scoring 19 points with 6 rebounds in the encounter. The Kemido BC star, who spent 36 minutes 49 seconds on the floor, sank 4 of his 6 3-point attempts to finish. Point guard Omotayo Ogundiro also bagged 19 points, while Ben Uzo added 11 points and made 7 assists, the highest in the game. After the game, Ogundiro praised the duo of Diogu and Uzo for their efforts. He says that it's a privilege to play with Ike Diogu. He's a respected guy across the continent, and he and Ben are always welcoming new members of the team. The D-Tigers will be playing Uganda in the third group game today. This side lost their opening FIBA World Cup qualifiers 79-71 to Cape Verde. That was on Friday. Now, 2 points was what separated them and Mali, who they beat yesterday. With the way the team has performed so far, are you convinced that they can go further in this competition?
For me personally, I'm not too convinced, but Mali is not a pushover, by the way, when it comes to basketball in Africa. But if you critically look at other groups, you understand that it seems like there's a revolution when it comes to basketball in Africa. We have seen some of the big side actually dropping a little bit. A typical example is Angola. They're even the host side. They are one of the biggest basketball teams in the world, beyond even Africa. And you can see that they're actually struggling. They're third in their group. So it's not just happening to Nigeria. I think it's happening in the entire continent. Cape Verde and defeating Nigeria, that's a problem. But at least we got one ahead of Mali, even though it was quite close. But I think we can actually build on this. This is when I think personally we need a stable manager, and beyond getting the expertise of an NBA star as a manager, I think we need someone that can actually sit in the country. Even some of these qualifiers, bring in technical inputs, stay with the guys, give them morale booster, talk to them during technical breaks. For me, I think that will help the team generally. And bringing in an interim manager to just hold on for the real coach, it doesn't add up to me. Even though we need the experience of that manager when it comes to the international competition like the World Cup and all, but qualifiers is quite important. What if you lose the qualifiers? You're not going to the World Cup at the end of the day. So for me, I think we need a substantive coach for the Tigers. Just getting a professional, someone that can actually sit in there, do the job for the team, build on what he sees in the team, then try to create something for the team. Because right now the competition is getting high. Look at Tunisia. It will be even difficult for Tunisia to qualify if they don't play very well, even though their group have not started. You could look at other groups. Look at Angola. That means the smaller boys are actually pushing ahead when it comes to qualifying in various groups. It's happening in football, even women football in Africa. We're dominating. But at this particular point in time, it's difficult for you to just pick a result if Nigeria is playing against South Africa or if Nigeria is playing against any of the West African side like Ghana and all. So for me, I think we really need to build on this. If we keep looking at just having a professional because it's a big name and it's an NBA manager, then just bringing towards a major tournament, I think it will affect the psyche of the players.
Okay, well, the rest of the guys that join in the discussion, Queen Chike is here. Good afternoon, Queen. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, our favorite Lynn Sports presenter. But it's great to be here. Sorry, I've due to one or two things got to come a little bit late. Talking about the Tigers at the
well, just before you do
qualifiers.
that, Henry Ogugo is also in the building. Henry, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Victor. Good afternoon to our listeners. Great Sunday, and talk about other sports and what is ours and the Tigers, Formula One and all that stuff. So great to be here.
Okay, Queen.
So talking about the D Tigers, I mean, it's not surprising that they are struggling. I mean, since after that, should I say, flamboyant friendly they had with the likes of Argentina and all before the Olympic Games, they've not really given us that spectacular performance again when it comes to competition. We saw how they struggled in the Olympics. We saw how they struggled also in the Afro basketball competition. And you look at this team, they do well in the first quarter. In the second quarter, they flutter. In the third quarter, they manage a bit. And most times, if their opponent are strong enough, they lose it in the fourth quarter. They've not been stable enough to gather the wins that is needed. And then again, yesterday, just 2 points separating them from Mali. And you begin to think it's not entirely their fault, because a lot of changes happen in this team. This set, you see the NBA guys are in the team. The home base players, or so to say, are left behind. In the next tournament, they call on this ones because the NBA players have to go to their different clubs to represent. And then now again, the same thing. It's a whole lot of things going on. It's either the players are not complete, or it's a different coach handling different players and all of that. So there's a bit of instability in the team, and it's showing in the way they play and the result they garner. But we are hopeful that in their next game, they'll be able to beat Uganda and make it to the World Cup.
Okay, we are hopeful. Henry, now, during the AfroBasket, the D Tigers finished 12th. This was the worst performance ever for Nigeria in that competition. We saw how the Olympics went. Talking about that would just bring back anger and tears and sad memories for some. But what would you link this dip in form to? Because on a normal day, if we face off against Cape Verde, we don't feel Cape Verde don't feel stand the D Tigers, but they beat us well in the last game.
Look, Victor, I think there are a lot of things we have to look at and consider. Now, coming from the Olympics, we took a lot of the new NBA boys, the Chimezie Metus and the likes of Josh Okogie and all of them, the likes. And now going down to the Afrobasket, we couldn't take them because of certain FIBA rules and certain things, and they had to go back to their club sites. Then we went back and decided to wanted to bring back the likes of Ike Diogo and Ben Uzo and co, and they weren't interested because they felt that you only to them you're probably to us we're only probably useful to you when it's the Afrobasket Championship or for the qualifiers, but when it's time for us to go to the main stage internationally, you felt we were not good enough, so why should we honor that? And we also the Afrobasket list, it was novices, new names we've never heard before that prosecuted the Afrobasket Championship. So I don't really want to look that much into their performance because it was a team that was already put together and nothing was expected. Actually, the fact we finished 12th wasn't a surprise to anyone. It shouldn't be because of the squad that was assembled. Now down to this World Cup qualifiers, Ike Diogo, Ben Uzo and co are available. They're actually in this roster for these qualifiers, but now there's a stutter, there's a struggle. Mike Brown handled the previous two competitions, but he's not available now. So it's all about the uncertainties in the team. I think that's what's bringing about this situation now. Now, the main man who should supposedly be our head coach, who should lead us to this championship, the Afrobasket World Cup, the Olympics, when it comes up, he's not available. He can't be available this period. So that is another issue. The team, what's the person now in charge, what sort of input is that person having on the team or in the team? What is the capability? What is his capability? What can he bring to the table? You look at this now, and these players coming in, yes, they are disgruntled and they might feel that we're not giving the respect we deserve. I mean, look, these guys are Afrobasket champions in their own rights. They've won the Afrobasket. Irrespective of the fact they didn't go for the Olympics. So I think it's just the whole debacle, the whole problem with the NBBF, everything. I think it's...
now, I was going to get to that, but I think since you already hinted that, the NBBF, the tussle, the debacle, just like you said, is it a contributory factor to how the team is performing? Earlier this week, I mean, after their loss to Cape Verde, a tweet was put up on the D-Tigers official Twitter handle talking about how there is lack of support from the federation. 3 members of the team were stopped: Ben Emelogu, Jordan Ogudiro, and Owen Oriahi. But eventually, these guys, I think they made it through. Now, the tweet said the D-Tigers had their issues arriving in Angola with lack of federation support. They only had 9 of the 12 roster available today. That was yesterday. Status on Ben Emelogu, Jordan Ogundiro, and Owen Oriaki is doubtful for the next 2 games. Now, we had earlier reported sometimes back that the Ministry of Youth and Sports Development would be in charge of the D-Tigers to the 2023 FIBA World Cup qualifiers first window instead of the NBBF. Now, this was even despite FIBA's letter that he recognizes only Musa Kida as the president. Do you think these issues, this internal tussle, somehow has contributed or has now affected the way the team is performing?
It definitely has. Victor, sorry to digress a bit from sports. We see cases, we see situations, we hear of cases. You hear of child psychologists, of people talking about the fact that a child is from a home where there's a lot of violence. He doesn't long to go home. He or she doesn't long to go home. He doesn't want to go home. Now, a situation whereby in our basketball house in the country that there's in-house fighting, there's issue between the sports ministry and the federation and all that stuff. It's not enticing or conducive for athletes in this sort of situation because you're trying to concentrate on winning and getting the result. But there are internal issues that are stopping you from getting this done. I mean, how do you know who you're meant to deal with? How are we sure that because of the issues that are on ground when we come to camp, that everything that should be the preparations necessary for us to be in camp or come to camp will be done properly? Even normally when things are going smoothly, it's not proper in this part of the world. Talk more of when there are issues, when there's fighting, when there's a lot of uncertainty around everything, it just spoils the whole environment. It brings that air of uncertainty, that air of unwillingness to participate or perform. It causes a lot of issues because your mind as an athlete is not focused. Because, okay, you're not even sure, okay, I'm coming to perform. What is to say I'm going to get my bonuses? What is to say this is going to happen? What is to say this thing that should be done rightly is going to happen? It brings a lot of uncertainty. It brings a lot of issues. I mean, they need off manner of focus, and things like this affect. We see situations. We saw situations whereby when digressing to football, our Super Eagles failed to qualify for the was it 2015 and 2017. After within that period, there were issues between Amaju Pinnick and Chris Giwa, if we do remember. That was shortly after the 2014 World Cup. Yeah. So they were. I mean, sorry. The first was Megari and right. Yeah. So
Megari should be like 2014.
Yes.
Before 2014 World Cup.
Yeah, before 2014. He left just. I think the election was after the World Cup. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. So
after he had they won the Nations Cup. With
no, I think
Stephen.
Our NFF election cycle is usually every World
yes,
Cup.
immediately after they won the Nations Cup, we started hearing suspension, no suspension, political fighting, in-house fighting, basically.
So we see these issues, and it unsettles the players because things are not being done properly. Because the federation should be the one to organize things properly, and things are not being done. And when these things are not being done properly, I mean, it causes a lot of issues. Right. I mean, you're taking part in the World Cup qualifiers, and you only have 9 out of your 12 available players in your roster. It doesn't make any sense.
Like for me, I think it's a huge problem in Nigeria when it comes to federation and all. I think one very few federation that is quite stable should be that of the Wrestling Federation. If you look at the other, you'll be hearing of factional leader, president, this faction not agreeing to this, taking this to a regular court or court of arbitration. A lot of issues happen when it comes to administration of sports in Nigeria generally, and I think it affects the sports generally. Like that's why a lot of leaders, especially when it comes to dictators in the past, they prefer handling some of these their national and treasury, which one of them is sports. They prefer handling it themselves. They create out commissions to actually interface with the coaches and players instead of using the federation or using the sports ministry, because they think that's the best way for them to actually get successes from this particular federation. A typical example saw what happened in the 90s when the former head of state, Sani Abacha, was interfacing directly with the coach of the national team and other sports federation. I think it's quite better in some cases when the executive actually, maybe the president actually interface with the coaches and players themselves. It helps, because if you look at this bureaucracy of Ministry of Sports, someone actually having a favorite candidate that he wants to be the president of a federation, or a cabal trying to push in someone, or people within the system want to still retain power. Before you know it, it affects the mentality and the psychological balance of the entire team. It happens most times in most of our sports, and I think it's a big problem. The earlier we stop this, the better for us. I don't know if we could actually take this off and sports ministry, take this off some of these major players when it comes to basketball, because it's over 2-3 years now they have been this recurrent issue in the Nigerian Basketball Federation. So for me, I think they just need to step down. The interest of the country should supersede and personal interest when it comes to you wanting to rule people. Now it's about rulership and regime, more like you forcing yourself to a federation that you must be either by crook or by hook, either by the court or through election or factional elections. So for me, I think these people should just step down for fresh ideas to come in, so that we'll stop all this factionalization of our sports in the country.
All right, sir.
But Victor, funny enough, it won't stop anytime soon, because these persons are not sportsmen and women. They are just people who, should I say, power from above felt like, because everything in this country is actually politicized, whether we like it or not. These people, these positions are used as a means of settling some of their loyalists for whatever they think they have done during election or bringing them to power. So you see that most times it's all about who support whatever I'm doing, whether it's wrong or right. So that's why they want to plant people who are loyal to them in these positions, not even regarding or not even taking into cognizance what it will mean to the average sport lover out there on the streets. So for me, I think until there is a change of mentality, there is a reorientation of our politicians and leaders over the difference between sports and politics, then I mean we still have a long way to go.
I think I agree with Queen, but in some instances too, we've seen ex-players actually involved in some of these situations, sports federation situations across the country. So for me, I think it's about mentality. It's about politicians actually leaving the system, because some of these people are actually loyalists to different political leaders across the country. It's more like we'll say to you, since we cannot give you sports commissioner or give you a commissioner in our state, we just need to push you to the national face. There's no doubt about that. But for me, I think with time, and if the country, which we believe is headed by the president, actually coming to a ground table with some of these federations, because if we want to move our sports to the next level, we need to come into a common ground where we can actually agree on something. Is that we are pushing the old heads out and bringing in new guys, or we allow the federations to conduct a proper election where everybody will be carried along to avoid factionalization of the whole system?
All right, well, now let's talk about the game today. The D Tigers against the Silverbacks of Uganda. In the last game of the Afro Basket for the D Tigers, they lost to Uganda 80-68. That was 3 months ago. Henry, would the D Tigers have their revenge tonight, or you think it will be back-to-back wins against this team for the Ugandan side?
I mean, I'm banking on the fact that they are more experienced heads. The names we're seeing or hearing now in this roster are names we're used to hearing and seeing in the past. It's not like the roster we saw for the African Afro Basket Championship. So I think it's definitely gives hope, or gives us that hope that they can actually do it. But Uganda are no pushovers. Their basketball has actually been improving for a while now. They've been one of those sides that have been consistently improving on the African continent, and it could potentially be a banana peel for us. I just think we should be careful. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Actually, anything that happens, I think I'll take it like that, and we have to just take it like that, because after the first loss to Cape Verde, I don't think Nigerians are really expecting that much again, or they're just keeping their minds open to any possibility now.
All right, how about you, Queen? Do you think we'll be able to beat Uganda today?
Well, I'm open-minded. I'm not expecting anything, because I mean, at this stage, the Ugandans are high on morale and confidence, given the fact that they've beaten us in Afro basketball competition. So they will feel like they have an edge over us. And also for the D Tigers, it's so to say a call to awakening, to put back to the Ugandans that, yeah, we've been the champions for some time ago. We can still reinstate our level of basketball on you guys. So it's open for both sides, and I think anything can happen, but I'm optimistic for the D Tigers.
All right, anything can happen, but Queen remains optimistic. The Superman in the world of sports, Wisdom Obinna, comes in his prophet apparel, ready to receive the seed.
It's good you're led by the Spirit. Good afternoon to you, Victor. Good afternoon to you listening, to my colleagues here too. It's a pleasure to be here. A lot's going on in the world of sports. Somehow you just get a glimpse of what's going on in England at times when you have your screens on, and somehow we just appreciate excellence. You don't need to, no matter the definition you want to give to it. Sorry, I'm distracting you guys, but of course, excellence doesn't hide. When our music became excellent, we dumped foreign music, so it's the same thing. Excellence definitely doesn't hide. You just have to keep your mouth and your eyes and everything in awe at some of the skills and beautiful displays, quality of the pitch, quality of displays and everything on the screen, and it has, our challenges have boiled down to everything, has gotten down to our basketball too. In Africa, we used to be, or we are still, a force to reckon with in Africa. the setback might just be temporary. But then again, when you get a setback, you go ask yourself some questions. So it doesn't automatically begin, or it doesn't automatically start off something that wouldn't end, or a downward spiral that probably would never, stop. So I hope things change today. I'm really trying to be patriotic. I'm trying to be optimistic too about it. But then again, the D Tigers, they've not inspired confidence ever since the tournament started. And you just have to just look at the two teams we have in Africa, in Nigeria rather now, and you feel for them, because a lot not working locally, and I won't want to be among those who divulge the two, or maybe try to actually take out one from another rather. But they both reinforce each other. We don't have a working league. We don't have a working system. It's either a minister is fighting with the one faction, or one faction is angry with another faction. It doesn't spell well. If not for anything, it doesn't even give us any level of seriousness in the face of our opponents and, of course, our players, especially those coming from the other parts of the world. I hope it's going to be different. But just like Queen said, and even Henry, I even got to listen to Priye too. What we just have to do is be optimistic as a Nigerian. But then again, we know for sure that if they ask us to stick our neck out, or maybe put our money where our mouth is, we'll definitely try our best to make sure that it falls some 100 meters away from where our mouth is.
All right.
Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Cigarette, suelta. Rotate, vuelta.
Before we talk about Formula One on the show, let's talk a little boxing, as a former WBA heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua has dropped to 5th in the latest World Boxing Association rankings. Well, Joshua lost his belt to Ukrainian heavyweight newcomer Oleksandr Usyk in September. However, they have both agreed to a rematch bid for 2022. Reports now indicate that Usyk's dominance in the fight and how the former champion performed may have contributed to the governing body's decision to drop his ranking among the top 10 heavyweight fighters. In preparation for his rematch, Joshua has been on tour of gyms in California and Texas with hopes to improve his fighting. Analysts are expecting a change or addition to his training team as Joshua prepares to improve ahead of that rematch. Meanwhile, Deontay Wilder, who lost his title to Tyson Fury, is now ranked at 6th, number 6 in the world. And Daniel Dubois leads the pack at number 1. Michael Hunter occupies number 2, while Robert Helenius and Hughie Fury are ranked 3rd and 4th, respectively.
Rotate, vuelta. Cigarette, suelta. Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Cigarette, suelta. Rotate, vuelta. De lejos se te ve que tú quieres más, no vamos a parar, dale ya, pega.
So, Wisdom, let me start with you. The WBA heavyweight rankings. We've got Anthony Joshua now 5th in the world. You look at his performance so far. First of all, how important are these rankings?
Unimportant. Maybe for the guys down there who need a good shot, they could then look at the rankings to get a good fight for the guys who are starting off. But for me, for the big boys, it's not important because we know who we want to see fight. 5th or not, Anthony Joshua will face Oleksandr Usyk. 3rd or 4th or 7th, Deontay Wilder will not fight Fury again. He'll probably keep fighting for another maybe 3 or 4 or 5 fights before he gets another title shot. So boxing is not controlled by rankings. From time immemorial, from time past, it's not always been about rankings. It's rather been about who the world wants to see, who is the the box office, who give us a blockbuster fight, who would the world want to focus on, and who has the energy to drive the crowd. That's what matters in boxing. Go back in time. When everybody, not Leon Spinks, when Mike Tyson had that fight with Buster Douglas that he was beating, what was the world looking for? Tyson has fallen. That fight was one of those makeshift fights where you bring in someone to replace somebody for just some few months, like we saw with Anthony Joshua and the Mexican American now. What's that his name? The man with Andy Ruiz Jr. Then the world started picking interest in the second match, in the rematch, because we wanted to say, Tyson has fallen. I mean, can Buster Douglas even do it again? Because, of course, some people still felt it was a fluke. But knocking out Tyson didn't look like a fluke, just like what we saw with Joshua. And Tyson came out gun blazing, and the rest they say is history. So those are the kind of things those are the kind of things that will tickle the fancy of everyone to notice or to look at it. But there are fights you see, this man was beaten. The Joshua Ruiz fight, Joshua did not look like he had any scratch on his body. You could go look at that fight again. Like when they said the fight was over, Joshua was like, what's going on? I mean, why? When he went down. So, but the fight against Alexander Usyk, Victor, his eyes and face will tell you the story. Mm-hmm. So, even me here, because there were some people who were saying the Ruiz fight could have been fixed. There were possibilities that maybe Joshua wanted a heroic story. So he wanted to just lose against Ruiz, who he knows he can come and beat at any time. So there would then be a rematch. He will make more money. My brother and friend now, Eddie Hearn, would find a way to add more bucks to whatever he has in his account. And there you have it. That was the possibility, because when the world noticed, okay, Ruiz has beaten Joshua, we all wanted to see the rematch. Ruiz will beat him again. Very few people continue to say that this is not Joshua, something was wrong. It's either it was arranged or Joshua wanted to just give it to him, or he drank something, or something happened that he was maybe outboxed, or the strategy went wrong. But we saw what happened in the rematch. So it's those kind of scenarios that are the smallest of cases, or the minutest of cases, that you would say, okay, we have a fight that is out of the ordinary, out of the numbers, but usually we humans, we know our numbers, we know who we want to see, we know who poses a real threat. You tell me Saul Canelo Alvarez wants to fight, maybe I'm looking at who else is in the previous weight class where he was in. Ilunga is in the new cruiserweight he joined, and I don't want to see such a fight because the man has conquered that division, But tell me, Canelo wants to fight Golovkin, I'm still interested, even though I'm not among the Golovkin fans, because I think he's been beaten. That's just it. At some point in boxing, your body must tell you stories. Tyson was on for a long time. His body told him stories at some point. He started getting the knocks. Same with Muhammad Ali. Then you start telling yourself you have to quit. But that's all on Golovkin. So I really won't pay attention to this. You can imagine that Usyk is not ranked in the top 10. True. I'm sure that was the report I had. Usyk is not in the top 10.
No, Usyk is.
Okay. What number exactly?
Okay. Alexander Usyk is actually not in the top 15.
Absolutely. So Usyk is not in the top
it's
10.
Andy Ruiz, all right. Yeah.
Usyk is not in the top 10. And he's the WBA heavyweight champion.
Definitely in top 15.
So, what are the rankings telling you? It's not exactly what it seems. And let's also add, ranking points are not exactly definition of true championships won or something. We've seen cases where Belgium was number 1 in football. We've seen cases where Caroline Wozniacki in tennis was world number 1 for a long time, and she didn't win any Grand Slam. We've seen cases where the winners of the top ranking teams and players or athletes are not necessarily championship winners. So it's about points that you actually put in. So there are parameters for these things. So peradventure, these guys didn't deserve to be there. In a case where you have Daniel Dubois, Michael Hunter, bodies I feel can be eaten properly anytime, any day by someone like Usyk who's not even there. So I don't think we should read too many meanings into this one.
Okay. Shouldn't read too many millions into this one. Let's talk some Formula One on the show.
Big tune. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teachers. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be all on my pitas. Oh, Doguni Misha, show you the confirm for your speaker. This time I call chopsticks for assistance. Show we they blow your mind, Afghanistan. Kilometer.
Well, with just 2 races to go, Formula One's title fight is on a knife edge. Red Bull's Max Verstappen heads Mercedes Lewis Hamilton by just 8 points. So the tension keeps building as we take a look at what might just be happening right there at the end of the Formula One season. It has been a really tough one that is very difficult to call. For Lewis Hamilton, a 2021 Formula One title race like no other. The decisive phase, we're finally in it. The world champion, let me start with you, Henry. Can he pull her off? Perhaps the greatest achievement of his career.
I mean, it's possible. It's sports. It's life. The uncertainties that come with life. The beautiful thing about we can't actually say what will happen in those next 2 races. Verstappen could crash and he could have his way and all that stuff. So it is possible. It is possible for Lewis Hamilton to break those records, to still clinch the Formula One title. I mean, there are still 2 races to go, so enormous and wide range of possibilities.
Enormous wide range of possibilities. Well, the title fight has intense with the young pretender initially. That's what he was referred to as Verstappen, genuinely threatening Lewis Hamilton's long-held reign as the championship's #1. But for the most part of the season, Red Bull have had a stronger car, but Mercedes have hung on in there to create a nail-biting showdown, the tightest Formula One has seen since the new point system, which was introduced in 2010. Hamilton and Mercedes have the momentum, having won the last 2 Grand Prix, but it's Verstappen with the lead, 8 points, and the Dutchman is the only one of the 2 who can leave Saudi Arabia as the champion. Now, here's the permutation. If Verstappen wins the next Grand Prix at Saudi Arabia and Hamilton finishes 7th and below, Verstappen wins. If Verstappen wins the next Grand Prix and wins fastest lap and Hamilton finishes 6th and below, Verstappen also wins. If Hamilton wins that one and Verstappen finishes in the podium, then it's all down to the final showdown to now determine who will be going home with the Formula One title. Now, Wisdom, first of all, what do you think has been the motivation for Max Verstappen? This man from nowhere, you want to say, all of a sudden threatening, and the possibility of him winning it is so visible. What would you say has been the motivation for Verstappen and his Red Bull team?
All right, Victor, sorry I was distracted there, but only yesterday. It seems like we had 2 other Yakubus yesterday, but that's by the way. Coming to Formula One, by that I mean, sorry if you're listening, I mean Maupe of Brighton and Aubameyang of Arsenal. So when it comes to Max Verstappen, Victor, motivation is something that is glaring to everyone. He's not won it before. He's not been here exactly. He's not been at this kind of position in his career with anybody, be it Lewis Hamilton or anybody. The man is actually a young chap. You know, he most times we forget that he's still under 23. You know, he's not exactly around the age of Lewis Hamilton, who's had all the experiences, you know, and all that. So I think that's the motivation for me. Getting on the title list as one of those who have tasted the title. Fernando Alonso, even if it was just twice, anytime he comes back, is known as one man who has been champion of Formula One. Jenson Button, Nico Rosberg rather too, who tasted it once in 2016. I don't know if he ran away, but there are some places you're in. There are no conditions for growth, like no opportunities for growth. So just win, because he knew the conditions there with Hamilton. Just win the thing once. Use that to go and look for money in punditry, or tell people I was once a champion, I can do this. And if you earn 80% of what you could have earned, and you earn it in peace, without fighting, without quarreling every day inside the room, because I can imagine the breathtaking arguments within the dressing room when they were trying to arrange strategy. Who would do this? And he will tell you, why do you want to favor him? Oh, he's the lead driver. What does lead driver mean? We are two drivers. Well, we can win this thing. So I'm not sure he would, even the company, I'm not sure they would have wanted to renew his contract. They might have wanted to, since he had won one already. So yes, I really feel that's the motivation for Max. There's records to set, Victor. Statistics is something that we align with these days in our time and generation. You hear you're the first Dutchman since Oli Watkins in 1842 to ever be in second position up until now. You're the first European to taste success without, some of those very funny statistics. So they'll be in his favor, Victor. If that happens, he would be able to write his name in the history books. And Victor, it could be the beginning of greater things. We always talk about tennis, and we talk about the fact that the younger generation are not interested in actually giving the bigger boys a good run for their money, because nobody will hand it to you. You have to earn it, and nobody will give you a grand slam. They don't dash this
and
thing.
It feels like right now, Max Verstappen.
Absolutely.
24 years old.
Yes.
So.
Nobody would hand you anything. Oh, it's 24 already. Nobody will hand you anything. You have to earn it. They can't tell you that you would hand you the French Open title because you have been playing next gen for over 4 years. It is now it's not a reward system. So you have to compete with others, and you have to earn it. It's just like when we say Nigeria can win the World Cup. You have to earn it. You can stay here and love the country and say it, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not about you now. So. You could stay here and like it, but you can't use mouth in Today FM and say we win the world. No, you go out there and compete first, qualify, let us see you. Then you go out there and compete with your mates. I'm a boxer. I am a big boxer. I am big, Victor. For example, Victor is a much taller dude. Victor will say, my height is close to Tyson Fury. I can beat him. No, you don't do it in your backyard.
I can never see that.
Whether I'm asleep,
Victor, you go. You can be bigger than him. You can be Mark Henry, not this Henry here, but Mark Henry in WWE. And you go to that boxing ring and they will blow your body into spare parts. We'll be picking your hand and your leg from different spots. Because you're not trained for it. So you have to earn it. They don't dash you because your weight is big enough, or say no, you're big in your body, which is what makes some of these countries even thrive. Imagine a 23-year-old, a 20-year-old, 19-year-old. There's even this young man. He was in Formula 2 last season. I think he drives for McLaren
Schumacher.
now. Lando Norris. Lando Norris was much younger when he started driving. And look at
Verstappen is the has the record for the youngest.
Absolutely. 17 years of age. So it's not a reward system. In some countries, I won't mention name, it's by age. See, your hand never reach your ear. Go back home. You're not ready to go to school. But there, which is why you can see a 25-year-old becoming a professor. Because it's about merit. It's about what are you doing. So you can be 10 years old and start doing stuff. There's no restriction or barriers to that, because the gray hair of Methuselah has nothing to do with the wisdom of Solomon. So absolutely for this guy, he knows this is in his hands. Victor, if he takes this one, definitely the tides might not have turned completely, but it might be the beginning of greater things ahead for Max Verstappen. If he could do it, you have a faster car, you don't have a faster car, all those stories thrown out of the window, and he kept his focus, and he wins this particular one. You look forward to next year's the 2022 Grand Prix, and he's already one of the bookmakers' favorite. Then he's taking it a notch higher. He gets to win it again, whether it's at knife edge circumstances like we're seeing now, it doesn't matter. He gets to do it right again, and he begins to put his name in history. Michael Schumacher, Fernando Alonso, the great Senna, and the others, they had to get the numbers, not finish second, Not I'm the first 16-year-old. No, you have to win these races, the drivers, not the races, the championships, to be able to get into history. Lewis Hamilton has written his name on the annals of history. Whether he wins any other title or not, Lewis Hamilton is arguably the greatest driver of all time. There's only one man that stands close to him. And of course, we know who he is. The legendary,
that's why he needs to win.
The legendary Schumacher.
If he wins, he surpasses him.
Absolutely. Nobody says he doesn't need to win. But I'm just giving you an example. But Max Verstappen, 30 years from today, keep pushing Hamilton. And my children will not remember who you are. We'll probably not know who won second in World Best of 1990. Yeah. Or maybe World Best of year 2000. Nobody cares. You know, what we'll remember is Messi won in 2010. Whether Wesley Schneider was second or third was not our business. Whether Schneider was so good, it is me and you, Victor, that saw it. We tell our children, hey, Schneider was so good, they robbed Schneider. The child will tell you, please, how many goals did Schneider score? You say, how many assists?
The same way people are doing for Pele now.
Simple. So, no, we did not see Pele, but people just say, how many goals did he score? Where did he score it?
How many Ballon
d'Or? How many Ballon d'Or did he win? Then they use that to judge. So it's the same thing. If you want to get the records, you must be able to get the numbers. And not when it comes to races, when it comes to titles. And Max understands that. He puts lots of pressure on his shoulder. But one thing I know for the young man is, I'm a big fan of Max. He's demonstrated some level of maturity and composure, which is not something, I know he's a bit stubborn and aggressive, but you need that at times. You need some level of violence to get some results, even in faith. For those of you who went to church today, is that not what your pastor said? You need some level of violence to get the results. No, it's true. You need some level of violence. If you're very calm and quiet, Hamilton will keep beating you and keep telling you you're a great competitor. I wish you would have won the race. We love you so much, but you came second. Whether he loves you, you are good. You should have won it. I should have been last. But I won it. You were second. No matter how you patronize the case. So, but he has demonstrated some level of maturity and responsibility, and that is important if you want to come up against people like this. Don't forget, he's not the only one. There are other smarter drivers. Kimi Raikkonen is a smart driver. He might not exactly be getting the results these days. Fernando Alonso is back, even though he's only managed one podium finish. So I really understand the pressure that is on the man, but like I said, he's demonstrated some level of maturity in handling it, and I don't think he'll bottle things up. The only thing I know that can happen is the same two drivers quarrel at the end, fight each other, disqualified from the race.
Okay. I want to see that happen. Just saying. Queen, let me come to you. Now, in other seasons, Hamilton has enjoyed superiority. By this time, we already know Hamilton is winner. But then, looking at this battle, do you think this has affected Hamilton's psyche in any way? More like, at the first half of the season, he said this was one of the toughest he has ever had in his entire career. He started mentioning that he was having ill health, he was dizzy, he was always tired and all, but he still pushed through. The second half of the season, he has found a way to get back into contention for the title, and now it's just 8 points. You know when normally you sabi run, and then in the run with person way, you don't know if this person can run. But as people started running, you realize that, man, this person is let's say they happen now, person don't pass you. I feel like that's what happens with Hamilton. Do you think this is going to affect him mentally going into this one? And if it's affecting him, is it positively or negatively going into the final two races, that is?
It's a good thing that Max Verstappen brought up this level of competition and rivalry to Lewis Hamilton. Yes, it affected his psychic. Previously he had a smooth run. He just cruised to the championship and all of that. He has never ever imagined that, okay, if one day I'm going to have a strong competitor in Max Verstappen. And then this season, gradually, like play. He's seeing it like, oh, if I don't sit up, this 8th championship title might just elude me. And then he realized that, and he went back to the drawing board, sparked up what seems to be the lion in him, and he's awoken. I think the affecting is on the positive, because we saw it in the last race where he was sometimes disqualified, and then he had to start at the 20th position, came back and made it to the 5th position, and then he was grinded and he had to start from 10th position, and he ended up winning the race. That's to tell you that that's one thing I salute about Hamilton. He has a tough mentality. He has that never give up attitude when it comes to racing. He thinks that whatever it takes, I have to make this happen. This is my season. He has got a lot of record going on for him. The most podium finishes, the most win in F1 and all of that. He just need this one to be the all-time greatest. That is breaking the record of Schumacher, which both of them hold now, seventh championship in Formula One. So I think it's all going on to the radar. I like the way it's feeling. Like you said, before now, would have said, oh, it's Lewis Hamilton, no interest most time. But this time around, it's gathering interest because a lot of people who are not following because of the previous antecedent, they feel like, oh, it's Lewis Hamilton as always. And right now, they're hearing Max Verstappen is leading, and we have just 2 races to go. Everybody is keen. The last race, everybody wants to watch to see what happens. Like I enjoyed the last race, the way the Red Bull
Hamilton versus Verstappen. Where does it stand in the great rivalries of Formula One?
I mean, you say it's one of those, especially looking at this season and everything, it's one of those that is definitely up there. We've seen a lot of great rivalries and we've seen a lot of great fights and on the track, and definitely is one of those ones. I mean, only 8 points and you're talking about 2 races left to go. It can change at any minute. So I think it's one of those ones you rank up there, probably in the top 5 or top 10. Look, we might not really necessarily know everything now, but I do think that definitely this is one of those ones up there.
All right, one of the matches, one of the rivalries up there. In 2014, there was that tussle between Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg. It eventually ended with Hamilton as the winner. In 2016, it was Nico Rosberg leading Lewis Hamilton by 19 points, and Rosberg ended up with being the winner of that one. In 2012, Sebastian Vettel led Fernando Alonso by 10 points. Vettel won that one. Another tough rivalry that was, and now it's 2021. Verstappen leads Hamilton. Verstappen leading Hamilton by 8 points. The champion, we wait to see. Okay, so guys, I'm just going to be going round before we go to the phone lines. At the end of the day, who do you think would win? And would it be in the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix next week or the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix that is in 2 weeks' time? Let me start with you, Wisdom.
Well, I don't think it would be easy to pick Victor. If you want to look at it holistically, it would not be easy. But let's just keep our fingers crossed. I don't want, if I say anything now, it will be on who I love, or who I would prefer.
Let's just
keep our fingers
crossed. You said it already.
No, I'm not among those. I'll tell you, Hamilton is an African, so support him because he's an African.
It's not
about Africa. Sorry. Hamilton is a black man. So
okay.
Support him because
I won't say where Hamilton come from.
So he's colored skinned or something. So
okay.
But of course, let's just see how it goes. But in my heart of hearts, I want Verstappen to end up champion this season.
Okay. Queen, I know who you want to say.
Well, you don't know exactly what I want to say.
Now, when people watch, especially ladies now, I mean, it's becoming a norm. When they watch Formula One, you know, and they are about Hamilton. They want to see him without the helmet. And hey, Hamilton! I've seen Queen do it severally. You see, I've seen him do it severally.
That's the problem. This is the problem.
You don't want to watch, you know,
this is the problem.
Hamilton is with his helmet. You need to see his face now. His one is about to end. He will not come and watch. Well, anyway, let's just hear from you, Queen. Who will win? Is it Verstappen or your one true love, Hamilton?
Well, I think the race will go down the radar to get to the last race. Like I said, I'm open-minded because these two persons have worked really hard this season. But like you said, in my heart of heart, I want Hamilton to win.
Okay. And Henry, how about you?
May the best man win.
Oh, boy, choose something.
I want Verstappen to win. Maybe a little bit of a change. Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's go to the phone lines now and get to hear from you. We've talked about the D Tigers on the show. They are going to be facing Uganda later today. They won Mali yesterday, 72-70. They lost their first game to the Islanders nation, talking about Cape Verde. And if they win Uganda, or can they win Uganda, who beat them in their last game of the Afro Basket? We talked about boxing just a little with Anthony Joshua dropping in the WBA rankings. He's now 5th in the rankings. And then Formula One, Max Verstappen versus Lewis Hamilton, the title race. Would it go down to the wire? We've got the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix next week, and we've got the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. That's in 2 weeks' time. Who do you see winning the Formula 1 2021 season? Let's go to the phone lines and hear from you. 0817 0000951. Hello. Good afternoon.
Yeah, happy Sunday to you all in the studio.
Happy Sunday, Stella West. Welcome.
Yes, when you look at this race, it's very dicey. But I know the constructor, if Mercedes can, do their homework very well, because when you pit, when you are not supposed to pit, it affects the race sometimes. So what the constructor should help Hamilton very well to know when to call him to pit. That is one of the technicalities that can make you to lose. When you are not supposed to pit, they call you to pit. And if you find out sometimes when the constructor call him to pit, he will be communicating with them that he can still manage, but they will order him to pit. And sometimes it makes him to lose the race. So I think I wish Hamilton success. I want him to win the race. Because when you look at the way he has done, winning that last race made him to come into contention again.
Yeah.
And the Arab nation tournament sometimes favors him. The two races, Abu Dhabi and
Saudi Arabia.
So I think those 2 races, I wish him luck and I want him to win.
Okay. Thank you so much, Stella West. Pro Hamilton right there. Believes the man. He wants him to win. Let's hear from you. 0810 9510 951. I take that again. 0810 9510 951. Or you can also reach us on the other number. It is 0817 0000 951. 0817 0000 951. Alternatively, you could choose to send in your text or WhatsApp messages to 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. Before we go on, let's run through some of the games being played right there in Europe.
They come from for talking like the
Well, in the Italian Serie A, we've got Udinese and Genoa is currently goalless in that game. While in the La Liga Santander, Levante are 1-0 up against Real Betis. 7 minutes on the clock, and Levante have already gotten the lead. In France, Saint-Etienne and PSG are playing out a 1-1 draw. PSG did, or rather, Saint-Etienne took the lead in the 23rd minute. Dennis Bouanga had the player sent off in the 45th minute, and then Marquinhos connected well with Lionel Messi's pass to equalize for the Parisians. So it is 1-1. Sergio Ramos, Messi, Neymar, Mbappe all playing in that game, and we're already in the second half. 49 minutes already on the clock. Well, that's that for the games being played. Later by 3 p.m. we've got Brentford taking on Everton in the English Premier League. We'll be giving you the lineup of these matches pretty soon. Burnley against Tottenham Hotspur, and Leicester City would face Watford. Manchester City versus West Ham United. By 5:30, it is the Super Sunday clash between the European champions Chelsea and the UEFA Europa League finalists Manchester United. In the La Liga, Espanyol will take on Real Sociedad by 4:15 p.m. Cadiz will face Atletico Madrid by 6:30, and by 9 p.m. it will be Real Madrid up against Sevilla. In the Italian Serie A, AC Milan against Sassuolo comes up by 3 o'clock. Spezia would face Bologna by the same time, and Roma versus Torino is by 6 p.m. while Napoli would lock horns with Lazio. In Germany, Eintracht Frankfurt and Union Berlin by 3:30 p.m. And later on, we will be having RB Leipzig taking on Bayern Leverkusen by 5:30. In the French Ligue 1, 3 p.m. We've got like 5 or 4 games right there in France. Bordeaux will face Brest. Lorient versus Rennes. Monaco up against Strasbourg. Reims versus Clermont-Foot. Montpellier versus Lyon, and Marseille against Troyes.
Learn from the teachers. I don't take for the game, she no pizzas. I decide bad mind from a distance.
Well, the phone lines are still open. 0817 00 951 and 0810 9510 951. Let's talk about the Ballon d'Or before we go to the games being played and the ones played yesterday. Ceremony, one of the most anticipated events in the football world, first given out in 1956, presented by the French weekly magazine France Football to the best footballer of the year. Well, the prestige of the Ballon d'Or is such that the editor-in-chief of France Football, Pascal Ferre, recently revealed that Cristiano Ronaldo once confessed to him that his core aim is to have won more Ballon d'Or awards than Lionel Messi by the time he retires. Well, this is according to Madrid-based Daily Marca. Well, the 2021 edition of the Ballon d'Or is the 65th award ceremony. The men's and women's Ballon d'Or winners will be crowned at a gala event at the Chalet Theatre in Paris tomorrow, being the 29th of November. Well, the event will also hand out the Copa Trophy, given to the best men's player under 21, and the Yashin Trophy handed to the best goalkeeper. The last men's Ballon d'Or winner is the Argentine skipper Lionel Messi, who in 2019 picked up his 6th award, the most in the awards history. The 2020 Ballon d'Or award was a few shades stranger than Cantona's speech, not because it was cancelled due to COVID-19, but because it was cancelled even though most of the football world knew that one player stood head and shoulder and hips above his peers and most deserved the honor, talking about the Polish striker Robert Lewandowski. Well, since then, Levy was robbed has become a staple argument in many conversations among football enthusiasts. Now, we've got a 30-man shortlist for the 2021 ceremony. That was announced on the 8th of October. There have been debates everywhere, even right here in the studio, in bars, in barbershops, everywhere, as to who will go home with this year's award. Now, the 30-man shortlist includes the likes of Robert Lewandowski, Lionel Messi, Kylian Mbappe, Karim Benzema, Pedri, Jorginho, Kevin De Bruyne, Ruben Diaz, Giorgio Chiellini, Leonardo Bonucci, Nicolo Barella, N'Golo Kante, Gianluigi Donnarumma, Bruno Fernandes, Phil Foden, Erling Haaland, Harry Kane, Simon Kjaer, Romelu Lukaku, Riyad Mahrez, Lautaro Martinez, Luis Suarez, Neymar, Cristiano Ronaldo, Raheem Sterling, Mohamed Salah, Gerard Moreno, Mason Mount, Cesar Azpilicueta, and Luka Modric. Those are the 30 nominees. Now, however, out of the 30, I have, just cut it down based on what I feel. I might be wrong, so the guys will tell me if I'm missing any player from what I believe might be the top 5, because we can't really look at the statistics of each of them, the 30 of them. I think that will take us way past the hour of 6 p.m. So, cutting it down to 5? Yeah, 5. Robert Lewandowski, let's make it 6. Robert Lewandowski, Lionel Messi, Karim Benzema, Jorginho, N'Golo Kante, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo was not there initially. I just put Ronaldo just so that Ronaldo will be there. You know, now we're going to be assessing.
You don't even believe in him.
I don't believe in Ronaldo. I don't believe that Ronaldo will win,
okay.
But people will believe. So let me just put what based on popular belief. that have not yet been spoken. Well, in 2021, Karim Benzema registered an impressive tally of 42 goals and 14 assists. He was also among the French team that won the UEFA Nations League. However, his failure to win a major tournament stands against him, as the Nations League is not considered to be a serious competition by many. Last year, ex-Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger said we need to get rid of the Nations League and find clearer events that everyone understands. Well, Benzema's chances of winning this one may also be hampered on the basis of morality. As on Wednesday, a court right there in France found the French forward guilty of complicity in attempted blackmail against his French teammate Mathieu Valbuena, according to The Guardian in the UK. So, guys, Karim Benzema, looking at the man first of all, can he clinch it? He's received support from the likes of Thierry Henry, Zinedine Zidane, and even tennis star Rafael Nadal following that tremendous year he's had with Real Madrid. Henry, Karim Benzema, what is the possibility of the man winning the Ballon d'Or?
I mean, when you look at Benzema, you look at the stats, you look at his performance this calendar year, and you be like, yeah, his numbers are among the best, is up there, and definitely should be one of the favorites. But I think you have to look at a situation whereby Real Madrid had a difficult season. He didn't win anything serious. There were issues with basically the Real Madrid squad, because a lot of people don't necessarily pay much attention to national team football, except it's a World Cup year, or most likely the European Championship that was hosted earlier this year, and France didn't necessarily do as well as we all expected, or they should have. So I think all that culminates to hindering Benzema and reducing his chances, or any chance he had of actually winning the Ballon d'Or. So I do think that he has a decent chance, but I don't think he will be one of my favorites for the Ballon d'Or. I don't think he will be the winner. Let me not say one of the favorites. He will be the winner of the Ballon d'Or.
Okay, well, just before we go on, the game between Burnley and Tottenham has been postponed due to heavy snow. Winter is here. That's all you can say. So due to heavy snow, there will be no game at Turf Moor today, postponed till further notice. Wisdom. Now, Karim Benzema has always been around the, always getting some records, getting the goals, but somehow he has never won this award. During the last Ballon d'Or, he was not even the 2019 Ballon d'Or. He didn't even make the top 10. I don't think he did that even in 2018 as well. What must Benzema do to be recognized? What does the man have to do to be recognized?
He has to be the best in the year, and he has to be better than everybody. You look at the goals he scored, there's somebody who has scored more than him. You look at the assists he's given, there's somebody who has more assists than him. 42 goals he scored. Robert Lewandowski has more than that. 14 assists he has. Someone has more than that. One UEFA Nations League you won. Someone has won Copa America, won what other title did he go? Copa America and Serie A for Lautaro Martinez. You look at Jorginho, he's even won the Euros and of course the Italian Serie A. So there's always somebody who is doing better than him. That's just it. You can be very good in your generation and you have somebody who is far better than you. Maybe if you were in the last generation, you would have probably won lots of awards. But because you're in the generation where you've got people who are better, perhaps if Alexander Zverev, for example, I'm going back to tennis, was in maybe the generation of the 90s or the 80s, perhaps Pete Sampras would have allowed him win one. After Pete Sampras could only manage 7. So you look at that, or 14 rather. So you look at that and you want to believe that Benzema is not a bad player, but he's not exactly being the best every year. That's it. Like I said, goals, he's not the best. Assist, he's not the best. Trophies won, he's not the best. So just because you're the marksman of Real Madrid doesn't make you the world best player.
All right, N'Golo Kante, the French midfielder, was crucial in Chelsea's Champions League triumph last season, claiming UEFA's Player of the Match award in both semi-final legs against Real Madrid as well as the final against Manchester City. He also won the UEFA Super Cup with Chelsea, but registered only 2 goals and 1 assist in 2021. And for Jorginho, well, in 2021, the Italian midfielder scored 8 goals and had 3 assists. He won the Euros, won the Champions League and won the UEFA Super Cup, and also won the UEFA Player of the Year. While Jorginho ends the year with much silverware to his name, his individual performance for either club or country might be the question mark as regards if the man can win it. Queen, the Chelsea duo, N'Golo Kante and Jorginho, what chance do they stand?
Victor, the truth is that I really do not know the criteria for awarding the Ballon d'Or to any player, and it makes me feel like it's just individual likeness towards a particular player.
I mean, when you compare the list based on your performance, then we have
if you talk about performance,
managers and captains.
That's what I'm saying. If you talk about performance on the pitch, a whole lot of persons are head and shoulder high above N'Golo Kante and Jorginho. I mean, looking at Robert Lewandowski in 2021, he scored a whopping 64 goals. Then you look at Mbappe, he had 45 goals and 22 assists. He won a couple of trophies too, so it's not looking like this though had won trophies and all of that. But I
they don't play in the same positions.
I know,
and they don't need numbers.
And that is even why
position.
these persons are even heads and shoulder high above them, because I mean we're looking at their performances in their teams. I know that they had quite brilliant performance in Chelsea, brilliant performance for Jorginho at the Euros 2020. But let's not forget that is not just all about it. Like I said, it still boils down to who the captains, the coaches, those that are voting, their favorite. And for some reason, I don't think that they are entirely the favorite of these persons who are voting.
So you don't think that these guys stand a chance?
They have a slim chance of winning.
Well, Victor,
Jorginho is the UEFA player of the year.
Victor, for me, Jorginho might not, if he doesn't make the top 3, it is because he missed the penalty. That's me being frank. If he doesn't make the top 3, it's because he missed the penalty. Italy versus Switzerland. That would be what would probably turn, because
against Switzerland.
Yes, it was 1-1 it ended, and that pushed them into the playoff, because the second match they drew when they could have actually sealed things up with that penalty if he had scored the penalty towards the latter stages of that game. But ordinarily, Jorginho and N'Golo Kante are better than Kylian Mbappe for me in 2021. That is for me. Kylian Mbappe might have the numbers, but his position is a position of the numbers. Jorginho's position is not a position of the numbers. But because Jorginho propelled his team from the middle to win the Italian Serie A, whether you tell me to win the Euros. Okay. And of course the Champions League. N'Golo Kante,
was it about him alone?
No, I'm coming. It was not also about Mbappe alone. It was not also about Mbappe.
But talking about the performance, we had Verratti in that team that did everywhere.
We also had Verratti in that team, in that PSG team. So it's not about Mbappe. That's what I'm saying. I will not put Mbappe there. I like Mbappe, but Mbappe would definitely not be at the same level with N'Golo Kante and Jorginho. And my reasons are clear. N'Golo Kante, propeller. Even if he came in towards the later stage of the Champions League, he did his business and he did it clean for Chelsea. Muscled people when he needed to muscle them out and got the job done. Jorginho did all he could do when it comes to the passes, and of course he delivered the job. I mean, who do you like most? The man who delivers the goods. Even if he's not a goal scorer, he did well in the middle. Yes, you can talk about Marco Verratti. I can go on and call everybody in that team, Spinazzola, Chiesa. I can call all the players in that team who contributed, which is why Gigi Donnarumma was even voted, because in the Italian national team, most times, go back to Fabio Cannavaro. Cannavaro won the World Cup, was voted as the men's player of the year. Cannavaro was not a goal scorer. The Italian national team was always built to be a team of everybody. You can't always mark out one man and say, no, you are the stellar performer, whether up front or even when we had Di Natale and the others playing. When we had, I think, maybe you can just say it stopped around the days of Roberto Baggio, because even when we had Totti, in that particular team, Totti was not the best player, So, but ordinarily for me, Victor, Jorginho and N'Golo Kante would definitely. I mean, reacting to the EU reeling out their what they've done. I don't want to go into goals and assists. N'Golo Kante only had 2 goals and 1 assist or thereabout, But he won the Champions League, he won the UEFA Super Cup. We saw his input for the Chelsea team, even though, like I said, injury was not very fair to him. This other guy
won the Nations League.
I don't count that one though, but of course, 8 goals, 3 assists. If you want to look at goals and assists, Jorginho and Mbappe cannot be in the same sentence because 8 goals and 43 or 44 goals, they are not mates now. So, but this guy is not a goal scorer, and I would not join the caliber of footballers or football fans that will just tell you it's about the numbers for the,
if it's
the
about the
midfielder.
numbers, we saw
Cannavaro shouldn't have been the best player in
even
2006.
last season, it was so close between the last time the Ballon d'Or was held, that is in 2019. It was so close between Lionel Messi and Virgil van Dijk. Lionel Messi had 24.4% of the vote. Virgil van Dijk had 24.1% of the vote. So Van Dijk could have
and it's not by the numbers because Van Dijk didn't have the numbers. It was just the missing puzzle in the Liverpool defense. So it's the same thing. I think for me, Kante and Jorginho, like I said, I might not put Kante in the top 3 though, but of course you never can tell how these things pan out. But for me, the reason why Jorginho will not win it is because he missed that penalty. Sorry, he won't even make the top 3. Probably. I think he will though. But if he doesn't make the top 3, it was just because of that penalty and not because of his individual contribution. Because take it or leave it, like him or hate him, he played a major role in Chelsea winning the Champions League. He played a major role in
and he
Italy
is not the
winning the
standout
trophy.
performer in those two.
Who was the standout performer in Chelsea's midfield?
In those two
who was the standout performer in Chelsea's midfield?
He was not the standout performer.
If it's not Kante, it's not Jorginho. It's who?
I'm talking about Jorginho.
No, in the Chelsea. No, I'm coming. In the Chelsea team that won the Champions League, who was the standout performer in the midfield if it's not Kante or Jorginho?
It's Kante
Good.
for me.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about Kante. I'm talking about Jorginho.
He mentioned 2 people.
Yeah.
And for me, it's not only Kante because Kante was not consistent the whole season. Injuries were not fair to Kante. Jorginho was very consistent. When he came in, we can't even forget. Let's forget the previous season. Consistency was where Jorginho for me beat Kante to it. Then when it comes to the Italian national team, you tell me he's not the only one that did it. That is your own job. But Jorginho in that midfield was stellar. His performance was out there.
You couldn't take the ball from him in the Euros.
Absolutely.
He was unplayable actually. He was actually the one stringing the things
You
together.
pour that on top of what he did for Chelsea. You pour that on top of what he did in the preliminary games. The Panenka penalties he was scoring until he lost the Panenka, probably to someone from Panama or something. But somehow, you just have to give it to this man. He might not win it. Winning it is a different question. We'll get to that, I'm sure. But as per Jorginho and N'Golo Kante being in top 5, top 10, I would definitely say that they deserve to be there. They might not be the best, but I would not use the numbers to probably classify. I mentioned Mbappe because I like Mbappe. I think he's going to be a Madridista soon, but Mbappe should not be there because it's not always about. That's why I was having an argument with someone about Ronaldo earlier today, and you're telling me Ronaldo is not the problem or something. I'm not saying he's the problem or he's not the problem, but all I'm saying is if you're a leader and you're the only one getting all the awards, you're the only one that are giving and all your team members are dying, you're not a leader, you're a failure. That's what I think. So if Jorginho was there and they were winning, Mbappe was there scoring and none of them won anything significant, then of course he doesn't deserve to be there.
Okay, well, we move on to Robert Lewandowski. The Pole scored 54 goals and made 10 assists in 2021. He also won the Bundesliga, the Club World Cup, and the DFL Super Cup. Last season, Lewandowski set a new Bundesliga single-season goals record on match day 34, netting his 41st goal of the campaign to surpass Gerd Muller's 49-year-old record of 40 goals. Well, there's no doubt that Lewandowski would have won the award in 2020 had it not been controversially cancelled by France Football. But with 180 journalists voting on the Ballon d'Or, there may be a large number of them who believe that Lewandowski's 2020 performance should be recognized with the 2021 award. Don't you think so, Henry?
There could be some talk about that because when we
people say they waiting they do for 2020. No,
but
good.
let's start from this fact that even if you remove just the 2020 performance, even 2021 is still outrightly the best. You can make a case for Lewandowski and say he's the best. He's the most consistent of everybody you're calling in that list. Be it in the Bundesliga, be it in the Champions League, be it in his national team, he is the most consistent of them all. And you have to make a case for him, irrespective of, even if you don't want to add the 2020. And most times when we call these awards, definitely these awards are for the calendar year, but we tend to, most times, because of the season ends midway through the year, and that season actually started midway through last year, the previous year, we tend to also try and include
Yeah.
What happened in the first part of the season? That also plays in our minds as human beings, as people who watch football, who love sports. So I do think that definitely some of his achievements last year will come into play here, Lewandowski. And I do think that will give him a greater edge than he already has.
Okay.
Above every other participant, every other contestant. Look, Lewandowski, I think this has to be his year. The numbers say it, the performance says it, the man he is says it. I mean, you can't make any case against him not winning it, and you can make tons and tons of cases. You can make you can literally write a whole epistle on Lewandowski winning the Ballon d'Or, why he should win it. So I think he is the odds-on favorite for me, and I think he should be the one to win it.
All right, Queen. They say destiny can be delayed, but cannot be changed. Would Robert Lewandowski's destiny be delayed for another 1 year, or you think now is the time for him to achieve or get to that destiny point?
Victor, I have always said it when it comes to this Ballon d'Or thing. I am not totally convinced. Yes, it's glaring that Robert Lewandowski should win this one. It's glaring. It's been there. It's been coming. He's been fighting for this thing. It is.
Yeah. It's not.
It is glaring.
It's not. It's a fight between him and one other person, so it's not.
That's what we say. But when it comes to the statistics currently, it is glaring.
That's why it's a fight between him and
You're saying it's a fight between him and one other person.
Who is the one other person?
His name is El Messias.
You see, in this 2021, you put Lewandowski with.
It's not glaring.
No offense to Messi.
If Messi wins the Ballon d'Or, I will not be shocked.
I won't be shocked if he wins it.
So if you wouldn't be shocked, that's why it's not glaring.
Because we know what
that's
goes
why
on.
it's not glaring now.
It is not a vote of statistics and who is the best at the moment. That is my fear. If it were to be, look at the statistics, these are the criteria for you to vote. Messi wouldn't even make it to top 2 or top 3. Let me say, maybe you might be at that top 3 rate, but my friend, he won't make it winning the Ballon d'Or because it's quite clear what Robert Lewandowski has done since 2020. Okay, let's even keep aside 2020, 2021.
Keep aside 2020.
Of course.
The year in focus.
Yeah.
The year in focus is 2021. And in 2021, Robert Lewandowski has swept everything. He's been consistent. He's been scoring goals. His team is winning. They are up there. So I don't think there's any way Lionel Messi should come into the picture contending with Robert Lewandowski, if not the fact that it just has to be the voters, their favorites, who they cherish most, and all of that. And believe you me, a lot of these persons will want to give it to Messi because they want him to be head and shoulders high above Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, that's the bone of contention here, because there's no way you mention Lionel Messi and you will not mention Cristiano Ronaldo. So a lot of persons, even in the world of football, there is this love and affection more towards Lionel Messi than for Cristiano Ronaldo. So I think those are just the criteria. If they would speculate to say, fine, we're giving you a criteria. Look at the year in focus. Look at the performances of these players. Look at their statistics. Then cast your vote. My friend, Lewandowski will have 50% of the vote. No doubt. For me, I think he should be given it. He was robbed in 2020. Let these voters have it's not like a pity on him, but commend his effort. This is the reason this young man is putting all of the effort that he can. Scores goes like it's no man's business. So I think it's his year. He should just get this one and probably have a rest. And retire peacefully when the time comes.
Well, Victor, we didn't get to Messi, but we had to call him out. Robert Lewandowski, for me, is it 54, 64 goals now?
64.
That
in 2021.
That he's been able to actually score 10 assists in 2021. I mean, won the Bundesliga, a Club World Cup, DFL Super Cup. Brilliant. You know, I must really put it out there that he's shown himself to be a true striker, a great one at that. I mean, consistency is second to none for this man. There is no doubt that he would have won the Ballon d'Or in 2020 had it not been controversially cancelled by French football. And I don't think that's robbery. That's just because they had to cancel it. No other person took it in his stead, though. But it's a tight race this year. It looks like Lewandowski has an edge, but it depends on where you're coming from. I think Lewandowski would win it on the premise of his performances would be viewed from the records, the goals, and the trophies won in Europe, which are crucial enough in the eyes of those who probably be casting the vote. Let's not forget, this Ballon d'Or belongs to France. We make it a world thing because it's world best player.
It's French football. It's French football.
Yeah, French football. So it belongs to France, ordinarily. So I think that would be the one strong reason why Levy might win it. But Victor, can I go to Lionel Messi?
Let's go to Lionel Messi. But Lionel Messi, the man in 2021 scored 41 goals and registered 14 assists. He won the Copa del Rey with his former club Barcelona, led Argentina to their first silverware since 1993, winning the Copa America, where he was also named player of the tournament and won the Golden Boot. Now, at the Copa America, he had the joint most goals, that's 4. He created the most chances, 21, had the most goal contributions, 9, assisted 5, shots 28, and shots on target 11. A typically influential showing, which this time resulted in the silverware. So, Wisdom, would it be 7th heaven for Lionel Messi?
Well, I won't be shocked, I tell you, Victor, if Messi picks this one. Messi was good with his club, fair enough. They won the Copa del Rey. He was good with his country. They won the Copa America. And did he get the numbers, boy? He did. I know he's maybe behind Lewandowski and the others, 41 goals and 14 assists. So he was decent also with the numbers, And I think it's within touching distance for Lionel Messi, even if he's relatively slow start to life at PSG, has not exactly made it that easy for those who definitely be picking him now. So I really think he's a strong contender. He might also have that edge, Victor, especially when it comes to his national team performances. He might really have that edge too, to an extent. But Lewandowski's numbers make it look like it's just going to be too hard to push him out. But I would tell you the truth. Lionel Messi is a strong contender. In the end, it boils down to the three of them, Jorginho, Messi, and Lewandowski. Except Kante decides to push Jorginho off. I think it boils down to three of them. And Messi would lose it only because Lewandowski got the job done for European trophies. Club World Cup in his club now. Club World Cup, DFL Super Cup, German Bundesliga. But Lionel Messi struggled with Barcelona to an extent. Copa del Rey is not enough for a Barcelona. They couldn't pick the La Liga title. They struggled, really, really struggled. And it was all about Messi, which is why what I always say, that you can be good, but if your team is failing, you'll be taken as a failure too. Not exactly that you'll be taken as a failure, but you might not get those awards and those numbers. Yes, for example, what was his name now? Jack Grealish did well with Aston Villa. But there was no way Jack Grealish would have been voted PFA Player of the Year. No matter how much you want to look at it. There's no how Jack Grealish would have been voted the best player in England, even though his team had all the numbers. What I mean by his team is his Aston Villa side. So really, that's it for Messi. His team struggled, even though he had all the numbers. And I think that might just be his greatest undoing here. But is it within touching distance? Yes, it is. His competition would have to be Lewandowski. Between him and Lewandowski, I would not easily stick out my neck and say it would be this person, which was why I say it's not glaring that it would be Lewandowski. Neither is it glaring that it will be Lionel Messi, because some of the Messi fans are celebrating, while some of the Ronaldo fans are already crying. There's no need to cry yet. He has not won it yet. And the chances for him to win it too are not as obvious as it used to be in the past. But Victor, kudos must go to these two guys. Lewandowski is arguably the greatest striker in the last 10 years in football in Europe. Yes, there's arguably, I said, because you can mention Aguero and the others, but for me, he has been. But Lionel Messi picking his first Copa America, Victor. I mean, first international trophy for forget those under 20, those things. That's I don't want to use that word on air, but it's sort of a nonsense. But under 20 means nothing for me. The main thing is you've done something with the Argentine national team. After all, I can mention players who have won under 17 World Cups. How many players have won under 17 World Cups in the world? But we don't use that to judge. So Messi winning under 20 does not mean anything. But he's won Copa America now. International trophy with Argentina. That's a big shift. I remember when Ronaldo won the Euros with Portugal. It was a big talk in that he actually picked that one. So yes, I think that could make it really something. That's like the African Cup of Nations, that he managed to steal. So it's a big deal. But we'll see how it goes, Victor. But I really believe it's going to be a tough fight between him and Lewandowski. I don't see 50%. It should be something slim. Maybe Jorginho might get 15%. Messi and Lewandowski might share 32, 30 something, but it will be close. Whoever wins it at the end of the day.
All right, Queen, looking at the individual performance now, individually, leave aside what you want for your club. Messi he broke quite a number of records based on, I just reeled out just at the Copa America, joint top scorer, created most chances, most goal contributions, most assists, most shots taken, most shots on target. Do you think with that, Messi has a slight advantage over Robert Lewandowski?
Well, if you're looking at individual performances right now, a lot of players will come to the picture. You've got, that's quite amazing. Some of these performances that you had reeled out for Lionel Messi, yes, they will come to play. Maybe it will have an edge over Robert Lewandowski this time around, because if you look at Robert Lewandowski at the national stage, he's really got not much to show for it, But another one who will come in the picture for that will be maybe Cristiano Ronaldo. He's got the numbers going for him when it comes to scoring goals. He's broken almost every record that there is to be broken in the world of football. So, like I will still say, it still boils down to who wants to vote, the individuals, what they want to see, or what they have seen that entices them over these players.
All right.
For me, like I said, I think it should be Robert Lewandowski. Okay. There shouldn't be any need for he won Copa America for the first time since 1993. It's been expected of him over how many years?
All right.
So it's not really entirely new. He didn't do it at the break of when he needed to do it. So it wasn't when he was expected to do it.
But he won it.
But he won those awards.
Yes, like I said, for me, it's nothing spectacular. It's not like
winning the Nations Cup is not spectacular
for me. For Lionel Messi.
But Ronaldo's one was spectacular.
When Ronaldo won Euros
for Portugal,
look at the team that he worked with.
Were there no good players in the team?
You said they are good players, so they are good
you
players.
You can't use sentiments.
And I'm not using sentiments
of
now.
Messi having a good team in the past. Did everybody have good team? Did everybody have good players and teammates with Ivory Coast, but couldn't win anything? But we cannot use all those sentiments like, you've been failing since. That's not our business.
That's
this
what I'm
2021,
saying.
You won it.
That's what I'm
supposed
saying.
to win it in 1990. But you've been winning world best. He's been winning world best since
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say it shouldn't be a criteria, because all this while, even without winning whatever for Argentina, he still won the award. So it shouldn't be a criteria.
If you win the AFCON,
it shouldn't be an edge. It shouldn't be an edge why he should be given Ballon d'Or against Robert Lewandowski.
Okay. All right, no problem. And just to add, so we mentioned, I heard the name of Cristiano Ronaldo pop up. Do you think he has any chance in this life and in the next to come?
No.
For this particular year's Ballon d'Or, Henry?
No.
Okay. Have any notable mentions from the ones that I've reeled out? Is there any name that you feel perhaps could just put up a fight? Mo Salah,
Benzema,
I mentioned Benzema.
Yeah.
I mentioned N'Golo Kante, Jorginho, Lewandowski,
Put up a
and
fight.
Messi.
Put up a fight against who?
To win,
Against
now we can
who?
just
Because
Messi
Messi is putting up a fight.
What I mean is there any other name from the 30 that
are we singling out any
Ronaldo
other
is in that list of those who can fight for it.
Hi.
to win?
Wait, yes now. Yes now. Wait. Oh, that's the problem. Like I'm still
Win
saying,
now.
it's about who loves who wants to
But
vote
it
for
shouldn't
who.
be based on love. It's based on
But that is the thing that plays out.
Ronaldo, you could say his numbers are decent, but frankly speaking, if there's anybody that's probably one of the biggest Ronaldo fans, it has to be
Messi
me.
Mount is ahead of Ronaldo.
It has to be me.
Messi Mount is ahead of Ronaldo for me on this one.
My brothers used to stroke me when I was small that I'll happily clean his shoe, or where he's like they used to stroke because I loved the guy so much growing up because he was a big inspiration as a footballer. Look, Ronaldo does not. No offense to him, he doesn't deserve it this year. He doesn't.
Okay. Well, Queen.
But
playing that devil's advocate, let's hear your case for Ronaldo.
Now, my case for Ronaldo is this. In 2021, he won Coppa Italia and Super Coppa Italia,
He
right?
was Serie A top scorer. Let me
He
help
was
you.
not
he
even
wasn't.
just that.
He was Serie A
Then
top scorer.
in 2021
He won the golden shoe.
He won
in the Euros.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm helping you with that.
But he's had quite a successful 2021.
Continue.
He's surpassed every.
Broke international record of goals.
Wait, now
Are those not okay? Thank God you're the one reading about. Are those not criteria for winning? The only undoing for Cristiano Ronaldo is that the teams that he has been with have sort of been struggling. They've not recorded much success. Yes, I know that's where you stand. That's
Okay.
it.
So,
but if you say on individual
Juventus,
level,
you think
if you say at the individual level, he still has a stand.
Alright, so you're with Cristiano Ronaldo. Wisdom, you made a statement that Messi Mount is ahead of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yes.
Please back up. You can't just say there's something that you can't just say.
I can't just throw it out.
You need to have a story to follow.
First of all, Ronaldo did well this season to an extent. If you want to look at it from the numbers he's got, of course. When I said Messi Mount, I was just kidding. Messi Mount actually won the Champions League, basically, not too much.
And the Super Cup.
But for Ronaldo, of course, I was helping her too there because I know he had things individually. Ronaldo was the top scorer in the league. Ronaldo was the golden boot winner in for Euro 2020.
He
was also the top scorer in the Euros. Absolutely,
record.
He was also international man, beating Ali Day's record. He was still in this year.
Yeah.
So he did well enough. I can't leave out Super Coppa Italiana and the others because, of course, I called Coppa del Rey when it comes to Messi. So Ronaldo definitely has something. But Victor, is it enough to push him into the top 3 or top 4? There's something Queen mentioned now, and I think most times in football we lose touch of that reality. But it helps you get the records most times. Check who and who have tasted success in most trophies or in most years. It's not just about your individual contributions. Your individual contributions, yes, they are there. But what did it also do for your team? Now, but for Ronaldo, individually, you're not the best. You might have won all those top scorer and this. What did you do in Europe? Because this is more like a European thing. What did you do in the whole of Europe? The top scorer, you were not the top scorer in Europe. Assist, you were not the highest assist in Europe. The only thing you had that was European was not even performance with your national team, which is 0. Because as I'm talking to his national team, are even struggling to make it to the World Cup, which is the same thing they had in the Euros. They didn't do well in the Euros. So even though he had the numbers, so the Euros, I was the top scorer in the Euros, is the only thing you can come out and say, this is what I did as a thing for the national team. Make no mistake about it. I respect Ronaldo a lot. I'll still say it because he works really hard. But ordinarily, for this particular one, Ronaldo did not do well. She said something, and of course, Queen is my friend. I like being with her on the show. She said Juventus, even though his clubs were not doing well. No, it doesn't work like that. If you're a leader, I'm still saying it, and your followers are not doing well, you have a problem.
Is he the leader?
That, of course, he's the leader. He came to Manchester United. I can tell you, let's bring out the shots. I don't mean goals, shots on target. It will shock you how Greenwood and Rashford has fallen since Ronaldo came in. I don't want to go into that argument, but Ronaldo, wherever he goes to, same with Messi. According to this guy, what's his name? in PSG. He said what they do when they in the dressing room, they just observe Messi, just look at him as is this flesh, is this human? So there's this aura you come with when you get into a team, and if your team is not working, most times, according to check any laws of conventional laws, ordinary human laws of leadership. If the team is not working, the leaders are the problem. Or probably the leaders, of course, include Ronaldo, coach, and all those people. The leaders are the problem. So Ronaldo in Juventus did not work out this year. It did not work out this year for him as he wanted to. He went to Manchester United. It is not our fault.
It's not this he went to.
It's not our fault. It's not our fault that he went to Manchester United and his coach is Ole. Is it our fault? It's not our fault that he's in Juventus. They had Sarri ball couldn't ball. The what's his name? He could not point. Pello nothing. It's not our fault. So that Benzema,
and it's not his fault too.
That's the problem. That this guy, because they say something, for you to be successful, the right environment also matters. And it is not our job to put you in the right environment. Lewandowski is good, but he has not won the World Cup. Lewandowski is fantastic. He has not won the Euros. It will be in his record for life that he has never won the Euros in his life and he's never won the World Cup because he's a Polish player. You can't tell us, we are looking at him because he's Polish. It's not our fault that he's a Polish player.
For the World Cup.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
This year.
No, he played in 2018.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic should have won the world best player of the year a couple or 3 or 4, 5 times. But he's a Swedish player. Is it my fault that he's in Sweden? No, nah. So when I want to judge world best, I will now bring out what did you do for your club. We'll put it on one side of the paper, just like singular and plural we did in primary school. Put it one side of the paper, and I put international performances on the other side of the paper. Now I look at your saying, Zlatan, Ibracadabra, he's bracadaring everybody. 10 goals, 15 goals from outside the 18. Whoa, the best goal of the year. International this thing, 0. Qualification for World Cup, 0. Euros, 0. Playoffs, 0. Friendly, they even lost. And he played all these matches, so it's okay. Let me bring in Mbappe. Mbappe probably did not score wonderful goals. He did not score sweet goals, but I check performance for his country. His goals were crucial.
Okay.
Crucial to his team winning tournament. I'll definitely tell you, my brother, you're a good man, no? But this job is not for you. Because your country are not exactly, you do not lead them. I'm not even talking about country, I'm even looking at the club. Both club and country. Ronaldo did well, but not enough to help his country get guys, the results.
We're going to get our final predictions for who wins the award tomorrow. Henry, who wins it for you? The men's Ballon d'Or.
It has to be Lewandowski for me.
Lewandowski.
Me too, Lewandowski.
Wisdom?
It has to be between Lewandowski and Lionel Messi.
Okay. We don't give two right there. Okay, and we also have, there's supposed to be a Yashin trophy for the best goalkeeper as well as a trophy to award the best under 21 player. And for the women's title, we've got Barcelona captain Alexia Putellas, the UEFA Women's Player of the Year, a leading candidate to succeed 2019 Ballon d'Or winner Megan Rapinoe, who was not even among the 20 nominees. Putellas is joined by Barca teammates Jennifer Hermoso, Lick Mertens, following their Champions League triumph, with Australia's Sam Kerr among 5 Chelsea representatives. Yes, you heard me right. 5 people in Chelsea actually made the top 20 for the women. And Christine Sinclair of Olympic gold medal winning Canada is also in the running. Let's go to the phone lines to hear from you. Who wins the Ballon d'Or tomorrow? We've given all our analysis. It's now time for you to also give yours. You can also talk about the D Tigers, the Formula One season, as well as boxing, other matters that we've discussed on the show. 0817 00 951 and 0810 9510 951.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. No photocopy from Remy. Well, welcome.
Thank you, brother man. I greet everyone out there.
We greet you.
Issue of this will be a Ballon d'Or winner. If it is not like the one of the panelists said today, it shall say everything that I'm supposed to say. If it is not by all these people and what have you, which people say according to their mind, according to their love and likeness, there is nobody that comes close to Lewandowski, irrespective of what we make out of it. Messi that won a Copa America, there is somebody in that team that even was active than Messi. That was a goalkeeper that saved almost 5 penalties in their quest of winning that tournament. Nobody talked about it. The Jorginho that we bring into the picture marvels me how football has been relegated to a point that someone like Jorginho, just being a midfielder that has no assist, that has nothing, that now just become overnight somebody that will contest for Ballon d'Or.
Okay.
It has never been so. It has never been so. The goalkeeper of Italian goalkeeper is most time worthy to be in that list than somebody like Jorginho and Kante that we are hearing. Just simply because they win a Champions League. The night that won Ballon d'Or when they won Champions League with Inter Milan, because of he won a Champions League, many people had won Champions League year in, year out. Liverpool have won some decisions ago. Do they nominate them for world best? You must be spectacular. You must do something unusual. You must do something superior than every other competitor before they can talk about you winning world best. Messi is not the man. Ronaldo is not the man. The person that worthy and eminently qualified to win that Ballon d'Or is nobody that.
Lewandowski. Thank you so much. No photocopy from Rumigo. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome. What's your name?
My name is David. This is my first time of calling.
Wow, David, it's great to have you here with us. Let's hear from you.
Okay, for the Ballon d'Or or the Super Best, the criteria is for individual performance and not just club performance and all that. For me, I feel every player should be judged based on his own performance, not just what his trophies or what he did for his team to win the trophy. Because if you check every match now, players have their ratings in every match. If you check those ratings per match now, you see their individual performance and not just by general club performance. Club performance may be poor, but the individual has his own performance, and that's what they're looking for in the draw. This is an individual award, not club alone.
All right.
Not general for club performance. They can give a best football club. That's for the club. But when it comes to individual, it depends on what you do as an individual in the football pitch of play.
Okay.
So you cannot put people like Jorginho ahead of Karim Benzema. Benzema did well more than Jorginho.
So you think Benzema should win?
No. What I'm going to give you the example of it.
All right.
He did well, but Jorginho was the UEFA best player.
Yes. They gave him because he won the
that because is the main thing. That because
and the Euros.
That because
no and the Euros. No. It's because of just two competitions.
That be the because why they talk now. That because that's why.
No. He went far. In both competitions. Yes. He had the edge. But if it was just the UEFA Champions League he wouldn't have won the UEFA best player.
Okay.
You're correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if Kante has gone far in the UEFA Euros, he would have won the UEFA best player ahead of Jorginho.
True.
All right.
So because these two clubs these two competitions combined, and he went far, so he had more match points than all of them. That's why he won the best. So if those players have gone higher, so when you bring Messi and Lewandowski, which are the top contenders, it is very slim because Lewandowski runs riot every time he's in a football pitch. Same with Messi. But the difference is that Lewandowski won more trophies than Lionel Messi. So that's why he's very slim. But when it comes to individual performance, these two players are too good. So me, I would want to choose Lionel Messi, but I think Lewis also deserves the trophy. If not for anything, for last season's sake, they didn't give to him. That's my thing.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution. Keep the calls coming in. 0817 00 00951, or you can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. We've got 3 games coming up in the English Premier League. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, what's your name? Hello.
I'm from Pasako. Can you hear me?
All right, we can hear you now.
Okay. About the Ballon d'Or, I think when this guy, what is his name again? Modric won it. Is he the highest goal scorer in Europe?
No.
Huh?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Was it the highest? As in, did he have the highest assist in
No,
Europe?
he was just influential for the World Cup win and also with Real Madrid's title win?
Oh, then why are they riding the Jojo of the picture? Okay, just watch what Jojo did and what Modric did to Madrid and Chelsea, and what their international contribution. Just tell me what is the difference here? This Ballon d'Or is not giving to as in it's not a this thing that they give based on because you are scoring goals or you are having assists. They watch your contribution that you have in the team and your international. Okay, even if Lewandowski scores 70 goals and 60 goals, you know that if Jojo managed and scored 30 goals, they will give Jojo
the trophy
award.
Okay. So who do you see winning it? We can hear you. Who do you see winning it?
I think Lewandowski will win it because everybody is called Lewandowski. Because, but me personally, I will not, because if you watch Lewandowski, that league is almost a farmers league. Because not anybody can go there and score down goals, the same goals as he's scoring there. So, but because I will just give him because he has that he flesh the team. That is it.
All right.
And my auntie there, maybe she likes Ronaldo so much. The way she talks about Ronaldo.
She's passionate. Thank you so much. Let's go take the lineup of the games to expect as we have Manchester City against West Ham United. But before we do that, PSG beat Saint-Etienne 3-1. Lionel Messi got a hat-trick of assists. 3 assists for the man. For Man City, they play in a 4-3-3 formation. Ederson Moraes starts in goal for the team. Kyle Walker, Ruben Diaz, Emerick Laporte, João Cancelo, Ilkay Gundogan, Rodri, Bernardo Silva, Riyad Mahrez, Gabriel Jesus, and Raheem Sterling would be the ones doing the job for the citizens. On the bench is John Stones, Nathan Ake, Alexander Zinchenko, Zach Steffen, Fernandinho, Scott Carson, Cole Palmer, and James McCarthy. While for West Ham United, they play in a 3-4-2-1 formation with Lucas Fabianski starting in goal for the side. Aaron Cresswell, Kurt Zuma, and Craig Dawson make the 3-man back line. Arthur Masuaku, Declan Rice, Thomas Suchek, and Ben Johnson will be playing in midfield. Side Ben Rama and Pablo Fornals will play behind the lone striker Mikel Antonio. On the bench for West Ham, Vladimir Kufal, Andrei Yamolenko, Manuel Lanzini, Nikola Vlasic, Alphonse Ariola, Mark Noble, Jared Bowen, Issa Diop, and Alex Crow. Let's go back to the phone lines. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Victor.
Welcome, Prophetess Faithful Faith.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody in the studio.
Good afternoon, Faith.
Why are you fighting with Queen? It's not right.
Where they fight?
Why is it arguing with her? Somebody saying like this person, Ronaldo, to win the. If you give your own point. But anyway, I agree with you totally. I agree with the points you make. Like, is it anybody's fault that Ronaldo went to
United?
Not even Juventus, like went to Man U, and that Oli was his coach. So I think I don't think he's even supposed to be listed safe in the first place.
The top 30.
And
That's unfair.
And there's Pedri.
That's unfair.
There's Pedri and Simon. Yeah.
What did he do?
He was the Serie A top scorer. He was he won the European Golden Shoe. Golden top scorer for
the
He didn't get anything.
He won the Super Coppa Italiana.
God, one last
He broke the international goal scoring record.
What? We know that his goals and this team has been increasing for some time. It just had to. It was just a matter of time. It was not even if he's going to score. It was just when he was going to do that.
Okay.
And then please, but I think the Ballon d'Or is between Messi and Lewandowski. Although I wanted this guy to be there, I wanted this guy to take it. Our Chelsea guy, our Chelsea man to take it. Yes.
All right.
But you people, you have short memory. You do not remember what this person is, what Chelsea did again. Everybody said they just won the Champions League. As if it's a small tournament to win. So,
but did they not win it? We remember that they won it now.
What else are we going to remember?
You remember, but the way people were making it sound small, as if
they won it.
When did your club win the Champions League? Especially the Man U fans among you. You wisdom. When did your Liverpool win it?
Wisdom is not even the Liverpool fan. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Jose from Abia State.
You're welcome.
Yeah, for
Victor,
me, I've been saying it all the years that the Ballon d'Or have been privatized. It doesn't look like what it used to be before. Since Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi came into the picture, it has changed automatically. Just like in 2012, Lionel Messi won the Ballon d'Or with winning only the Copa del Rey. You understand? He just won only the Copa del Rey and scored 91 goals in a calendar year. And if you make that case with Lewandowski, I think Lewandowski has no competition with anybody. You understand? And in 2013, Ronaldo won the Ballon d'Or without winning any single trophy. And scoring how many goals? 59 goals in the calendar year. So if we should do that mathematics, coming to 2020 and 2021, Lewandowski has no competitor. If we should go that way, you understand?
Yeah.
Then if we should go the way of Jorginho and N'Golo Kante, Ronaldo, who was the competitor of Luka Modric in 2018, then you know that Jorginho has no competitor between Lewandowski and Lionel Messi.
All right.
Because in 2018, Modric won the Ballon d'Or with few goals and few assists. And I bet you, if Cristiano Ronaldo didn't make that move to Juventus, he would have won that Ballon d'Or. Because Real Madrid and Barcelona all years has always been the highest of winners of the Ballon d'Or. So if you look at all these things, just like what the lady in the studio is saying, it boils down to who you like to vote for.
Okay.
Then and who you prefer. It's not about what is happening. So that is why no matter as long as Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi is still playing football or if they have not retired, they will always come to the picture to whomsoever that may want to take it from them.
All right.
So if you look at all these things, that's why I said it has been privatized to two particular set of people. And if you look at the case he's making for Ronaldo, if those cases were for another player, okay, the Benzema that is in the case, he won only the UEFA Nations League. In Real Madrid, he went trophyless, and that made them to leave the field. Automatically, if you do plus and minus, Ronaldo is even ahead of him because Ronaldo has the trophy for Juventus, and he's even the top scorer. Benzema is not even the top scorer in the league.
Yeah.
So all this is, that's why I think when it comes to the Ballon d'Or, I don't really fancy it because it has been privatized.
All right, thank you so much. Let's leave it there. Hello, good afternoon. Oh, so sorry we lost connection with you, but keep it coming. 0817 00 951. Take that again. 0817 00 951 and 0810 9510 951. Hello, good afternoon.
Victor, I greet you this afternoon.
Eto from Ruma Holu.
Thank you, my brother. I greet everybody in the studio.
We greet you. Mr. Mount to win Ballon d'Or.
My brother. Let me just a little bit divert a little, just some second from my man, Louisa Martinez. I don't know why you people does not want, you people want something that happened to William's sister to see happen to Louisa Martinez. At least somebody needs to surpass somebody so that at the end of it, you know that you pass person. Not be what happened for William at the end of it, both of them was still dragging, and William is almost ended of his career without achieving it. And Louis Hamilton want to end so. Tell the Mercedes contender to draw first for whosoever that is following him. To draw first for make sure that Lewis Hamilton surpass that particular world record. Then anybody can pop up from nowhere and win one type and retire. As for football award, it's clear that without Giorgio, nobody. Except maybe as the wisdom say that they want to rob it because he threw away penalty. Because the guys have won everything that anybody needs to win in football tournament. And he does everything. What else did you want? Because of goals. When they give a Carabao 2006, it was not all about goal, it was defender. They should look at that guy. He's a club, he's a winner. He deserves it. Without him, nobody. If they choose to give any other person this concurrent award, who will enter the road for protest because this kind of thing all the Chelsea fans, we are going to make sure that we organize protests and lead the whole this country everywhere to make sure that they revise it. And I don't, because now it has never happened. Somebody has played to all this level and getting to this standard, and you want to rob him of his champion. It's Abraham, my brother. He's somebody that deserves it. So you give land to whosoever that the head can carry. Thank you, my brother. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Eto from Rumor Holu. Says they will enter streets. Eto, just to clarify, the wish should be you and your family because I don't think anyone will join you for that protest. I mean, that's what Jorginho is now win Ballon d'Or. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Joviski calling from Bakana.
Joviski. You're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. I start with the Louis Hamilton. Now, they never born him now.
Point the drive already.
If they drive, they never born him where Louis Hamilton day now. I'm telling you that at the end of these two races that is remaining, Louis Hamilton is going to get his 8th champion. Because he's going to perform wonders. Let us watch and see.
All right.
As for the Ballon d'Or, I wish Ronaldo wins it, but is neither here or there. Because if I look at Messi too has not performed very well because he has managed to come out of his oars from his yoke. Baka, and has now tested. So you see, his performance compared to that of Ronaldo na grigri man, na Aboru, is not an Ajebo. Messi is Ajebo. So I felt that Ronaldo, even if he's not, we are giving it to Lewandowski. Let Lewandowski carry out this section of the Ballon d'Or.
Okay.
But, as for Messi, I don't expect him to come up.
All right. Thank you so much. I mean, I don't hear things. Ronaldo na Agboro. Is that what he said? Well, in the game between Man City and West Ham, heavily snowing, and West Ham United has been back and forth, I tell you. West Ham have had a couple of decent chances. Just a few seconds back, we had Mikel Antonio beat a player, and he was left with Ederson Morales, but from a really, really tight angle, it was difficult for the man to to get anything beautiful, get the goal from that very angle. So it was just side netting. So it is still goalless in that center at the Etihad between Man City and West Ham. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Melvin, calling from Abelimon.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Talking about the Ballon d'Or, are you sure for the first time that Messi is playing in France, this man will not do an undo and give it to him to let him stay? I'm a Messi fan, but I don't think it will be time for Lewandowski. Last tenure that the council did, we all are planning and saying, Lewandowski, this is your time to take. But all of a sudden, from nowhere, they just say council.
COVID-19.
COVID-19 or not COVID-19? Is the COVID-19 not still around?
It was not serious. It was not as serious as it was then.
How serious it is that you can do during the time that it was serious, people were still doing their meetings virtually online and every other thing. It is not just to tell Lewandowski do one or two things gradually until you are beginning and give it to him. Now that is very high. Messi has won Copa America, he has not won he has not won before. You are telling me that Lewandowski has got 400 goals. Okay, he has won. Messi, Ronaldo has won waiting Italian. Messi won Copa del Rey. Ronaldo won with Juventus, their league. Messi has won Copa America. Maybe so. Ronaldo, Golden Boot. Messi, Golden Boot. When they were giving Messi all those golden things in Copa America, I knew they had something in mind. They knew the Ballon d'Or would be coming. So they have to give him all of those things so that whoever is competing with him, they will be bringing these things side by side with the person.
Okay.
So for me, he scored goal is good, but when he scored goal, we not trust him. It's not good. That is the issue. They allow all the three now. Ronaldo will score goal for them.
All right. Thank you so much. One more call and we move on. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon. What's your name? Apostle of Love from Abba. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Victor.
Yeah.
You see, tell Eto, we are not entering street yet. But the truth remains that I don't know the pedigree with which they judge this Ballon d'Or thing. But this is winning trophy. Like you guys were saying, between Kante and Jorginho. No, football is a team game. I've always said this. So if it's judged by winning trophy, they should consider Jorginho this time. After all, he won two. So since it's an individual award, they should consider him or Lewandowski. In fact, they robbed him 2019. So they should not. Yes, they say COVID-19, but I don't buy that. But this time around, if they leave him and leave Jorginho, something they out.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Apostle of Love. And
Riyad Mahrez. Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Well, Manchester City have taken the lead. Riyad Mahrez with an ice cold finish from the left-hand side offside.
They're checking
the VR check. But then that was he
that was
offside?
a fine one. If he had actually crossed that ball, I'm sure
a really brilliant pass, and Mahrez just
worked.
drilled it past the goalkeeper Lucas Fabianski to put Man City ahead. But a VR check is currently ongoing to know if the goal would be given, as it seems that Mahrez was offside. He was offside. So it is still goalless. All right, well, let's just talk about the Premier League full time, as we also have Leicester City against Watford. Super Eagles duo Kelechi Iheanacho, Wilfred Ndidi, their team up against their compatriot Emmanuel Dennis and William Troost-Ekong as Leicester host Watford in a Premier League clash at the King Power Stadium. Leicester City are already taking the lead. James Maddison in the 16th minute with a beautiful strike now it's currently 1-0 against this Watford team. Leicester looking to return to winning ways in the EPL as they are without a win in their last 3 games, while Watford enter into a contest off the back of a huge 4-1 victory over Manchester United, the result that ended the tenure for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Well, Brendan Rodgers' side have struggled to impress in the league this season, sitting down in the 12th position on the table, just 2 points clear of 16th placed Watford ahead of this very tie. Speaking ahead of that game, indeed, he said it's really tight at the moment, which makes this busy period really important. For us as a team, this is the perfect time to turn things around. We've shown before how strong we can be when we have momentum, and if we can start putting that together in the Premier League, we'll see the benefits in the table. As I said, we know what we're capable of, and we're striving to reach our top level. Well, indeed, or rather, Emmanuel Dennis also says he expects a tough game. The Nigerian striker has scored 4 goals and made 5 assists in the games he has played since arriving in the EPL for the Hornets. His teammate Trista Kong is also returned to the starting line as Nicholas Nkulu was ruled out of the game due to injury. Quoting the man Emmanuel Dennis, he says, "We're expecting a tough game, but one which provides a great opportunity to build confidence and pick up points." They had a great result against Manchester United in the last game, so we know we're feeling good. Let's see how it goes. Well, the game will see Claudio Ranieri make his first visit to Leicester City since he was relieved of his duties in 2017, shortly after delivering the Premier League title. So we've got Leicester 1-0 up against Watford. Just running through the starting 11 for both sides as that game is currently in the 21st minute. Well, just before we give you the lineup, Henry, what are expectations? Leicester City, we saw how Claudio Ranieri picked up that 5-2 away from home at Goodison Park when Watford faced Everton. Would they be able to repeat the same feat away from home again? They're already trailing just like they did as well against Everton.
I mean, it is a possibility actually with Watford. We've seen them since Ranieri took over. We've seen them pull the rabbit out of the hat and do certain things. Defeating Everton 5-2 after coming from 2 goals down. Defeating United 4-1. I mean, they've shown that they have something in them. They have something there, and they're actually a decent looking side, especially since Ranieri took over. So I mean, they can pull it off. And we're looking at a Leicester side. We're talking about a Leicester side that have their own fair share of troubles this season. They can't keep it tight, and they struggle to hold on to leads. So I do think the game is still open to endless possibilities, and definitely Watford will still be looking at this one, irrespective of the fact they go down and they will be thinking and saying to themselves that they can actually still get back into this game and probably even win it at the end of the day.
All right, Wisdom, please give us the starting 11 for both sides.
All right, 2 Nigerians on the field of play already. 4-2-3-1 formation for Leicester City. Kasper Schmeichel.
3 Nigerians actually.
Okay, on the field of play now, 3 Nigerians, I beg your pardon. Kasper Schmeichel, the goalkeeper for Leicester City. Timothy Castan, the right back on the day. Johnny Evans and Kagla Soyunju, the centre pairing in defence. Luke Thomas, the left back. Boubacar Soumare and Wilfred Ndidi sit above Ademola Lookman and James Maddison, as well as Javi Barnes, and Jamie Vardy, the lone striker, even as a penalty awarded to Brentford.
Yes, and Ivan Toney steps up against Jordan Pickford.
He hardly misses.
Would he be able to put Brentford ahead right there in front of their home fans? We're 23 minutes on the clock. Toney strikes and Toney scores. Pickford didn't even flinch.
All right, Brentford 1, Everton 0. All right, on the bench for Leicester, Michael Brighton, Danny Ward, Kelechi Iheanacho, Ayoze Perez, Daniel Amate, Hamza Chaudhry, Kenan Dewsbury Hall, Yannick Vestergaard, Patson Dakar, and for the Watford side, 4-1-4-1 formation, Daniel Bachmann, the goalkeeper, Adam Messina, Trustekon, Great Cathcart, and Kiko, the back four. Imran Loza is the lone defensive midfielder. Emmanuel Dennis is on the left. Hernandez is on the right. Musa Sissoko and Tom Cleverley are the centre pairing behind Joshua King, the striker up front. Jeremy Ngakia is on the bench. Danny Rose, João Pedro, Dan Gosling, Ashley Fletcher, Ozan Tufan, Christian Cabasel, Robert Elliott, and James Morris are on the bench for Watford.
All right, Queen of the 4 Nigerians now in general. We've got 4 Nigerians in the match day squad. Ian Acho is on the bench for Leicester. Of the 4 Nigerians, who do you think would be most instrumental to your team?
Apart from the time he had that injury, he has never been sidelined. He's always on the startup lineup, and he most times plays even 90 minutes for his side. So he's very instrumental. And we saw what happened when during his absence. We saw how Leicester struggled. This resurgence of Leicester City can be attributed to his recovery and coming back into the team for Leicester City. And for Emmanuel Dennis, he's been quite spectacular for Watford too. We saw what he did also when they played against Manchester United. He got a goal, got couple of assists and all of that. So these 2 players can be instrumental to whatever results these their teams will eventually have on the day. If he brings up his A game and is able to keep that the midfield, especially the defensive midfield, tight, it will be very difficult for the Watford attack to penetrate and get whatever goals they want to get. And then if not, I know Emmanuel Dennis is one of those players that is pacey. He has the stamina and he can carry on for a long time. He can distract players for his strikers to score. He can also get the assist and all of that. So I think these 2 players will be very instrumental. Let's not also forget that most times Kelechi Iheanacho too can be a super sub. I mean, we've seen what he's able to do even last season. We could attribute his I could say he's some sort of a slow starter. I mean, he doesn't start immediately to start blazing. He just builds his momentum gradually, and before you know it. But I think the coach's selection also is also a part of the reason why.
How is that not deflection? And the woodworker just helped him right there. The number 29 Watford player, talking about Cucho Hernandez. A beautiful striker. Hernandez took that one. It was a deflection. Was just looking, and somehow the woodwork was to the rescue. Even as we see Watford filing another attack. Now it's Emmanuel Dennis.
Penalty! It's a penalty. It's a penalty.
You see what I say?
You
see what I say?
Emmanuel Dennis
was
tackled by Wilfred Ndidi.
Oh my God, what a goal!
And Watford has got a penalty.
Wow.
No sportsmanship. Yeah, Nigeria will give you space. Ndidi brought him down. That was an obvious penalty.
Oh no!
And Emmanuel Dennis, of course, making the most of the situation.
And you see the skill that he brings in. You see, he's not this player that will just run straight.
It's a penalty.
You know, he saw the opportunity to drift back, and then fell into the.
Well, Dennis steps up to take it.
Kasper is not
already. Just a few minutes back in that at the Brentford Community Stadium, where the man Ivan Toney beats Jordan Pickford, and the question would be, can Josh King also find a way to beat Kasper Schmeichel and draw level for the Hornets right there at the King Power Stadium? 13 minutes mark, and is Joshua King up against Kasper Schmeichel. Would it be a goal? The referee just trying to ensure that no player encroaches into the box. King steps up. They took the lead initially. James Maddison with the strike, and right now it is 1-1. Queen?
That's what I was talking about. Dennis being very instrumental for his side. He's that guy that I think he's
Dennis in different positions. I mean, many players who might be doing a bit well, just a bit well for their clubs, but we don't use them to the best of their abilities. That's why we can't beat CAR. We can't beat Liberia. We struggle to beat Sierra Leone because those players. I'm not talking. I'm very realistic. I won't tell you that we'll beat France. No. I won't put my hands where I know Nigeria cannot.
Lobbed the goalkeeper. James Maddison with the assist. I mean, that was a cheeky pass. Vardy just chipped the
felt like
goalkeeper.
Pickford was just too fast for that one. He shouldn't have come out.
William Trustekong was, I've seen Trustekong finally, but Trustekong was trying to keep the pace on Vardy, but the 33-year-old, is he 33 or 34
He's about 34 now.
And we talked about creativity yesterday. It was Victor then who mentioned that creativity was lacking in the team. I talked about the fact that Maddison had not been in form. Ordinarily, he could have just been lackluster about that ball. But of course, the fact that he was intentional about it actually helped him to still manage to pull out that assist when it was close calls between him and the Watford player. So that's something important. That's something that could determine everything for this Leicester side. I'm thinking they need someone like an Nzonzi. I don't know how to put it, but they need someone that could just manufacture passes out of nothing. I don't mean be a dribbler. No, just some Sambilo. No, but doing something like what Sambi Lukonga has been doing in the last few months for Arsenal. Someone that could just be throwing works very hard. If Kelechi had someone who did what they did for him last season when he got those goals, it would have been the same story. But I think right now, Maddison not in the best of forms, but we've seen him pull out one in this particular one. And if you're a Leicester fan, you would hope that continues.
Okay. You would be hoping that it continues. To the other game yet to produce a goal, Man City again. Man City have taken the lead. UK Gundogan got the goal just 2 minutes back. We took our eyes off that one for a second to see the game between Leicester and Watford, and Manchester City are actually leading 1-0. So with this, they are now 3 points clear, or rather, maybe that's 6 points clear of West Ham United, who are still fourth on the table. Henry, is there a possibility of West Ham bouncing back?
It's football. They still have a couple of minutes to play. We're talking about 65 minutes give or take over the two
and
halves.
The snow is really terrible.
It really looks bad. I mean, I can barely even see the ball.
Yeah.
So I do think that there's still a lot of football.
Is that a goal? Oh, no. It was saved.
I think this game might be suspended. If this
because
continues.
this is really
really heavy.
Perhaps they would just see if they could go into the halftime break. But I really doubt that the game would go on. I am genuinely searching for the ball right now. I'm seeing players run, but
you don't know who is with the ball.
I saw Raheem Sterling running towards the goal, and then I was wondering if the ball entered the net or not. The pitch itself, you can hardly see the green anymore. It's almost all white. Like I said, winter is here. I mean, the pictures coming off from Turf Moor is even worse when you look at how the Burnley Stadium is actually filled with snow against Tottenham Hotspur. But let's just see how it goes, and if the players would continue in these conditions. Hopefully, it also doesn't get too cold for those who aren't acclimatized with this sort of weather. Okay, so still 1-0 right there. Man City against West Ham United. Later today, we've got the Super Sunday clash. It is the big one between Chelsea. Well, just seeing replays of that Raheem Sterling strike, it was actually a goal line clearance right there. It was definitely bound to go into the back of the net, but goal line clearance guarantees that it's still going to be just 1-0 rather between Man City and West Ham United for now. All right, we've got Chelsea versus Manchester United with Mason Mount, who was speaking earlier, saluting Tuchel's impact on Chelsea solidity. Now, Queen, going into this game, we know how convincing Chelsea has been. They've considered the fewest number of goals when it comes to the teams in the English Premier League. And for Manchester United, we cannot say the same because, we saw Watford put 4 goals past Man U in their last match. How do you see it ending between these two teams? Would it be Chelsea with the win? Or you think United might be able to kick off life after Ole Gunnar Solskjaer in the Premier League with a win?
Well, the way it is right now, I think everything is who are up there. I mean, coming from the back of a lot of things that they've done since the beginning of the season. So I think it's pretty dicey. The situation here is it's in favor of Chelsea, but like I always say, this is football, and anything can happen. We saw what Manchester United were able to do in the Champions League, against Villarreal away from home. And we could also argue that it's always been difficult at home for Manchester United. They've not been able to grind out those results when they play at home. So it's really very open. I'll say it's, like I said, everything is working out in favor of Chelsea. But let's look at this side. A tactically sound coach, or a tactician as a coach, will look at Chelsea clinically and devise a means to win them. Chelsea is a side that sort of play with their wing players, maybe wing backs and all of that. So if you play the same pattern or some sort of football with them, you're not going to get the results. But if you could bridge down those wingers from, getting those passes and getting those across to their front three, or even within themselves, because most times we've not seen their front three or their forward or strikers score the goals. The goals have always been more from their defensive lineup, talking about the wing backs now. So if you can bridge those runs down for them, I think it's going to. Wow.
Madison is having the game of his
life. You can say that.
Another assist for Madison and another goal for Jamie Vardy, the Englishman who hasn't been getting the goals now, has gotten just headed that one past the goalkeeper. There was nothing he could do about that one. Absolutely nothing. But a great goal from Jamie Vardy, and yet again, Madison involved. He scored the first, he has assisted the second and third.
So, like I was saying, so if you could break down the runs of these wing backs, I think it's going to stifle the Chelsea team. But then, like I said, Thomas Tuchel is a tactician. He knows how to even make swift changes, even within the game, even without them going for the halftime break or whatever. He knows how to affect his team to play a different pattern immediately, and they will still have this synergy and synchronization, and then the team will still be balanced. So I think it's going to be very dicey, like I said, for a Manchester United side that doesn't really have a coach. They still living on the assistant of Michael Carrick, except that these players will, come up probably based on, should I say, some sort of rivalry that have existed, or some sort of tough battle that have gone on between Chelsea and Manchester United to, up their game and get a result. But aside from that, everything is in favor of Chelsea, and I think they will have to take this one.
Chelsea would have to take this one. Wisdom, we've seen Chelsea improve tremendously, both offensively and defensively. We talked about how the only team that has scored more goals than Chelsea this season is Liverpool. They have conceded the least number of goals this season. You're seeing their backline scoring and contributing. Reece James, Ben Chilwell, Trevor Chalobah, they know how to be on the score sheet. Coming up against the United sides who are still tinkering with their backline. Phil Jones is a part of the match day squad. Will he play? We don't know. But Michael Carrick has decided to bring Phil Jones. I mean, he made that trip to London. Looking at both sides' quality, both offensively and defensively, who do you think stands has an advantage over the other?
Well, it's definitely not that. It's not that easy to pick, because Man United might be in a bad form, but they've not even been in a stellar form by their own standards in the last 2 or 3 seasons. They've just been above average at times, average, but they've beaten Chelsea. Yeah, they've got a better record in all these years ahead of Chelsea when it comes to the head-to-head. So you can neither just bury aside at the moment, because I can't pick out one man. It becomes a problem. As a coach, this is what you do in your dressing room before you go for games. You pick out who's going to be the problem. How do you counter that problem? Now, if Chilwell is going to be a problem offensively, you tell the player who will be on that wing that would affect Chilwell to, while being offensive too as his job, the forward man now, to also watch Chilwell, to tackle Chilwell if they are pressing, something like that. So you can't, if you start doing that for 20 players.
5 p.m. We've got some messages coming in. Let's just quickly take the messages we have. before we go back to the phone line, starting with the WhatsApp portal. Well, while that loads up, let's go back to the phone lines. 0817 00 951 and 0810 9510 951. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. I come back this Dozier from Abia State.
Welcome back, Dozier.
For Man U and Chelsea, it's going to be a different ball game altogether. Just like you have analyzed, if Romelu Lukaku starts that game will take another shape. Even though I'm a United fan, because the two teams will not be focusing on the point. But if Thomas Tuchel goes the other edge, I don't even see much goals in this game because number one, United is coming from being starting their coach and they got a win in the midweek.
All right.
And it's a game where United have not lost at Stamford Bridge for the past 4 games. You understand? And it is a big game. No matter how you may look at it, despite that Chelsea is in form, I feel it's going to end in a draw. But if Thomas Tuchel goes with his normal formation without starting Romelu Lukaku, they might edge that United with a slim 1-0 or 2-1.
All right. Thank you so much, Dozier. But I think he would start Romelu Lukaku. On the WhatsApp portal, Poski. Well, Poski is coming for you, Wisdom. He says, you can't hide your hatred for Ronaldo. He says, as old as he is, did you see his numbers at Juventus? Messi, how many goals has he scored this season? I can't believe you are calling Messi someone that can't even score in a complete team as PSG. Okay, Poski, your last statement just, it just makes your message almost a waste of time. Really sorry to say. This message says, good day, ladies and gentlemen, or lady and gentlemen. There's already an award for scoring goals and it is called the Golden Boot. Sorry, Lewa. Jorginho will not win the Ballon, no protest. I like to think this year's Ballon d'Or is a mix of a player's individual performance and how influential he is to his team's successes in cry. Anonymous from Port Harcourt says, I thought we all agreed that Ruben Diaz of Man City brought a difference to that team last season. Why is he not mentioned? It's unfortunate Ballon d'Or has been narrowed to goals. Okay, that's someone making a case for Ruben Diaz. Never seen that one, I must say. You're like the first person I know that's making a case for Ruben Diaz. Now, this message says, good afternoon, sports guy. My name is Steven from Woji. For me, I think Lewandowski should win it because he has the stats to win it. Though Messi came close based on his Copa America performances. Secondly, based on the year under review, I think Lewandowski won only the Bundesliga and the Club World Cup, which is 2 trophies, just like Messi also won 2 as well. And this one says, Queen. That's wrong. He went on talking about how Messi would win. Thank you, Tonye. Sonny Bobo from Great Ali says, good afternoon, sports crew. I want Sir Lewis Hamilton to win it. Remember when Ferrari had the faster car and Sir Lewis still won? Verstappen is definitely the crown prince of Formula 1. I think those are the messages we have for now, so we go back to the phone lines. Hello.
Victor, good afternoon again.
Welcome back.
And greetings to the house.
All right.
Victor, the match, as I will always say, but let me say the last before the game will commence. I've already watched the match since on Friday. It's 3-0 game. So, and I still want that guy from Rumodara. Wisdom, tell him. If he's won it since yesterday, that guy has never called. I should prepare my 10,000 and wait for me after this game.
Please give your wife money to go to the market. Don't depend on that 10,000.
No, my guy. And every other people, they are still working for more money. I need to prepare my 10K and wait for me. Because they are going to collect that 3 points.
Thank you so much, Eto. Well, keep the calls coming in. 0817 000951 and 0810 9510951. We are gradually wrapping things up. We started the show talking about the D Tigers. We looked at Formula 1, Lewis Hamilton, the race between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. We talked about the Ballon d'Or and also the games being played and the ones to expect in England. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Wisdom.
Good afternoon. This is Victor Oriaki.
Okay, Victor Oriaki, and Onegbe. Good afternoon. I think my name is David Adijuma. I call from Port Harcourt here.
Welcome.
See, although everybody has his opinion, sir. I think my own opinion on this issue of Ballon d'Or concerning Giorgio is that, many people, they call on the basis of being biased because of the club they support. You understand? To be frank and to be sincere, I'm a Chelsea fan.
Okay.
You understand? But the simple truth about this is that, see, many people know how to watch this football and they know how to talk football, but they don't really know how to analyze and read games. That is the difference. See, if you watch this Jorginho, he has been instrumental to Chelsea's success, winning the Super Cup, winning the Champions League. In Italy, I think you people there will also believe also that what Giorgio has done is exceptional. See, so what he has won in his club, his individual performance, all this are the things they use, you understand, in choosing the Ballon d'Or winner, you understand. So I think if they should go by what he has done,
all right,
he's supposed to be the winner.
Thank you so much. Let's leave it there. And Frank from Rumukurushi sends this one on the WhatsApp portal. He says, if it was Bruno or KDB with such a performance as Messi today, EPL fans would have been everywhere. Messi doing Lewandowski and KDB stuff all in one. How can anyone be better? Okay. And we'll take one more call before we call it a day. For the first half of the show, that is. I'll be making way for Emeka Dena and the rest of the guys for the second part. Reliable Reliance is in the city of Aba to bring you updates for that game between Rivers United and Al Masry. Well, this is where we'll be drawing the curtains on the first half. Big thanks to Wisdom Obina, to Queen Chikezie, to Henry Ogugwo, Pre-APC made a cameo appearance, and of course to you for being with us. Don't go anywhere. The show continues just after this short timeout. It is still Today Sports Live. Good evening.
Bonge company for property business. Otibola. Now we be looking to Bonge company for property business. Otibola. Now we be
looking to invest in real estate, or tired of the complaints and frustration that comes with property acquisition, or you need a reliable company to handle your construction projects? Then Odibola Properties is your sure bet that helps you buy, sell, and develop properties in any parts of Nigeria. You can visit our corporate office at Odibola House, Iyaweli Interim Layout, Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt, Rivers State, or at Plot 6, Aliu Animation Avenue, Lekki Phase 1, Lagos State. Visit our website odibolaproperties.com. Call Eze on 0808-591-2630. Lisa on 0706-264-1169. Amarachi on 0813-348-7968. At Odibola Properties, you can do business with us and go to business.
Otibola. Now we be Baba.
Otimbi na Timbelio. Rumba in Congo. You fit to fly don't carry another package come for Hona. 7 days explosive vacation for Kigali and Congo. For this vacation return flight, go there to enter Kigali and Congo plus 2 visas. 3 different nights for Kigali and Goma. Ship cruise for 190. Hotel Rwanda, the Runga National Park plus other documented badumenti will go the Shelle from December 14 go right to December 21 with the shake the money. For more information, call us on top with Port Harcourt office 09070373696. This is correct vacation. Now you fit to fly, carry and come supported by the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo. This one go choke.
The Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, River State Chapter, presents P-Man Summit 2021 with the theme Entertainment Development in River State. Come and find out the potentials in the business of music in particular and entertainment in general. Speakers, His Royal Highness Anabs Sarah Ibe, Chris Oluigbo, and Pretty Okafo, National President of P-Man. Guest of Honor, CP Ebuka Friday, Commissioner of Police, River State Command. Special Guest of Honor, Onoeze Chukwujinka Joe Okocha, JP, MFR, SAN, DSSRS, former President of Nigerian Bar Association. Special address by Apostle Chibuzo Chinyere, founder of OPM. Prince Tonya Princewell, Chairman of the Day. Mrs. Uchenna Eze, Mother of the Day. Attractions are Sunny Ineji. Date is Wednesday, 1st December 2021. Venue, Lasmore Hotel and Resort, Rumo Kalabo, Port Harcourt. And time is 9 a.m. prompt. Host, Honorable Lasbury Amadi. Chief host, Lady Ivy. Chairman, P-Man, River State. Special thanks to all media partners.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Feel the magic in the air. I love it in my all. Ale. Feel the magic in the air. I love it in my all. Ale.
Feel the magic in the air. Magic system. Everyone, show key. Feel the magic in the air. Comme d'habitude on est calé. Comme toujours ça va aller. On te met l'ambiance à gogo. Tous ensemble on fait le show.
On t'invite à la magie, y a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis, c'est bien faire la folie.
On t'invite à la magie, y a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis. Oh, 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 oh.
A very good evening to you all out there. Welcome to the second part of today's Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of a premium news talk and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM right here in the garden city of Port Harcourt. Mecca, that's my name, the Odogu One of Sports. I'm super excited to be back on your radio. And of course, I'm not alone in the building. The guys are here. Is in the OT. Is in the building. Is in the good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening to you, Emeka. Good evening to our lovely listeners out there. Another great time for us to talk about, especially when our players, our teams itself, they are now in the continent trying to play their games. Let's see how far they go. Our best wishes, especially with Rivers United that are playing today.
Do you think they can win today, Rivers United? The match is underway already now.
Emeka, they can win, but the problem is the margin that they will be coming out with.
Okay, and it's a two-legged affair.
Yes, the two-legged affair. Playing at home first, and we'll see.
All right, they are playing home away from home.
Yes, they're home away from home.
Victor Bucci is also in the building. Victor, good afternoon. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Emeka. Good evening to you, our listener out there. You're the reason why we're here, part of the reasons why we're here. And we hope you have a good
we'll wait and see. Only time will tell. How about Rivers United? Do you think they can win today? They're already playing against Al Masri out there in Aba. We'd love to get your contributions as well, even as we bring you updates from the major leagues out there in Europe. Matches are plenty. One match called off in England, postponed in England due to bad weather. Snow, heavy snow right there at Toughmore didn't allow the match between Burnley and Tottenham Hotspur to go ahead. That one postponed as a matter of fact. But the other matches are ongoing, and we have the updates coming your way. Even in the La Liga, we talk about the Serie A, Bundesliga, and not forgetting the French Ligue 1, where PSG won today and have gone 14 points clear at the top of the table. Messi with 3 assists today. they won 3-1 and he got all 3 assists as we are in that encounter. The show, like you know, is very, very interactive. So all you need to do is to send us your messages via text or WhatsApp to the same number 07019339962. That's 07019339962 for your text as well as your WhatsApp messages. Send to that number. We'll read them in due time, and later I'll be throwing the phone lines wide open for you to have your say. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, and we'll be heading to Aba right away.
United, united, we shall triumph with a rainbow of sunshine. God is for us. We overcome all the giants and stand to conquer all. United, united. Our pride, rivers united, total victory. United, united. Our pride, rivers united, total victory.
Magic in the air. I love it.
All right, total victory. That's what Rivers United need this evening in Aba against Al Masry of Egypt. It's the first leg tie of the CAF Confederation Cup playoff. Winners over 2 legs will advance to the group stage of the competition. Rivers United right there in Aba. Before we go to Aba, where we have our man Reliable Reliance standing by, let's quickly bring you up to speed with what the Rivers United team this evening is looking like. In goal, they have Theophilus Afelokai, former Enyimba man. He's very familiar as far as that stuff is concerned. He joined Rivers United from Enyimba last year, as a matter of fact. And of course, he is starting in goal for Rivers United side. The defense, they've got a Kazie Enyinaya, not forgetting Fabian Warrior, Temple Emekai, and Conan Ruffin. In the midfield, they've got Lukman Binuyo, Isaac Rafiu, Malakai Haume is off front there. We also have Barnabas Daniel starting for Rivers United today, not forgetting Chamaka Mado, the former Rangers man, as well as Uche Onwasanya. Alright, those are the guys starting for Rivers United in that encounter. Like I told you earlier, that match is underway. We'll be crossing over to Aba to bring you updates, but it looks like it's still goalless, no early days yet in that encounter. But let's quickly look at the reserve bench for the Rivers United side today. In the reserve goalkeeper is Sochima Victor, and of course they have Chikonum Ihunda. Bakari Bamba is also on the bench alongside Desmond Akpemuno and Maurice Chuku. Eston Nelson is also on the bench today for Rivers United. Paul Aqua, the Ghanaian, has a place on the bench as well. Moses Omodumuke and Fortune Omoneware. Good to see that Fortune Omoneware is back to the team. He was out, with an injury for a long spell. So that's what the Rivers United team is looking like today, isn't it? What do you make of the team?
You look at the team, it tells you that Rivers United are going for the offensive aspect of it. Look at the forward lineup they have. You have the Malakai Chiamaka Madu, Uche Owunsanya. They need to get this goal, because one thing I've noticed from all the other games that Rivers United played is that they failed that number one strategy, which is to score the goals when it's needed. The other teams try to do that first, and this time they don't want to do that. They need to get the goals, because playing first away from home, you need to have a good margin. I talked about it. You can win, but winning 1-0 won't do you any good going further. Winning 2-0 is quite a slim margin.
All right. So with the lineup today, you think they will be able to get enough goals?
I feel like he gets back to goal. Last season he wasn't there. It looks like somehow he lost his place, but now he's getting back with the team going further. The defense lineup is very important that they try to keep it clean.
Tight, yes,
very tight, very important.
With Fabian Worry and
because
in there as well,
yes,
the defense there, I think they have it covered there.
If they can reduce the way the number, let's say if they can even stop the goals from getting in, it gives the forward line more once the confidence going for that. Because when you concede, the morale of the team kind of down.
No doubt about that. These Egyptians we used to say this Egyptians should say today. You will see
Yes,
them no more.
You keep
right?
seeing them in the CAF Confederation and Champions League.
Rivers United will not want to see them again. They have to beat them well today and eventually make the second leg a mere formality and advance to the group stage. Let's look at what the Egyptians are looking like today. Jaw-breaking names, I must say. But let's look at let's just try and do it. In goal they have Shoki Ali El Magani, and there's also Abdelhamid Hagag, Ramadan Amri, Kanawi Ahmed, Salem Islam, Mohammed Essam, Iwuji Amamchi.
That's a Nigerian.
That's a Nigerian boy. Igbo boy, you know,
the next one is Nigerian.
Na Igbo boy, you live. Amamchi is there, yes. And
another Igbo boy is there.
Iwuji Amamchi. That's also Eze Emeka. So two Nigerians starting for them. Two Igbo boys are starting for Al Masri of Egypt right there. Interesting one there. There's nowhere you go to that you don't see a Nigerian playing football.
If you don't run, no, if you don't see us.
Ahmed Mohammed is also starting for the Al Masri side today, alongside Abdelal Mohammed and Ibrahim Hassan. The substitutes are Ali Hussein, El Raki Karim, Ahmed Islam, Bisayad Mohammed, Karim Mahmoud, and Noziyad Farak. Okay, we don't know too much about these guys. I mean, there's no game saying it. We don't see their league games. We don't even know. Before now, we didn't even know there were two Nigerian people boys in the team. But come on, you expect them to come here and also fight as well against Rivers United. Like I did promise, we are going to Aba to get updates from that encounter. I perceive we have played over 15 minutes already right there at the Enyimba International Stadium. Time for 2, 3, 4, 5 goals to have gotten in, right? Isn't it?
Emeka, it's not that far. It's not that fast when it comes to Rivers United to give you the goals, but I hope they are able to make it count for themselves. We don't want, because anything that happens now, it's really the however their progression will be coming to the next fixture.
All right, so we try to establish contact with our man, reliable Reliance, right there at the Enyimba International Stadium. Reliance, good evening to you and welcome to today's Sports Live on Today FM. This lovely Sunday evening. How you doing?
I'm very much fine, Emeka. It's a pleasure to be
on the show. I hear the fans clapping there. Have Rivers United scored?
Not yet.
What are they waiting for? 17 minutes gone already. What are they waiting for?
They will try, Emeka. Rivers United have been the better team, but hopefully in the next 5 or 10 minutes they should be able to register the first goal.
All right, brilliant stuff right there. We wish them all the best. Reliance, we are looking at the early updates before we go to the next item. I mean, we are looking at 70 minutes of football already. What has happened so far? We talked about the fact that Rivers United have been the better side. So talk us through the early stages of that encounter.
Surely, Rivers have been the better team. Our match really have failed to be impressive so far, probably because they are playing away from home.
Have they come to park the bus? Are they parking the bus?
Yeah, more, that's basically what it is. More likely try to be conservative, try to keep things, or maybe the scoreline decent, and see what you could do in the reverse fixture. But truth be told, Rivers United have been the better team. They've created chances, at the edge of the box. Ability to penetrate inside the 80-yard box of our match. Right now, we are looking at a free kick to be taken by Rivers United. Free kick taking it a pass by Ishaq Rafiu, and there's an opportunity. Let's go for Rivers United. Oh my goodness. Emeka is offside. Emeka, the referee has ruled that one offside, and I think the linesman has ruled it offside. I think he's right. That's
How did it happen?
Yeah, well, Ishaq Rafiu was standing over the ball to take the free kick, but eventually it was a pass, and he took a shot that was nodded in by Barnabas Daniel, but he was at the offside position, and the assistant referee had to raise up the flag, and I think it was the right call. Surely, it was the right call. They've
been knocking on the door, no doubt, like you said, and it almost resulted in the first goal there for Rivers United. But how about the fans? Did they turn out for this one? We were talking about them yesterday.
Well, Emeka, as the last time I counted the number of
you were able to count them?
Surely, Emeka, I was able to count, and I can tell you that I counted 350 fans at the stadium, and that was to 90% accuracy. So let's say about 50 or 100 more have been added. So we are looking at roughly 400 to 500 fans at the Enyimba International Stadium. But the good thing about it is that
that may not be all connected to the 500 naira per seat for the regular stand and 1,000 naira for the VIP, right?
I want to hope so, because even the regular stand is very empty. If you look at the VIP stand, record you can count at least some decent or moderate number of fans turning up to cheer Rivers United. But the regular stand that goes for 500 naira is almost empty. We don't have fans there. So the fans are not in their numbers, but the ones we have here, the good thing about it is that they are cheering in support for Rivers United.
All right, Reliance, I'm looking at the lineup of the Egyptians, Al Masri, 2 Nigerians there. As a matter of fact, 2 Igbo boys, per se. Iwuji Amamchi, sporting jersey number 17, and Eze Emeka, my namesake, sporting jersey number 20. How have those boys performed today?
Well, they are playing at the attacking midfield position, and they've been more like they're trying to put up a successful performance in Mecca, because, like you mentioned, they're like playing at home, away from home, more like it. So they want to impress, even though we don't have a huge number of fans here at the Enyimba International Stadium. But I can't really tell exactly what we can do at the moment, because, like I mentioned, our Masri have been defending. All right, they are playing like a pack, defending as a unit and attacking as a unit. So that will hinder them from maybe showing up what they can do. So I can't really tell exactly what jersey number 20, jersey number 17, who happens to be Nigerians, can do for the Amasu side, because they've been considering pressure for Rivers United, even though we see them on the attack at the moment. So let's say maybe if they go into the game, probably they will put up what they can do, and then we can be sitting at that point.
All right, thank you so much, Reliable Reliance. We're coming back to you in the course of that game. Maybe the next time we'll get across to you, Rivers United would have scored a goal.
I'm hoping to Emeka. We are seeing Rivers United. To be very honest, Emeka, Rivers United are trying at the moment. They are playing like a team that is hungry for goals.
That Spartans played very well and lost there. All I want to hear is that they played very badly, but this is the cup. They should score. If you don't score, you don't win matches. Thank you so much, Reliance. All right, the choice was there from former governor of Odimo State, late Sam Mbakwe, right there. Let's quickly come back to the studio. Welcome back to Port Harcourt, who were in Naba a while ago. As in Rivers United knocking on the door. 22 minutes gone, still no goal yet. They almost got one, but that was rightly ruled out for offside, according to Reliance, who gave us the update.
Emeka, this is the same thing Rivers United did against Al Hilal of Sudan. You want to look at the game? They had the ball to themselves. They dominated possession. They were knocking, but still, were they clinical? No, they weren't clinical as they needed to be to get the first goal going further in that one. For the Al Masri side, you don't expect them to come all out. They are playing away from home, and they know that we still have the away rule standing in here for the CAF game, so they have to be quite conservative at a point. But if they hit us on the counter, can we be able to hold back on? That's the thing. You look at their coach too. I feel they have advantage going towards this one. Their coach is the former coach of Esperance of Tunis, and he has won the CAF Confederations Cup in 2018-2019 season. Moni Champani. So you look at it, that means this man has a lot of experience going further. It gives him an edge going further. You can't compare his level of experience with that of the coach of the Rivers United side. So let's see how it goes. But for Rivers United, possession doesn't win you games like that. He just give that. What we need is the goals, and look at the forward lineup. They need to make it count going further. That's what is needed. Playing away from home. Yeah, we always know they don't play with fans, so it's not
even in Port Harcourt,
I don't even see it as anything.
So it doesn't really matter. Victor, how important is this match for Rivers United? Knowing fully well that they dropped down from the CAF Champions League to the Confederation Cup. How important is it for them to get a good result today ahead of the second leg in a week's time in Egypt?
This match is very, very important for Rivers United. They're going over to Egypt. We don't know the kind of antics the Egyptians will pull up. We don't know. I'm not a good climatologist, but it seems the weather in North Africa
is similar to what's available in Europe.
In Europe, yeah.
Especially by this time of the year.
Yeah, getting cold, especially in the night. We don't know if this game, the reverse feature might play in the night, and then our players down here might not cope with the weather, and they are used to the weather, so don't know what they expect. We don't know if something that is happening to Imba now happened to Rivers United when they go over to Egypt. So
No, they were in Egypt last time. Last month they were in Egypt to play Al Hilal, so they already used to Egypt, so to say.
Yeah, but it's a different thing.
Sure,
It's
Amasri,
so for Rivers United, this game is really, really important. Not just
so important that they have to win convincingly.
They have to win convincingly, get the goals. Right now, it's looking like an impossibility.
It's time running out already. 25 minutes gone.
Yeah, 25 minutes is a big time in football for you to score. Teams score as much as 5-6 goals.
We saw the first half of the game between Watford and Leicester City produced 4 goals.
It's 3-2 now, by the way. Then scored. So Rivers United, they have to do something in this game, and the fact that the Egyptians are defending is not a surprise to anybody, and they are playing away from home, defend, keep it tight at the back. The coach of the side, Stanley Guma, have to do something to make sure that they break down these Egyptians. If not, if they go over to Egypt, trust me, to be bloody right there in Egypt.
All right, we don't want it to be bloody anyways, but of course that's literally as it were. Isn't there? What are your expectations? The match is 26 minutes old right now. What are you expecting from Rivers United, or maybe generally from the game itself?
For Rivers United, I'm expecting them not to repeat the mistake they did against Al Hilal of Sudan. They have to get the goals, just like when they traveled away from
Al Hilal. They managed a 1-1 draw here. They considered first in Port Harcourt.
Yes, that's the 1-0 draw. That's not making that same mistake. They were able to win the first game against, that was in the CAF Champions League. That was the first preliminary game when they played against them, the Tanzanian side. Young Africa. So they need to they were able to get the first goal, 1 goal, but you want to know that they don't have to score much.
Hold on, Reliance is calling.
There's a goal.
There's a goal for Rivers United. Reliance is calling us. Let's go, Taba. Reliance, it's a goal. Goal! Rivers United has scored! Reliance, give us the update. Who scored for Rivers United? Hello, Reliance.
Emeka, Rivers United. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can.
Hello, Emeka.
We can hear you.
All right, Rivers United are taking the lead here.
Go
Rivers
ahead.
are taking the lead here at Eniba International Stadium.
Who scored for Rivers United?
They're taking the lead. Uche Onwusonya giving Rivers United the lead here at Eniba International Stadium.
All right,
it was a good build-up from the midfield. It was an impressive build-up from the midfield of Rivers United. And the pass was sent to Ishaq Rafiu, who is attacking from the right-hand side for Rivers United. And he dribbled past his marker, adding to his pace, and he was able to send in a cross that even dribbled 2 of our Masri defenders. Well, there was Barnabas Daniel who attempted the first kick to get it to the back of the net, but unfortunately missed it. But Uche Onwusonya was right at the needed position to ensure that Rivers United are taking the lead. But unfortunately, just as I'm talking to you, our Masri has been for life.
Yeah.
That's an away goal they have scored. Why Rivers United? Why?
That's an away goal. That's an away goal. A cross was sent in by the man on jersey number 21, and there was an attacker whose name I'm yet to confirm who nodded that one home. Just because the fellow high was on hand to save it, but he didn't do clinically well to save that one, and it was more like shall I say a chippy ball that got past him into the back of the net. So at the Eniba International Stadium, it's Rivers United 1. Our Masri of the Chiefs won.
All right. Thank you so much, Reliance. We hope Rivers United will score more goals and make the 1 goal the Egyptians scored a mere formality. But in the meantime, thank you for the update right there. Isn't it? This is not really good, I mean. I celebrate their goal. I don't even celebrate it. They don't concede equalizer. Why?
This was the thing I told you about. When it comes to strategy, the Egyptians, the North Africans, they know how to do the business. We're talking about them getting the possession. That's for the Rivers United. But that's not what they needed. It just needed to hit us somehow. It was not on the counter, but this one through the cross this time, and they got
the counter because they were attacking.
He It's
attacking Rivers United.
I talked about it. They need to keep it clean. This goal now, you know what it stands. The calf away goal is so vital for a team. This is what happened against that's Al Hilal of Sudan. But the good thing is about is that there's still time.
Yeah, still time.
But can they
This
score
is less than
number?
30
But they need to
minutes in
score
the
more
encounter.
goals. Now that's the thing. You need to score more goals.
The match is still young. 30 minutes gone already. And it's 1-1 between Rivers United and Al Masry right there in Aba. Rivers United scored through Uche on one side before the Egyptians equalized almost immediately. Victor, come on. This is not good. I don't know. Why did they allow that equalize almost immediately as it were? Now they have the onerous task of even getting more goals. It took them almost 30 minutes to score first, but somehow they equalized immediately. Now they will have to at least look for 2-3 more goals to, stand a good chance of going over to Egypt in the second leg.
Now, the problem for Rivers United is that if they get in this game now, they have to score at least 3 goals to make sure that they are safe. That will be 4-1. And then if you're going over to Egypt, just keep it tight at the back. Yeah, the same thing happened to Rivers United a few years ago where they scored 3 goals first, and then they went to it was a whitewash 4-0, and they were out. So we just hope they can score, and they can score more goals. And if they don't score more goals, then the coach will have to just resort to going over to Egypt and defend for their lives to see.
That will not even be enough. You have to score to win now in the second leg, ending the draw. Because the goalless draw will give the Egyptians the advantage. They will go through to the next round.
For Rivers United, it's just
but this match is not over yet.
It's not over, but if you look at what Reliance is saying, since the Egyptians are just playing simple and effective football, defend, and then when you get that one chance when the defense is caught snapping, putting across, someone might just reach out to you, a header or a tapping, and then you get your goal, and that's what they are doing. Most important goal in this game, as far as this game is concerned, the away goal. They've gotten it 1-1. They go over to Egypt, get a goalless draw. They're already through to the next round. Anything that happens now, the ball is in their court. They know how to play it now.
All right, that's the latest coming in from that encounter, and let's bring you up to speed with what's happening elsewhere in the world of football, especially the Premier League. We'll go to the Premier League earlier today. Of course, that match is still live as it were. Brentford lead Everton by a goal to nothing. 71 minutes of football played. I did tell you earlier that Burnley, their match against Tottenham Hotspur, was postponed due to bad weather. There was heavy snow at the Turf Moor, and it rendered the pitch unplayable. So that match was postponed. It will be played on a later date to be decided by the Premier League. Elsewhere, Leicester City are demolishing Watford 4-2 right now, with Ademola Lookman grabbing the 4th goal for Leicester. Earlier we had Jamie Vardy score 2 goals in that encounter, and
James Maddison
opened the scoring. Watford were briefly level when Wilfred Ndidi fouled Emmanuel Dennis in the 18-yard box, and Josh King did equalize for them, but
Emmanuel Dennis also scored too.
He scored the second goal for Watford.
Yes.
But Jamie Vardy, doing what he knows how to do best for Leicester at a very old age, grabbing 2 goals so far in that encounter. 71 minutes gone. It's still 4-2 in favor of Leicester City. Elsewhere, Manchester City lead West Ham United by a goal to nothing. Goal scored in the first half there by Ilkay Gundogan. Of course, Riyad Mahrez had his goal disallowed for offside initially in that encounter. The big one is by is that 5:30 p.m.?
5:30.
Oh, 5:30. I said 5 initially. Okay, that match is actually for 5:30 p.m. between Chelsea and Manchester United. At least we'll give you 30 minutes of update for that one before we leave the studio. Let's move from the Premier League and go to yet another league out there in Europe. And now this time we'll go to Spain, where it's all about the La Liga. One match decided today. Real Betis 3-1 winners over Levante. And as we speak right now, Espanyol are playing against Real Sociedad. It's goalless after about 70 minutes of football. By 5:30 p.m., that's 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time, to be Cadiz versus Atletico Madrid, and by 9 o'clock, Real Madrid, the table toppers, will confront Sevilla. Massive fixture to look forward to in Spain later tonight by 9 p.m. Real Madrid versus Sevilla. Let's go to Italy. Yes, Serie A. One match decided today. Udinese played at a goalless draw with Genoa. That's the second match for Andrei Shevchenko. Last time he got the baptism of fire, but this time he was able to manage a goalless draw. So 1 point on the road for the Genoa side against Udinese. Not a bad one if you ask me. AC Milan are currently down at home. Sassuolo lead them by 3-1. Can you believe that?
Yeah,
Sassuolo leading AC Milan right there at San Siro. Can you believe that?
Earlier in the game, it was one or draw. All of a sudden,
it's 3-1 in favor of Sassuolo, and it's not over yet.
That's one to know about AC
73 minutes of football
Milan. They lack that
encounter.
consistency. Even last season, they couldn't win the Serie A due to their inconsistency in the play.
And Spezia are also drawing goalless this time around with Bologna. We have Roma to take on Torino later this evening by 6 p.m. and by 8:45 p.m. Napoli without Victor Osimhen confront Lazio in a match that should serve us a lot of excitement and explosive action as it were. To Germany we go in the Bundesliga. Halftime, Eintracht Frankfurt versus Union Berlin. The Frankfurt side lead by a goal to nothing against Taiwo Awoniyi's Union Berlin, and by 5:30 p.m. Nigerian time, RB Leipzig will be up against Bayer Leverkusen. And finally, let's wrap up the updates coming in from the Ligue 1 out there in France. PSG, they are cruising, I tell you. They won today 3-1 against Saint-Etienne, and Lionel Messi got a hat-trick of assists, as a matter of fact, in that encounter. But disturbing news there, Neymar got injured towards the end of that fixture, and he was eventually substituted. Of course, the Saint-Etienne side had a man sent off before PSG started their scoring. Marquinhos scored a brace in that one. Angel Di Maria also on target for the PSG side. The good news for them too, PSG, is that Sergio Ramos eventually, saw action. Yeah, he started today, and of course, they won that encounter against Saint-Etienne by 3-1. That result means they had gone 14 points clear at the top of the table, and they have only played how many matches? Less than 15 matches or so.
It's 14.
14 matches, and they're 14 points clear already. Now, it looks like there's another goal in our back. Reliance is calling us. Let's go there. Reliance! Hello!
On Rivers United.
Hello, Reliance.
Rafiu with the second goal.
Wow.
Thank God.
Wow.
Isha Rafiu has been a thorn on the flesh for the defense of the Al Masry side. He has been doing the dribbling. He has been using his space to his advantage, and he has unsettled the defense of Al Masry. He got the ball, a pass from the middle to Malakai Ohaume, and Malakai Ohaume sent in a beautiful cross that was not stopped by the defense of Al Masry. And Ishak Rafiu, who has been, like I mentioned, a thorn in the flesh for the defense of Masry, was just there, slotted at the back of the net. So
is that type of goal? Relax. That type of goal, we call it food is ready.
Tap it.
Food is ready. But goal. Nice one there for Rivers United. Relax. From the way Rivers United are playing, do you see them scoring 2, 3, 4 more goals in this encounter?
Surely, they take their chances. They've been creating the chances. They've been the most threatening side in this match so far. They've been creating the chances, like I mentioned. Malakai Ohaume on the left-hand side is working very well for Rivers United. Ishak Rafiu on the other side, the right-hand side of the attack, equally working very well. So the exact chemistry and that combination with Barnabas Daniel, who leads the attack for Rivers United, and they've been creating those chances. They just need a bit of precision and accuracy, and they should be able to register 3 more goals in this encounter.
Thank you so much. Reliable Reliance for the updates all the way from the Enyimba International Stadium. I know.
You're welcome.
I know in the next few minutes we'll call again to report another goal for Rivers United.
That is what it should be.
All right, Rivers United getting it done. Victor, good one for Rivers United.
Yeah.
They have responded 2-1 now in favor of the pride of Rivers, Stanley Gumas men, but they still need to do more.
They need to do really well. We just hope they build on this momentum and not sleep again.
And the good thing is that from what Reliance has been giving us, the updates has been giving us, they've been
they're
the offensive
playing well.
side, they're playing well, they're creating the chances, and somehow they've converted 2 of those chances.
Yeah, like he said, who normally sits on the bench and most of Rivers United games, and he's starting today. They still have some guys to call from the bench just in case they need. Oman Noire is on the bench, and Nelson also is also on the bench. These guys are guys that can get you goals.
Exactly. These are 2 brilliant players on the bench. So for Rivers United, somehow even in the second half they can bring in Moneware, who is a deadly goal poacher.
Good goal scorer also. And Maurice Chukwu also is also on the bench. So for Eguma, try to make sure we don't concede again. If another goal gets in, it will be bad for Rivers United. The Egyptian side will be having 2 goals, and then 2 goals is almost like.
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
So for Eguma, just make sure that the boys build on this momentum. They should not be complacent. If there is any form of complacency at this point in time,
they are not even enjoying a healthy lead as it were. 2-1 is no lead in football, especially when you're playing at home. All right, so good one there for Rivers United. We hope they are able to get more goals. They get more goals. Destroy these Egyptians so that you don't even see them again tomorrow.
Can they destroy these Egyptians before they can't see them tomorrow? They can, but can they do that? It depends on the players. They have to be clinical. That's the thing.
And
you have to
they've
they've gotten it now. 2 goes to 1, but they shouldn't let it end this way because 2 goes to 1 gives you no advantage going away from home. I tell you,
a little advantage.
I feel when we are playing against the North African side, it's no advantage for us. We've gone down.
Knowing what they are capable of doing
because they know that when they come, they just need to sit in. For them,
Aqua United and Bayelsa United,
they'll tell you it doesn't do us so much of good. So, but just like I said, before they started the game, we knew that they would be on the offensive side because look at the forward lineup they had. Their mind was just to score the goals. But while trying to score these goals, make sure that your back line is also compact because you don't need to concede another goal going further in that one. That's the most vital thing for Rivers United now.
They've let one in already. They've let one goal in already. They can't afford to consider another goal, right? They can't afford
to do that. And good thing for them. They also have another man there with them, Fatah Osho. He knows how this thing is done. I can remember the first game against Al Hilal of Sudan. During the second half, I would still say I gave all credit to Fatah Osho. When he came into, he was there with their coach, that Stanley Eguma. You could see his input to us that I'm not saying the two of them, they're trying. Let's see how they could go. At least he knows how much this kind of games are played over there in the continent. Let's see how far, but they need to score more goals. 2-1 is not an advantage for me. I don't think it's an advantage.
According to Izine, 2-1 is not an advantage. Rivers United, please score more goals. Score more goals. You're playing at home. Next week you go to Egypt for the return leg. So make the second leg a mere formality by winning convincingly at home. At least 7-1. 6-1. I mean, we are sure all right. Before we got that update from Reliance in about, we're telling you about what happened today in the French Ligue 1. Of course, PSG defeated Saint-Etienne 3 goes to 1 away from home to go 14 points clear at the top of the table with Neymar getting injured, Marquinhos scoring a brace, and Messi grabbing 3 assists in that encounter. All right, elsewhere, matches are ongoing also in French Ligue 1. Bordeaux trailing 1-2 at home to Brest, and Lorient are down at home as well. Rennes lead them by a goal to nothing. Monaco are drawing 1-0 at home against Strasbourg, and we have Reims taking on Clermont-Foot. That one is goalless with about 80 minutes of football played. So those are the updates coming through from the major leagues out there in Europe. More will be coming your way in the course of the program. All right, let's see if anything has changed in the Premier League from the last time we gave the update. I think it's still 4-2. 4-2 in favor of Leicester City at the expense of Watford. Brentford still lead Everton by a goal to nothing. Ivan Toney with the goal, right?
Yes.
All right. The young man is doing quite well for himself this season. Manchester City are still 1-0 up against West Ham United. That if he ends that way, they'll go level on points with Chelsea. But Chelsea have got a game in hand this evening. They're playing against Manchester United. And we will also take them back to the 3 points clear at the top. They're already at the top, even if they want the match between City and West Ham ends the way it is right now. Chelsea have a better goal difference, so Chelsea will still retain top spot right there. Okay, so those are the updates. More of them coming your way in the course of the show. Very shortly, we'll be opening the phone lines for you to have your say. We haven't talked about Enyimba. Yesterday, we reported that Enyimba, the match will be played today eventually, but no way. That match has been postponed. So we'll tell you more about that. We hope to also get in contact with our man Zazi Barizadi, the Enyimba mid officer, who is right there in Casablanca with the team. But so far, so good. 2-1 in favor of Rivers United in Aba at the Enyimba International Stadium. That's the adopted home of Rivers United. You see, this life, you get as a debut, what goes around comes around. Enyimba, we are in Port Harcourt playing CAF Champions League and Confederation Cup games at the Adokia Mesemaka Stadium. Now, Rivers United have gone to Aba to play to do the same thing because of one reason: poor pitch of
poor management. You see this?
All right, but of course we hope they will get the needed victory right there in Aba. I'm very happy for Rivers United. You could see the excitement when they scored the first goal. They have to score more goals. So we want 2 Nigerian teams in the group stage of the competition, because if we don't perform well in the competition, our ranking will drop, and we will have only a team apiece in the Champions League and the Confederation Cup. It has happened before. If not for the brilliance of Enyimba on the continent that restored the rankings and the two teams appeased on for those two tournaments, we have been fielding on one team in those tournaments, and it's not good. So we need these two teams to get to the group stage of the CAF Confederation Cup. Somehow, Rivers United competed in the Champions League. They couldn't make it there. So let's see. Let them come. Since they are down already in the Confederation Cup, let's see whether they will be able to get to the group stage. And we're supporting them to do just that. Isn't you surprised that the Rivers Enyimba fans did not really come out in their numbers today?
No, I'm not surprised. If
because of the 500 naira to
you know what happened.
But if you had to be Enyimba, they would have come out in their numbers.
No, that's the thing. That was comes. Even if as they are both in Nigerian club, we know what it has to do with club rivalry. These two clubs, the fans, we know how we've listened to them call and all that.
But they say they have put that behind them.
That's for you. That was a mouthpiece. No, you can't talk for the whole fans. But it's not something I do not expect the fans to turn out a mass. And I don't think Rivers United would have expecting that because they even know in their home they don't play with even when
if you don't support your own
free of charge it was made. When I even saw the money free of charge it was made when they played here against Al Sudan. It wasn't still filled. A lot of fans still didn't show up. Over there now, but at least from what Ryan said, up to 400 to 500. I think they tried. I think for me, I think the fans they tried for it to have even reached that number. They did well, but we need to let support our own.
You think it was the wrong decision to allow the fans pay for that match today?
Yeah, he said yesterday that it could be counterproductive. And you can't tell the fans to pay 500 naira when you know it's not
500 for regular, 1,000
for regular, and then 1,000 for VIP. When you know fully well that if you put that amount in Port Harcourt here, the stadium will be empty. Even when the gates are thrown open and the fans, you hardly see the fans. You can just count like Reliance did today. Count the fans, and you out of nowhere you just know the amount, the number of fans are in the stadium. So it's poor decision from management of Rivers United. These kind of things are not supposed to happen. This is very important Champions League game that the team needs support. In football we call the fans the 12th man. They need support. Fans, they need to. The management of the club should have gone around about to if there's possibility of making an announcement, give us some merchandise of the club to the fans, jerseys, banners and everything. This kind of thing should have been done.
You have a sizable crowd, at the stadium.
Not
selling. But they are looking at the business aspect. Football is business these days.
No,
imagine where they say Barcelona are playing Arsenal, or maybe Barcelona are playing Manchester United at Camp Nou, and you want to do free gate.
You know what?
The capacity of the stadium is like 98,000.
Yes.
And you are doing they fill up the stadium on a good day. You understand? Now you're doing it for free. You mean?
The thing is,
how much they will be losing?
on a regular, it's the right call that you're supposed to do. As a fan, that's the whole age you pay.
Because I was talking to an official of Rivers United, they pay the Enyimba to use that.
That's what I'm going to. Because as a fan, on a normal day, you are meant to pay. But where I feel the Aba fans are not happy about is that you play your game at home, you made it free for them. Now you're coming away from home. You're supposed to try to do something, maybe subsidize it a little going for that. But we know that even when you subsidize, a fan that doesn't want to come won't still come. I feel that's it, because for 500 I know that it's a big money, but it's not something that if the fans really wanted to come, they will not come.
500 is big money. That's
the thing for women that give birth. So that's like it's a big money, but if you want let us forget it. So that's the on the business.
Who does this thing, Steph?
I don't know.
Who does this thing?
When you were saying they should have gone round, I want to say gone round through which means, because that means they'll be trekking around Abia, and that's about around the place, because there's no road. That's the thing, they have to take that.
It's okay, off your mind. Don't worry. Okay, it's time to go to the phone lines. I think it's halftime in that encounter between Rivers United and Al Masry. Let's quickly go to Abba to confirm, and we'll come back and take your reactions. We've been talking for about 48 minutes already, and we want to hand the microphone over to you. All right, let's see if we can connect with our man, reliable Reliance, who's right there at the Enyimba International Stadium. I don't know, but let's say it's halftime. It's 48 minutes already from our clock here. Halftime now. How would you assess it by the scoreline? 2-1 in favor of Rivers United.
Yeah, good game for Rivers United. At least they're leading, and it's a positive right there. It shows the team can score.
All right, so we'll get back to you in a jiffy. But let's go to Abba. Reliable Reliance, good to have you back on the show.
Thank you very much, Emeka.
All right, so can you confirm to us, is this halftime already in that encounter?
Surely it's half time at the. I was about to say at the KMC Chibaka Stadium.
That's the traditional home ground of Rivers United.
Well, it's half time at Enyimba International Stadium. Goals scored to Rivers United 2, Masri 1. Goal scored by Uche Unsoya and Ishak Rafiu. Yet to confirm the goal scorer for our Masri.
We are not interested in that one.
Like I mentioned, Rivers United have been the better side all through 45 minutes. They are defending well, although the equalizing goal that made it 1-1 was a very cheap goal that the defender should have done better. Even I think Theophilus Afeloha should have done better. It was very cheap. Even the fans are even angry why you letting that kind of goal, because it was a goal that should have been saved. Now it would have been 2 goals to nothing, but it is what it is at the moment. And for Rivers United, they are playing well at the defense. Even at the midfield, Chiamaka is doing very well. Lukman Biniyu, and of course Ishak Rafiu has been like the star man for me so far in this match. He has been a son on the flesh of the defense of our match. They are combining well up front alongside Barnabas Daniel and Malakai Hawome. Not forgetting to mention Conan Rafiu, who has equally been very fantastic and impressive from the wing back, tracking back when he has to, and of course advancing forward when he has to. I think what Rivers United needs to do in the second half is a little bit of more precision. I wouldn't recommend for any change at the moment, because the chemistry of the players I'm seeing at the field of play is just what they need. They need just a bit of more precision and accuracy. They should have been at least 3 to 4 goals up in this first half.
Okay.
But due to a couple of missed chances and inaccuracy from the attackers, they've been able to record just 2 goals. So if they can improve on their accuracy and precision, and they keep on the tempo that they've done, that they've used in the first half, Rivers United should be able to reach at least 2 more goals in this particular encounter.
All right, Reliance, if Guma is to call on the bench at any point in the encounter, we still have a fortune of money over there, Paul Aqua, the Ghanaian, and the very creative Nelson is all right?
Yeah, we still have Nelson, so we have Fortune, like we mentioned. For Fortune Omalewa Remeka,
he's been out for a long time. He just come back to the team after an injury layoff.
Yeah. So I wouldn't advise him to be called in unless maybe 5 minutes to go, just to exercise himself and try to keep himself in shape. That should have been after Rivers United have registered at least 2 more goals in this particular encounter. But Emeka is hotting up. He's really, really hotting up at the bench of our match week. The coach of our match side has been yellow carded, and a substitute equally has been yellow carded due to actions, or you could want to say reactions, from the technical crew of our match, complaining about the officiating and all of that. But I've seen the officiating so far to be very fair and very honest, and of course the referee as well. There's not been any should I say suspicious call, from the referee. It has been fair and square, at least to the humanly possible best so far. So, but they feel like they've been hard done by talking about the technical crew of our match, and so 2 yellow cards for the bench of the our match team. Earlier on, asked me about the 2 Nigerians we have. Emeka, you know that we have talent in Nigeria, don't you?
I know.
Imuchi, Amamchi. If you give them the opportunity, in fact, they are combining well with the player with number 26 jersey, Abdelil Mohammed.
Ahmed
Mohammed. If you give them the opportunity, those are like the 3 or 4 star players for the Al-Masri team each time they advance forward. Abdelil Mohammed, Ahmed Mohammed, Eze, Emeka, Imuji, Amanchi. If they are given the opportunity, they can cause havoc at the defense of Rivers United. So they need to be very keen and very watchful on those 4 players, because they are threatening each time they go forward. You see them, you read them, you know that they know exactly what they are doing. They have the football sense. So Rivers United defense will have to be very keen on those 4 players coming in the second half.
All right, thank you so much, Reliable Reliance, for your brilliant updates right there from the Imba International Stadium. We hope to get back to you in the second half of the encounter when the goals will be pouring in for Rivers United again. All right, that was a man, Reliable Reliance, right there, giving us a summary of what happened in the first 45 minutes of that encounter. Like you already know, Rivers United lead by 2 goals to 1 in that fixture. Guys, do you see Rivers United getting more goals in the second half?
Of course, like Reliance said, they are playing well. They just need to bury some of the chances that come their way. If they do that, of course, why not? The Egyptians seems as if they are defending, and you can just exploit that. See if they can get good delivery from the crosses and especially set pieces. This could help a lot because they can't, if they are defending when it's open play, I don't think they will defend that well when it's when it comes to set pieces. And then see if they can introduce some guys in the second half.
That's if the guys on the pitch are
not delivering. So Polakwa is on the bench. He's sizzling like I had a very good player on the ball. Omonuwari, who's just recovering from injury. And then next also some spark in that midfield.
He's a very creative player. Very skillful.
If you can get some spice, some spice in the team, and then why not? If you can score 2 goals in the first half, who says you can score 2 or even 3 in the second half?
All right, it's almost full time at the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City still lead West Ham United by a goal to nothing. Elsewhere, Leicester City lead Watford by 4 goals to 2. And we can also report that Brentford are leading Everton 1-0. Antony's goal in the first half, still the difference between those two sides. One match was postponed today due to heavy snow, the match between Burnley and Tottenham Hotspur. We'll be going to the phone lines any moment from now to hear from you on the show. What do you make of the match ongoing at the moment between Rivers United and Al Masry? You can also share your thoughts with the matches so far in the Premier League before we talk about Enyimba and what their fate will be in the hands of CAF. Talking about the CAF Confederation Cup game against Al Ittihad. That match was not played. It's not going to be played today. It was postponed there, but Enyimba is still in Casablanca. They are waiting for a final decision from CAF to know whether they will come back to Nigeria or whether that match will be played in the course of the week, where it will be played and what have you. All that will be ratified by CAF in the coming hours or days, as the case may be. Let's go to the phone lines right now. Halftime in Aba. Rivers United 2, Al Masry of Egypt 1. First leg playoff encounter in the CAF Confederation Cup right there. The winners over 2 legs will advance to the group stage. Rivers United are leading at the moment. But do you think they can win convincingly and make it to the group stage? Let's get to hear from you. 0817 00 00951. That's 0817 00 00951. You can also reach us on 0810 9510 951. That's 0810 9510 951. Alternatively, you send us messages via text or WhatsApp to 070 1933 9962. That's 070 1933 9962. All right, before we go to the phone lines, goal update. Fernandinho, the veteran captain of Manchester City, has added a second goal for the side. So they now lead by 2 goals to nothing against West Ham United. So this is almost done right there. So let's go to the phone lines to hear from you. Oh, sorry, we lost that one. Oh, okay, we equally lost that one. Please do well to call us back. We want to hear from you. Let's go to the sports line. Hello.
Hello.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Line.
Good evening.
Your name and your location, please.
My name is Ifeanyi Chukwu. I'm calling from us.
Good to have you on the show. Ifeanyi Chukwu, talk to us. Oh, Ifeanyi Chukwu, why did you do that? Or is it the network that let you down? Really sorry about that. Please do well to call us back if you can. Let's go to the next line. Hello.
Hello, Victor. Good evening.
Oh, prophetess, faithful faith. Prophetess, faithful faith.
Good evening, Esme and Victor.
Good evening, prophetess.
Thank you. Captain, I don't know if it's wrong to ask this question by this time, but I wanted to know about Lewis Hamilton and the tournament today. Did they do it today, the Formula 1?
No, it's not this weekend. I think it's next weekend.
Yes, next weekend.
Next weekend, not this weekend.
Okay, and for Rivers United, it's a nice one, no? I like
it's nice one that they're leading 2-1. They are considered an away goal. It says it's a nice one.
Wait, they are losing or they are winning?
They are leading 2-1. They are leading 2-1.
No, the away goal is not nice, but let's see what they will do
in the second half.
Yes. Right. And about that issue of throwing, look at what they did. Like I told you yesterday, I wish they had, given the regular NPFL prize. Since they wanted to monetize the stuff, I wish they would have done it that way. I think more people would have attended, but anyhow, I just hope that I wish them all the best and thanks. And I think Abba fans even they tried for appearing for that game. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prophetess Faithful Faith. All right, he said the Abba fans tried. We are talking about less than 1,000 fans and for a stadium of about 20,000 capacity. He said and try. Well, I thought I was passed.
Bad pass.
All right, still 0817 00951 or 0810 9510951. Those are the numbers to call. So you'll be live on the show to share your thoughts with us as far as what's happening in the football scene is concerned. In Aba, Rivers United lead Al Masry of Egypt 2-1, halftime in that encounter. And over there in England, the Premier League precisely, we can report that Brentford have beaten Everton by 1-0. As a result, Leicester City have equally beaten Watford 2-0. And Manchester City are very close to beating West Ham United. They lead by 2-0. It's additional time in that encounter. 4 minutes of additional time right there. They lead by 2-0. So you can as well put your money right now on City winning this one with 4 minutes left. All right. We can also let you know that the big one comes up by 5:30 this evening. Chelsea taking on Manchester United right there at Stamford Bridge. Let's go back to the phone lines. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
It's Emmanuel Chimeze Osuago.
Emmanuel Chimeze Osuago from Aba.
Yes, I wanted to go to the stadium. The ticket is too much now.
500 naira. When you are playing, that's also the same amount you pay now. When you are playing, but you also pay 500 naira to watch them in the Champions League or Confederation Cup.
You yourself, you're supposed to know that anybody will be playing next Sunday. And the sure banker that will be there. Have you been? They should have even subsidized it to 200 or 300 naira.
Okay, don't worry. I will tell them to do that. Maybe next time, That's if.
But I wish Rivers United good luck. You know, we are fanatical over football in Aba.
Yes, sir.
As far as anybody is playing by Sunday, you know, even if it's 1,000 naira, will be there. You know.
Yes,
you know
as far as 2003. The final of the Champions League between Enyimba and Ismaili was for 1,000 naira. As far as 2003, I was there at the stadium that day.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
I'm praying for them.
We are equally praying for them here. Thank you so much. Chimeze from Aba, he says the 500 naira is too much. The fans are complaining. you know 500 naira is big money.
Something that governor will give you.
All right. Keep those calls coming through. Alternatively, you can send us your messages via text or WhatsApp to 070-1933-9962. That's for your text and WhatsApp messages. Send to that number 070-1933-9962. It's all over, but there was a little drama, right, Victor?
Manuel Lanzini scoring for
West Ham United.
For West Ham United.
In what turned out to be a consolation goal.
Yeah, it's just disappointing for Manchester City and keeping clean sheet, and then at the end of the game, just at the death of time, conceding that goal. But it was a good goal from Lanzini.
Okay. But City won by 2-1 eventually.
But we needed the clean sheet.
Who are we?
It's me.
All right. 0817 0000951 0810 9510951. Those are the numbers to call, and let's get more reactions from you before we go to Casablanca in Morocco to talk about Enyimba. All right. While we wait for those calls to come through, let's let you know that yesterday the Confederation of African Football (CAF) postponed the Confederation Cup game between Enyimba and Al Ittihad of Libya. All right. And by doing so, that match, which was earlier scheduled to take place today in Tunisia, will no longer happen. All right. That's a very sad one. But let's see if we can hear from this caller. We'll come back to that story. Hello.
Marcus, good evening.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live. You know the location.
This is Precious coming from ABHA.
All right. Let's hear you. Precious.
As the second of the comments, I pray Rivers United will get a quick 2 goals.
I beg, we need more than 2 goals, Seth. Even if they can score 5 goals in the second half, make it 7-1. We will be happy.
Please, Emeka, please, I want to answer this question from here. Nigeria Premier League.
Are you on the hot seat? Are you on the hot seat? Yeah. Is it for the friend you're doing? Alright, what about Nigeria Professional Football League? What about it?
the resumption date?
17th December, tentative date, 17th December, subject to ratification of the LMC. We wait and see, but they said 17th December. No, the league body will meet with the club owners on the 7th of December to ratify that date. So maybe on the 7th or 8th we will hear further. No, I mean we'll confirm it as a matter of fact.
All right, thank you. Can I comment on the EPL?
Feel free, my brother.
I appreciate that. All blues.
All right, we'll wait and see what happens. They're playing Man United this evening. All right, thank you so much for your call right there. Let's go back to the Enyimba story. Isn't quite a lot has happened to Enyimba in the last 72 hours or so. Of course, like I said earlier, the match today against Al Ittihad of Libya can postpone. That match was supposed to be played in Tunisia, but Enyimba couldn't even make it to Tunisia. They've been in Casablanca, Morocco for the past 3 days because the Tunisian authorities stopped them from entering Tunisia because they had not been vaccinated. They needed to take the COVID-19 vaccination. The proof of that would have allowed them access, but they couldn't. They haven't been vaccinated, so they were not allowed to do so. And they didn't even have Moroccan visa. They only had the transit visa, which will not allow you enter inside Morocco. So they slept at the airport Thursday, Friday, and yesterday morning they had to eventually get the visas, the Moroccan visas, and enter the hotel in Casablanca. They trained in the evening, and before they even trained in the evening, CAF said the match has been postponed. They will get to hear more from CAF regarding the new date and venue, but that's supposed to be the first leg. The second leg will come up in about on Sunday, according to CAF. So if that is the case, they will still hear from CAF whether that match will be played tomorrow or next before they come back to Nigeria to prepare for the second leg. They also had COVID-19 tests yesterday before they even trained in Morocco. So those are the updates coming in from the Enyimba camp. We'll try to get across to Zazi, the media officer of the side, any moment from now. But isn't the quite a disappointing one there for Enyimba? I mean, no fault of theirs, so to say. From what we have gathered, they were not informed in time that they will even get the COVID-19 vaccination before they enter Tunisia. Otherwise, somehow they would have made plans to do that and all that. So I don't know. What do you make of the whole situation surrounding Enyimba? But before I get to you, let's hear from this caller. Hello.
Hello, Emeka. Good evening.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Alessandra. Happy Sunday.
The same to you, my brother. What's your name?
Joseph, calling from Bori.
Good to have you on the show, Joseph.
Yeah, I wish Rivers United success.
All right.
I want to ask you this question, please. What about the Aqua United? I never hear from them again.
League never Aqua United, after winning the league now, they played in the Champions League and they were knocked out in the very first round. Since that time, they just go back one side. They prepare for the new season. So the league will start on the 17th of December. You hear from Aqua United. I think
and on the 12th, that's the tentative date, likely. It's the Super Cup. That's them with Bayelsa United.
Okay, they're supposed to play the Super Cup maybe on the 12th of December before 5 days later they will play in the league. The league, I think Aqua United are playing with
Kano Pillars.
Kano Pillars. Yeah, that's a star game. They will play Kano Pillars on the 17th of December, God willing.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much as well for calling into the show. All right. You keep those calls coming through. Alternatively, you can send us your messages via text or WhatsApp to 070-1933-9962. That's 070-1933-9962 for your text and WhatsApp messages, sir. As in, we are talking about the ordeal of Enyimba right there in Casablanca. Zazi will be crossing over to him in a jiffy, but let's hear from you first.
For me, what happened to Enyimba is something that has to do with a bridge in information, because when you talk about the COVID-19, we know that this is a sensitive matter. Not everyone might want to do that. We're talking about the EPL. Not all players are still vaccinated going for that. If CAF knew that this kind of things is what happens in Tunisia, they were supposed to have informed the players prior to the game so that they will know that if I'm to travel to Tunisia, that means I need to get vaccinated before that time. You can tell me if they are supposed to be vaccinated. How many people are vaccinated? We're even talking about the Australian Open coming for that. We know that a lot of controversies coming into that one for Enyimba. I feel very bad for them to have even slept at the airport for how many days after leaving with all the high hopes and spirit to come and stay down and train and all that. It turned that in a different perspective for them. I think for the Ittihad of Tunisia, they have more time because they've been resting. You can't compare someone that have been sleeping staying calmly at the airport. There are no different. Is it by now so that the club will know what they have to do, because now funds are being spent in things that would have been avoided. I think that's not a good one.
Exactly. Victor, could anything have been done differently by CAF in this whole arrangement, the Imba Al-Ittihad situation?
Yeah, they could have done something, and we all know what the Egyptians, the North Africans do, like we always see. But it seems CAF are not doing anything. It seems they're just by the side of
but they know they have done something. They have postponed the match. It was supposed to be played today. If
you postpone the match, it favors the Egyptians more than it favors the opponents more than Eyimba. It means the thing right now they are disoriented, because everyone must have planned. Okay, we are playing this game today. Which is Sunday. We all have our spirit head high, and then we are hearing the date for the match. It just. In the
state of I don't know what to do, All right, but let's see if we can cross that over to Casablanca in Morocco, where the media officer of Eyimba, Aoun Zazi Bariza, is standing by. All right, Eyimba, things have not gone down well with them at all in the last few days, I tell you. I mean, did you see the viral pictures of the Eyimba players? So even the chairman was eating biscuits and lying down on the couch. And we have Zazi. We have Zazi on the line from Casablanca in Morocco. Zazi, a very good evening to you. Hello, Zazi. Good evening, Zazi.
Hello. Good evening.
All right. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing good. I'm good.
Are you sure you're doing good? Be honest. Are you sure you're really doing good? Someone who sleeps in the airport for 2 days, on a couch, no good food. Is that really doing good?
We are Nigerians. That was
a lighter note. We have narrated the ordeals of Eyimba to the fans, our listeners, and all that. I mean, the story has gone viral, but I think it's good to hear from the horse's mouth. You are the man right there in the center of it all. You started this journey from Aba to Lagos. Lagos to Morocco. You're supposed to go to Tunisia and all that. Please talk us through the travels of Eyimba in the last 72 hours. Hello, Zazi.
I think the word travel it's been a travel moving from Lagos, of course, in the early hours of Thursday, destined for Tunisia. We were to transit in Morocco, but that happened as a mating point, because at Morocco we didn't have the permission to board the plane to Tunisia because of the COVID-19 restrictions over there. So we had football team representing a nation, so we thought we could get that waiver. Unfortunately, we could not, and it looked like we were stuck. Of course, that is what it was, because we couldn't leave the airport. We were at the airport, we couldn't leave because we didn't have visas to enter into Morocco. We only had transit visas to pass through Morocco. So we remained at the airport all through that Thursday without food, without where to sleep in the cold, at the airport. On Friday, it was the same until towards midnight when we were taken out of the airport. The Nigerian Football Federation playing a big role in that, collaborating with the Moroccan FA to secure entry visas for us. So since then, we've been at a hotel in Casablanca, and that's where we are until now.
And of course, the match was supposed to be played today, but you guys released the communication from CAF that the match has been postponed. So what is the latest as we speak right now? Because no date and venue was even given for the rescheduled match, as it were.
Would you please say that again, Emeka?
I said, Zazi, there was confirmation from CAF yesterday that match against Al Ittihad will not be played today. It's been postponed. But we didn't get to hear whether it will be the next time it will be played or where it will be played since you couldn't get to Tunisia. So what's the latest on that? Has CAF given another statement?
No, CAF has not given us any other statement on that. We are still waiting to see what their decision would be. In that letter that they wrote, they made it very clear that a new venue and date would be announced, but that announcement has not been made yet. So we need to know so we can also know what our next move will be.
All right, talking about the next move, of course, you have the second leg in Aba in a week's time, ordinarily. I don't know whether that will be altered, in the long run. But, how long will Enyimba wait to hear from CAF before you start coming back home to prepare for the second leg?
We are hoping that decision would be out today. We are only hoping. We are not CAF. CAF will eventually be the ones to, decide when they release that announcement. But we're really hoping that decision would be today because we need to be sure. We can't keep flying here and there without knowing exactly what's ahead of us. But like you mentioned, in that letter, CAF made it very clear that the order fixture will certainly hold on Sunday in Aba. So they've been very definitive on that one. The one that is still uncertain is the first leg, when and where it would hold.
All right, Zazie, before we let you go, are these boys even in the right frame of mind to play football, considering what they've passed through the last 72 hours?
They've been affected. I cannot deny that. They've been affected physically, psychologically, mentally as well. There has been an effect. But it's been control that is quite positive. They want to. They don't want to give excuses. They are still focused on the goal, which is to get to the group stage of this competition. And like we always say, adversity makes Nigerians even stronger. So, having gone through this, I think the players will come out strong whenever they are called upon.
All right. Our warm regards to the Enyimba team, especially Coach Finidi George. I'm sure he's not used to this kind of a situation. And we wish the team all the best eventually. Thank you so much, Zazie, for joining us all the way from Casablanca in Morocco.
Thank you so much, Emeka.
All right. Welcome back to Port Harcourt. We just came back from Morocco right now. It is what it is. They are still waiting on CAF to know when the match will eventually be played and where it will be played. It will not be played today in Tunisia like as earlier scheduled, but they haven't even heard from CAF. Why? Is the Confederation of African Football delaying so much?
That's what I told you about that.
Because
somehow,
the second leg will be played in Aba.
Yes,
they have to play the first leg before the second leg.
You have to play the return fixtures before the first leg. That's the thing.
No, you have to play the first leg before the second leg.
Before the second leg. So, but then I talked about how CAF can be slow when it comes to decision making.
Okay.
This team, they knew about Enyimba being stranded for how long ago. They should have found an alternative till now. Knowing that now they are there. The longer they stay, I still talked about it. You go into unnecessary expenditure that the club would have avoided, because these funds they are using, they could be used elsewhere, maybe in other things that is needed in the club. But now they'll be using it in a different angle. They didn't plan to stay this long.
Stay there in Morocco now for some days
and
already.
Go through this way. But on a good note, I'm even happy that
if you're going to play it. Is still going to play this week, then it means more expenditure for Enyimba. But the budget was to stay for 3-4 days
after playing.
You come back.
But now
they're
extending it
more or so, and that's more hotel bills and what have you.
Although the amount that they did not pay hotel bills for some days because they were stranded at the airport, so the money was a bit saved. So their own.
All right. That's the situation with Enyimba. I heard from the media officer of the side, Zazie Bareza, speaking to us from Casablanca in Morocco. Just a few minutes ago, they are still in Morocco. They couldn't make it to Tunisia. The Tunisian authorities at the airport did not allow them to fly to Tunisia from Casablanca because they have not been vaccinated against COVID-19. Very, very sad. Even though COVID-19 vaccination is not compulsory, but the Tunisians, prevented Enyimba from flying into their country from Morocco. Quite a sad development. And CAF, postponed the match without a date for the new date or venue for the encounter. We'll wait for CAF to do so. But in the meantime, let's shift our attention quickly to England. But before we do so, what's the latest from the Rivers United encounter? Yes, I think it's still 2-1 in favor of Rivers United. Because Rivers never called. He never called. Well, let's hear from him. Let's just be doubly sure. Let's hear from him one more time.
Hopefully, as you're calling him.
I know the other time I was calling him.
Go.
We'll see the talk with Antu. They equalize. It's okay. But we hope to get the better news this time around. Still 2-1 in that encounter between Rivers United and Al Masry right there in the second half, well on the way right there. Like we did establish earlier, they need to score more goals to make the second leg a mere formality, to give themselves a chance in the second leg. Otherwise, can't take a 2-1 advantage to Egypt, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Abba. We have Reliance back on the line. Reliance, good to have you back from the Enyimba International Stadium.
Thank you very much, Emeka. 14 minutes into the second half, the scoreline remains 2-1 in favor of Rivers United. I want to believe that Rivers United are trying to size up the Masry side in this second half to see what they will bring, to any change that they will bring more with threat, because the tempo we saw Rivers United with in the first half, we are yet to see Rivers United with that same tempo in this particular second half. But no clear-cut chance created by the Rivers United side. It rather has been the Al Masry team trying to go into the game to see if they can seize the opportunity for themselves. But nothing so spectacular to report just yet in this second half. But we are seeing Rivers United on the attack at the moment, and hopefully it's going to result in something. But they've been dispossessed if Al Masry on the attack at this point in time. So, in summary, Emeka, for the second half, 2 minutes of football played already, there is nothing spectacular about Rivers United. They've been conservative. Al Masry trying to go into the game.
This is not good news. That is not the news we want to hear. A team you already lead by 2-1. Why are you being conservative? Why are you not taking the game to your opponents to see if you can get more goals in the encounter like they did in the first half?
Well, that's a question I cannot answer. Probably Stanley Guma and Fatah Osho will be the ones to provide.
Give Stanley Guma the phone. All right, thank you so much for those updates. We'll come back to you before the end of that encounter. In the meantime, thank you for joining us. Still 2-1 in favor of Rivers United. It's in the big game in the Premier League. We'll be getting underway in the next 8 minutes or so. Chelsea versus Manchester United. Top of the table, Chelsea versus resurgent Manchester United, right?
And no, that's the wrong word to use for Manchester United.
No, they just won a game in the Champions League.
Winning one game doesn't make you resurgent. I don't think that's
they won and they win game in the Champions League
and they kept a clean sheet.
No, that doesn't. No, it doesn't change anything.
Manager.
Michael Carey.
All right, don't worry. Let's look at the team list for both sides in that encounter.
Ronaldo is benched.
Yes, he's benched. I saw that one. I mean, he's on the bench today for the Manchester United side. He will become a super sub today. All right, in goal for Chelsea, we have Edward Mendy. Of course, it's a 3-4-2-1 formation the Chelsea side are playing. So the 3-man backline, I've got, I think, is it Trevor Chalobah?
Yes.
All right, Trevor Chalobah, Thiago Silva, and Antonio Rudiger. And of course, the 4 guys in front of them, we've got Rhys James, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Jorginho, and Marcos Alonso. The 2 in front of those are Hakim Ziyech and Callum Hudson-Odoi, and Timo Werner is leading the line for the Chelsea side. Let's quickly look at the bench for Chelsea. Kepa Arrizabalaga, Andres Christensen, Romelu Lukaku on the bench today, Christian Pulisic, Saul, Charles Barkley. Is it Charles Barkley? No.
Is it Ross Barkley?
Ross Barkley used to be the basketball star. Of course, Ross Barkley will have a Mason Mount. Cesar Spilicueta, the captain, is only on the bench today, and Kai Havertz. So that's the Chelsea starting 11 and reserve bench. Let's look at the Manchester United side. They're lined up in a 4-3-1-2 formation. 4-3-1-2 formation without Ronaldo today. David De Gea is in goal. The 4-man backline is Aaron Wan-Bissaka.
Victor
Lindelof, Eric Bailly, and Alex Telles occupy the back line right there for the Manchester United side. The 3-man midfield, they've got Fred, Nemanja Matic, and Bruno Fernandes. McTominay is just in front of them, and they have in front of McTominay they've got Marcus Rashford and Jadon Sancho. So that's how United start today. The bench for United, they've got Jones, Cristiano Ronaldo, Martial, that's Antonio Martial, And Anthony Martial, and of course Mason Greenwood, not forgetting Jason Lingard, Diogo Dalot, Henderson, and Van de Beek right there. So guys, what do you make of the starting level? Let me start with you, Victor. Strong one for Chelsea. For me, I don't see it as a very strong lineup. The Chelsea side here.
Yeah, for the Chelsea side, still the same thing. Just that they're missing Ben Chilwell on that left hand side. Who's his replacement? Marcos Alonso started the season so well, and then all of a sudden Chilwell was reinvigorated and then relegated Alonso back to the bench. N'Golo Kante is missing one powerhouse in that midfield. He was injured in the last game. Yeah, you look at the midfield. I don't think that's best pairing in the world. Loftus-Cheek, an attacking-minded player, and Jorginho, who most likely give you 4,000 passes, and then you only have one in the opposition box. but for Manchester United, you just look at the lineup and say you have one thing to say: Ole is gone, but Ole is there. Matic in the midfield, Scott McTominay, Fred against who in Chelsea,
and Bruno Fernandes,
who is more like a first line in this game. Why you have Galactic of attacking stars on the bench? Ronaldo, Greenwood, Martial, Lingard. What are these guys doing on the bench? you just have to say Ole is gone, but Ole is still.
But the way the two teams are set up, what do you see happening in the encounter quickly?
A draw, a goalless draw. Chelsea are parsimonious. They hardly consider. Manchester United, they just don't know how to score. Ronaldo, one of their top scorers this season, is on the bench, and then last of Jadon Sancho, who more or less is coming back this year, and then Marcus Rashford also. Yeah. So I just see a draw and maybe a couple of chances here and there, but I only see a draw.
All right, Victor is seeing a draw from the way the two teams are set up. Isn't there benching Ronaldo? Michael Carrick, do you think he has gotten it right here? What could have necessitated the decision of having Ronaldo on the bench today?
First of all, I have to be. I don't know. I think I have to give kudos to Carrick. Under that rule, you have the mind to bench Ronaldo.
Nobody does that.
Nobody does that.
In a big game like this.
Ole has done that once, and you know the kind of criticism that came after that game. It was a draw. But I think for him to have benched Ronaldo, it's going down to history. Ronaldo has not had it good going to a Chelsea side. He has not scored goals for against Chelsea in the last 10 meetings he has played Chelsea.
Except in the Champions League.
In the Premiership, he has not scored against Chelsea. I think he's looking towards the history, and he knows that if Ronaldo is on that starting lineup, he will be the man that they want to isolate. So I think he's trying to make it unpredictable. Also going towards the defensive mindset. You look at the midfield; it's lacking a lot of creativity, except for Bruno Fernandes. I think Carrick is thinking of a draw because as an interim caretaker coach now, getting a draw will do him a lot of good. It will be like a win for Carrick.
All right, it will be like a win for Carrick if he gets a draw today against high-flying Chelsea, who are top of the table. All right, Mason, are you also going for a draw? Victor says it will end in a draw, most likely. What's your own prediction?
Before the game yesterday, I went for a draw. I said a one-word draw. I don't know, but it can. That's what I think is going to be because the hype towards this game, a lot has been given to the Chelsea side. Can they live up to the bidding? Yes, but you look at the starting lineup. Lukaku's still on the bench. Maybe he will come in as a sub because Ronaldo will also come in towards like that.
Chelsea have got a decent bench too. Lukaku on the bench.
You know the good thing about Chelsea.
They also have Kai Havertz and Mason Mount.
The good thing about Chelsea is that your defense can score for you, the midfield can score for you, and also the forward line. But for United, it's mostly from the forward line. That's where we've seen the goals pop up this season. That's the difference between Chelsea. That's why I feel Chelsea can even get the goals first, even before the United side could think of equalizing.
All right, I will say around Panzer. So are you going for a draw, isn't it?
I'm still going for a draw. Anything that happens.
All right, Victor, I said a goalless draw. Okay, goalless draw. More like it. That match will be kicking off in the next 2 minutes or so. Chelsea taking on Manchester United at Stamford Bridge. What do you see happening in that encounter? Michael Carrick, what result do you expect him to churn out today with this Manchester United side without Ronaldo on the field? Ronaldo is on the bench today. Lukaku is also on the bench for Chelsea, as it were. Let's go to the phone lines to hear from you. It's still 2-1 in favor of Rivers United out there in Abad. They lead Al Masry of Egypt 2-1 in the CAF Confederation Cup. Enyimba are not playing today. They don't even know when they will play. That's the annoying thing about their own situation. 0817 000951. 0817 000951. That's the first number to call. The other number is 0810 9510 Let's go to the phone lines. Hello.
Hello.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yep. Barnabas from Alu.
Barnabas from Alu. Let's hear you, my brother.
Yeah. Mikey Carrick wants to take his job. You know, Ronaldo is a superstar.
He doesn't have a job.
He's a caretaker manager. Yeah, interim manager is coming in very soon.
But what Carrick is doing, I'm very, very happy for that because Ronaldo will be as a superstar. When he comes, I the finish work.
Alright, so you think it's a good decision to keep Ronaldo on the bench today?
Yes.
Alright, thank you so much. Let's go to the next line. Hello. Hello, good evening. Oh, really sorry about that. We lost that call. Please do well to call us back if you can. The lines are wide open. Alternatively, you can send us messages via text or WhatsApp to 07019339962. That's 07019339962. Yes, for your text and WhatsApp messages. Isn't it? We've got some messages coming through.
Yes, from the WhatsApp portal. This coming from Charlie Peace. He said, please, CAF should fix an immediate date for Eyimba. For Eyimba cannot afford to lose transportation money. Up Man United 3-2 in favor of Manchester United. That's what we have on the WhatsApp.
All right, on the WhatsApp. On the text message, okay. All right, you guys prefer to call today. So let's get those calls coming through 0817 000951 0810 9510951. Let's get your predictions. Chelsea, Man United. How do you see it panning out? Do you think Rivers United can score more goals? They have about 17-18 minutes to the end of that encounter against Al Masry in Aba. Hello. Oh, really sorry about that one. Lines are acting up today. Please keep trying. Hopefully we'll get you guys talking. The lines have been crazy, I tell you. Let's go back there and see if we will go through. Hello. Hello, good evening.
How are you?
Very well. Good evening. Is that Uncle Yudi?
This is Engineer Yudi.
Engineer Yudi, I should say. Good to have you on the show this evening.
Thank you very much. I came in late and please, I want to know what is the actual reason why Rivers United are playing at Aba. Because I was surprised to hear that they are playing their match at Aba.
Yeah. Engineer Yudi, the pitch, they are playing tough here. The pitch at the Adokia Mesmaka Stadium is not in good shape. CAF did not approve it, so they had to move them to Aba.
Wonderful. This is unbelievable.
No, but you know that pitch has been in a bad shape.
The issue of Enimba having their match being shifted somehow. I think this is where Amaju Pele could have to come in. Why is he executive member of?
Except them so far now. He was responsible for them getting the Moroccan visa so they could go to the hotel, on Friday. Or was it on Saturday? Yes, yesterday.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Yudi, for your thoughts. All right. The match is underway at Stamford Bridge. Victor, early days yet in that encounter. Opening exchanges from both sides. You could see the intensity at least by me looking at that one. Let's go to the phone lines. Hello. Hello. Good evening. Please be audible. Speak up. Raise the volume. Can barely hear you clearly.
This is Man from Rupo.
Good to have you on the show. Please talk to us.
My prediction for Chelsea Man U match is Chelsea 3, Manchester United
0 or 1. 3 what?
Chelsea 3, Manchester United 0.
All right. 3-0 in favor of Chelsea. That's according to you. All right. We'll see how that one pans out. About 3 minutes played already in that encounter. No goal yet. Very, very early right there. 2 key decisions. Manchester United without Ronaldo on the field. He's on the bench today. And Chelsea, on the other hand, have got Lukaku also on the bench. Let's hear from this caller. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yeah, Chief Eze from Okwati.
All right, Chief Eze, let's hear you.
Yeah, the prediction of Chelsea Man U is 2-2 draw.
2-2 draw. Chelsea Man U.
Yeah. You can put your money on that.
No, I don't.
Today is Sunday. Back is open on Sunday.
Chief Eze, did you see that in the vision?
Yes, you put your money on that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Chief Eze says he's very sure it will end in a 2-all draw. Victor predicted a goalless draw. Isn't they also went for a draw?
A 1-all draw.
A 1-all draw, not a goalless one this time around. But Chief Eze is saying add one goal to those two teams and to end in a 2-all draw. Put your money, according to Chief Eze, not me. Let's go back to the phone lines. Oh, sorry, we lost that one. Oh, we equally lost that one. Please do well to call us back if you can. The lines are wide open. But in the meantime, let's go pay some bills to be coming back in the GP, even as Chelsea nearly opened scoring their save made by David De Gea. That was an attempt from Hudson-Odoi, right?
Chelsea side, they've been on the offensive side since the game started. They had this is the second chance that they would have tried to maybe put the word back on the net.
Solo move there from the young man, and somehow
it was also clear by David.
It was a good effort, but it was his leg that saved that one.
So it's taking it a little bit higher.
Taking it off. No, I would have beat the goalkeeper who was already down. As a result. But still goalless in that encounter. How many minutes? 5 minutes of football.
3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes of football. Make that 4 if you like. Right there at Stamford Bridge. No goal yet from those two sides, but opening exchanges. Looking very explosive. Good intensity from both sides, pressing, very hard already in the encounter. Let's pay some bills. When we come back, we will be getting more reactions from you and giving you further updates from the Premier League and the major leagues in Europe. Not forgetting what's happening at our backyard here in Aba. We are Rivers United still lead Al Masry of Egypt by 2-1 with less than 15 minutes to the end of the encounter. Victor, that's not good enough. Let's quickly go pay some bills, sir.
The children of Israel had their needs in abundance when the siege was over, and they rejoiced.
Come and encounter the Almighty God at the Holy Ghost Congress 2021. Tag
The siege is over. Date Monday 6th to Friday 10th December 2021.
Venue Redemption Camp, kilometer 46, Lagos Ibadan Expressway. Time 7 p.m. daily.
Ministering Pastor E.A. Adeboye and other anointed men of God. Come and receive an outpouring of healing, deliverance, salvation, and abundant blessings. Jesus is Lord.
Otimbi na Timbelio. Rumba in Congo. You fit to fly don't carry another package call for Hona. 7 days explosive vacation for Kigali and Congo. For this vacation return flight go there to enter Kigali and Congo plus 2 visas. 3 different nights for Kigali and Goma. Ship cruise for 190. Hotel Rwanda, the Runga National Park plus other Bokometic Badumeti will go the Shelle from December 14 go to December 21 with the shaggy money. For more information, Mokona call us or talk with Port Harcourt office 09070 37 36 96. This is correct vacation. Now you fit to fly carry and come supported by the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo. This one go choke.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Feel the magic in the air. I love it in my all air. Ale. Feel the magic in the air. I love it in my all air. Ale.
Feel the magic in the air. Magic system. Red one, Shawty. Feel the magic in the air.
Alright, welcome back. It's still Today's Sports Live, second part of the show this lovely Sunday evening, reaching you from the studios of your premium news, talk and sports radio station right here in Port Harcourt. That's Today FM. Emeka Dennis, my name is Odogu One of Sports. In the building, I've got Ezine Oti and Victor Obuji, and together I've been serving you updates from Aba. We are Rivers United are in action against Al Masry in the CAF Confederation Cup. They lead by 2-1. Eyimba over there in Morocco, they are not playing. Yes, they are waiting on CAF for a decision on their game against Al Ittihad. That match has been postponed, but no date and venue yet. We heard from Zazi all the way from Casablanca. But right now, let's go to Aba, where we have Reliance back on the line. Reliance, good evening to you. Welcome back. What's the latest? That match is nearing conclusion in Aba. Have Rivers United scored another goal? Hello, Reliance.
Hello, Meka, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
The line is a bit poor and maybe a little bit fluctuating.
No, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you can hear me loud and clear, Rivers United have regained dominance over the position of football here at the Enyimba
What do you want the
International
dominance
Stadium.
do? We want your goals. Don't be dominance that they find. Now goal they define.
Emeka, the line is quite breaking.
Okay, maybe I'll have to call you back. Sorry about that. Nigeria, these things happen. You understand? So we'll try and call you back. We are not in America. Okay? Even in America, they get network
happens
issues.
too.
So they happen everywhere. But don't worry. We'll try to get back across to you. So we'll hopefully get a clearer conversation. All right? We have Reliance back on the line. Reliance, is it better now?
Yeah, I think it's better now, better off.
All right. So you were telling us that Rivers United are enjoying dominance. Match remain like 7 or 8 minutes to finish. What's it they want to take the dominance do? Eh?
Well, it's actually 33 minutes of football played here at the Enyimba International Stadium. Like I mentioned, they regained dominance. There were some tired legs in Jamaica. Conan Rufino was no longer in the match, was tired. Barnabas Daniel was off, almost totally off in the match, tired as well. And of course, I can equally add, I'm going to confirm the midfielder that was substituted as well. So right now we have Bamba Bakari on for Conan Rufino. We equally have Fortune Moriwari starting after a long injury layoff, replacing Barnabas Daniel, who was no longer in the field of play. That was a beautiful and fantastic shot by Fortune Moriwari. The first, let's say, attack of Rivers United had so far in this second half.
Relax.
So, couple of changes.
Relax.
I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you.
Go and tell Guma and Fatayo show. Make them no play all these beautiful and fantastic shots. Then still no make them to group stage. Which kind of beautiful and fantastic nonsense is that?
Well, to be very honest, Rivers United are yet to be threatening or deadly in front of goal since the beginning of the second half. Like I mentioned, over 30 minutes of football played, and we are just seeing the first shot that was even off target from Rivers United in this second half. That to tell you how pure they've been in the second half. Although they are enjoying dominance in the last 10 minutes, but they are yet to be deadly and create array of chances like we saw them do in the second half, in the first half, I beg your pardon. So hopefully those substitutions will support the team and spark the team to do better, because Emeka, we know how it is in continental football here in Africa. They need to score 2 more goals.
Time on their hand right now. How many minutes left in the encounter?
Well, a check on my clock to quickly confirm the number of football.
They're not on scoreboard for that game.
Emeka, they don't honor, but that's the time the match. I mean, the time the match. 36 minutes of football played. Emeka, 36 minutes of football played. There's no more time.
About 9 minutes to the end of the game, man.
Yeah, there's no more time. They will need to score at least a goal in this second half, because, 2-1 is like a win for the Al-Masri side, because they know what it feels like. They know what they want to do, what they have in mind in the reverse fixture. So they will need to register at least a goal in the second half to seal things up with 3-1 scoreline.
From the way they are playing, do you think they can still get one or two more goals in the encounter? With less than 10 minutes left to play?
I can only be optimistic. Because I've not seen Rivers United at the edge of the box of the Almasri team, just like we saw them in several occasions in the first half. So if you're not getting close to the box, or even getting into the box, how do you hope to score the goal?
An interballistic missile?
You understand? So that's what the problem is. So I can only be optimistic. 2 more changes to be made by Rivers United.
All right. Thank you so much, Reliance, for the update coming in from Abadia, the Enyimba International Stadium. Still 2-1. They are not as lively as they were in the first half. They haven't created more in the second half. It's in 9 minutes from when we were speaking. I'm sure it's down to 8 or 7 minutes now. Rivers United living dangerously. They can win 2-1 here and still go there and qualify, Abi.
No,
get a draw there or even beat the Egyptians.
Emeka, I doubt you, because when we look at all this thing, we judge from time. We know how this thing turned out. 2-1 is not a victory. Like I said, if they had not conceded, if it was a 2-0 win, I would say, okay, let me be hopeful a bit, but we know how it is. It doesn't work that way. Let's remember Bayelsa United, after they won them, that was the game. I'm trying to remember, that was the last team they played. CS Sfaxien of Tunisia.
When CS Sfaxien
did the work on the first half, we scored the 4 goals. That's the same thing. That's what I said. We lack to do that when it comes to our teams in Nigeria. We don't know how to kill these games. At the early time, just do it. That first half when the tempo was high, that was when they were meant to take the chances. Because second half, the coach goes back and talks to the team, and they get back into the game. They know that a draw will do them a lot of good.
You make a good coach. You make a good coach. Have you considered it?
I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll wait for Faith.
Maybe a video analyst.
I'll wait for Faith. You know, she's a prophetess. She'll let me know if I should look into that.
Right. Victor, what do you see happening at the end of the day in Abba?
It will end this way. If you check what Reliance is saying now, seems they are just rebuilding now. Like I said it in the first half. They should not be complacent. 2-1 is never enough. But it could be enough if they go over to if they go away from and then try to keep it very, very tight at the back.
We cannot keep it tight.
It's a possibility.
They will need to go and bring train.
It's a possibility.
They have to bring in Jose Mourinho and so let's see if they can pack the ball. It doesn't work. If we look at it can work.
Let's still remain optimistic. They still have about 6 minutes more to play.
Even if
they can get one more goal,
their chances of qualifying their destiny is no longer in their hands. The away side.
If they win 3-1,
it's better.
No, and they lose 1-0 there, they will qualify. But if they lose 2-0 there, they will go out. But who says they cannot score away from home too?
Yeah.
They have this same Rivers United beat Young Africans of Tanzania 1-0.
That's Young Africans, not
who is Amasri?
Amasri, they've not done so. They've never won their own. They've not won their league. Even the Egyptian league, they've never won the Egyptian league.
No, there is no club in Egypt.
Rivers United have never. The last time they won the league 10-11 years ago.
Time, but this one they've never won the league since the inception of the club.
And they only won the cup once.
Rivers United have not won the league. Dolphins won the league, not Rivers United.
No, you see, they changed the name.
They'll still add it.
They changed the name.
In history to be there.
It was change of name that they did.
It will still be there.
They changed the name, but it's somehow if it ends like this.
And if it ends like this,
you fear for the worst.
Yes, it's just.
Don't worry. Let's keep hope alive. Yes, they can still make it. All right, they can still make it. Let's go to Stamford Bridge, Victor. Chelsea have been attacking Manchester United as if Manchester United stole anything from them. Like they're chasing them. Anywhere the ball goes, I said they chase Man United. They go.
Yeah, that's one good thing about this Chelsea thing. Like Ezine said, even if the attack is not working, they still have the defense, the guys in defense. Reece James, you see the kind of long balls you get. Antonio Rudiger getting those busting forward and with those runs, and the kind of long balls they've been getting. One of those long balls nearly cost Manchester United, nearly made a goal for Chelsea. And you have Bruno Fernandes. He's been ineffective in this first half. You can't. It's like having a limousine and then buying a limousine and taking that limousine to a racetrack. It won't work at all. Jadon Sancho, who we're seeing on our screen, is not effective also on that right hand side. It was monstrous against Villarreal and against Watford. It's doing nothing. Marcus Rashford on the left hand side, they're just doing nothing. Chelsea just being the one playing, and soon enough, there will be a mistake. There will be a mistake. Victor Lindelof have been sloppy. Caused two mistakes now, just like Harry Maguire used to do. Maybe it's just learning from his keeper.
All right, Victor, take it easy on Manchester. Just take it easy on United.
They don't have coach.
It's United.
They have the coach, Michael Carrick.
It's United we're talking about. All right, isn't there? 18 minutes. Okay, 16 minutes of football played. Right there at the Stamford Bridge. Still goalless between Manchester United, Chelsea, and Manchester United. Which of these teams would you say are missing their key players more? We have Chelsea without N'Golo Kante in the midfield. We know what he represents. There's also Lukaku on the bench, even though he's just coming back from that injury layoff. But for United, no Ronaldo. No, that's massive. No Paul Pogba as well.
I think it's for the United side. You look at them. I think for the midfield, they've not been creative. They've not even gotten the ball, most of it, because you have to get the ball before you can even be creative with the ball.
You can't
going for
that.
That's the thing. They've not been able to get it to the ball. I expect Chelsea to have a lot of possession. That is what they've been doing. And United, they always fall back to defend. But how long can they defend?
I'm talking about the players.
No, for the players, I think it's for United. I think they are missing their players. One, I'll go with Paul Pogba. No matter how you want to do the creativity that Paul Pogba brings into the pitch, especially when he's paired together with Bruno Fernandes, United tends to play a lot better with Pogba and Bruno Fernandes there in midfield going for that. Then in the forward line, I don't think Ronaldo is being missed at this point because still he would have been tracking back to defend because they've not gotten the ball going for that. So the midfield, they've not actually lost it down there. For Chelsea's side, I don't think they're missing anything. Maybe they're missing a little. I think Lukaku, because I think the chances that I don't really think so. I think they've been getting the balls going for that. Even defensively, they've been doing the good work. I think it's where they're missing. Maybe I think for Lukaku, because the two chance that chance that was missed by Hudson or Doy in some way. I think if it was Lukaku that had, he would have put that ball at the back of the net. So
is it that clinical?
Yeah, very clinical.
Yes,
he is.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I mean, these days he has improved drastically. You know, as a
before he was injured, he went 4-5 games without.
Without scoring. The first game he went 4
the chances
games
were not coming like they are supposed to come.
That's the thing.
The man has been clinical, both for club and country. I mean, the numbers are there to.
You can't compare that.
Yes, he went like 7 matches without a goal before he got injured. But that being said, you know, I mean, it wasn't like he had been missing those.
When he came back to Chelsea, he was scoring.
And he wasn't scoring that much. He had
he was scoring more. If Ronaldo scores, he scores. I can remember that period.
Don't worry. It's not about Lukaku. Let's go to the phone lines and hand the microphone over to the fans. I'm sure they are willing to say one or two things about the encounter. Those of them watching and those of them following the updates from us right here. Still go. Let's ride there at Stamford Bridge. 2-1 in Aba in favor of Rivers United against Al Masry of Egypt. Not looking good at all with just about a minute to the end of the encounter. Of course, there should be some additional time. 0817 000951. We'll call this next number in the GP. Let's hear from this caller. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome to Today Sports Live.
Yeah, this is the caller from Abia State University.
Good to have you on the show. That's Absu, all the way to the right?
Yes.
Oh, you get us from there?
Yes, exactly. Right, very clear.
Wow. That's brilliant.
I'm a United fan, by the way. And I must tell you that I'm very happy for what Michael Carrick has done this.
By benching Ronaldo?
Yes.
The end will justify the means, though.
Exactly.
I hope you not cry at the end of the day and say, oh, what? I didn't hear started Ronaldo.
No, the reason why I say so is this. Let us see what the team can do when Ronaldo is not on the pitch. But if Ronaldo comes in the second half, let us see it's going to be a minus or a plus. You understand? He has taken that poster, which I think Social never did. I don't think Social did that.
He benched Ronaldo too.
Yeah, so let's see, because this game, if Ronaldo was on this game, the way I see it, even though the team is not playing properly, I think they will just mark out Ronaldo, and the team will be headless and useless. But let's see if they are playing let's see if they are playing without Ronaldo now, if something can come out. It might come to haunt them, but let's just see what is going to happen.
All right, we'll wait and see. Thank you so much, our friend from Abia State University. Sorry about that. 0817 000951 or 0810 9510 951. Those are the numbers to call and you'll be live on the show. Alternatively, you can send us messages via text or WhatsApp to 070-1933-9962. That's 070-1933-9962. Those are the number. That's the number for the text and WhatsApp messages. Let's hear from this caller. Hello.
Hello, good evening. This is Steamer from Rupoku.
Let's hear you. Please be audible. Can barely hear you clearly.
I said this is Man from Rupoku.
Go ahead.
The contribution to what that Manifa just said, I think he's 100% correct about that Ronaldo's contribution to Man United today. Because he checked the last match against Watford, all the passes and every attempt to run to Ronaldo is very, very bad, very good. So I think Man United playing without Ronaldo, though I'm a Chelsea fan, Man United playing without Ronaldo, keep Man United in that chance, like it's better chance.
All right, thank you so much. They are hailing the decision of Carrick to keep Ronaldo on the bench, knowing that the counter against Chelsea, which is currently ongoing. 21 minutes of football played. Okay, 22 minutes of football played at Stamford Bridge. Still goalless between those two sides, but you have to say Chelsea have been the better side offensively as far as that encounter is concerned. We are into additional time in Aba. Rivers United versus Al Masry of Egypt. There's still 2 goals to 1. Isn't Rivers United heading out of the competition with that result?
Yes, I think they're heading out of the competition.
If it turns out to be a result.
If it turns out to be a result this way, I think they're heading out of the competition, because when you go over there to Egypt, it won't be easy for them, I tell you.
All right, let's go elsewhere and let you know. Okay, maybe in the Premier League, let's start from the Premier League to bring you updates of what has happened so far and what will happen in the 5 major leagues. Brentford earlier today defeated Everton by 1-0. Ivan Toney with the only goal of that encounter in the first half. Burnley, their match against Tottenham Hotspur was postponed due to bad weather. It was there was heavy snow at a tough one that rendered the pitch unplayable. Leicester City pummeled Watford 4-2. Emmanuel Dennis was on target for Watford, but it wasn't enough in that encounter. So we have Manchester City beating West Ham United by 2-1. And live on our screen, we have Chelsea taking on Manchester United at Old Trafford. Stamford Bridge, I should say. Still goalless in that encounter after about 23 minutes of football. In the La Liga, we have Real Betis beating Levante 3-1. It's a result you can take to the bank. And Espanyol also, they are leading Real Sociedad by 1-0. And of course, later this evening, by 6:30 p.m., Cadiz will take on Atletico Madrid, the defending champions. And by 9 p.m. to be Real Madrid taking on Sevilla. Let's quickly go to Italy and let you know that 3 matches have been decided already. Spezia were beaten at home by Bologna, who won by 1-0. Sassuolo eventually won AC Milan 3-1. Away from home, that's at San Siro. And Udinese drew goalless with Genoa. And of course, we have Roma, Jose Mourinho's side. By 6 p.m. they will be up against Torino. And by 8:45 p.m. Victor Osimhen's Napoli will take on Lazio. But Osimhen will not be in action because he will be out. He's already out. He will be out for a complete 3 months after undergoing surgery on his cheekbone and what have you. And in the German Bundesliga, a result to tell you about: Eintracht Frankfurt have beaten Union Berlin 2-1. Union Berlin is the club of our own Taiwo Awoniyi. And it's 23 minutes of football played between RB Leipzig and Bayer Leverkusen, and the Leverkusen side lead by 1-0 away from home. And before we wrap things up regarding the update, let's quickly go to France and let you know that earlier today, Saint-Etienne were beaten 3-1 by Paris Saint-Germain, who are now 14 points clear at the top of the table. 10-man Saint-Etienne, they had a man sent off in that encounter. And Paris Saint-Germain had Messi providing 3 assists in that encounter. Marquinhos scored a brace for them. Brest defeated Bordeaux 2-1. That's the result you can take to the bank. Rennes did secure a 2-0 victory over Lorient, while Monaco drew 1-1 with Strasbourg. Elsewhere, Reims did beat Clermont by 1-0. Lyon lead Montpellier 1-0 at halftime, and later this evening, Marseille will take on Troyes by 8:45 p.m. So these are the updates from the major leagues. 5 major leagues are right there in Europe. Time to squeeze in a few more calls. Before we do so, Reliance is calling us. I'm sure he's telling us the match has ended, or maybe
United have scored.
All right. Reliable Reliance. Now, what's the update?
Emeka, this is not how you want to see Rivers United play.